infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it? It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Nate, you're muted again.
Not another mutiny.
Dude,
Did you do it to me, Birdman?
I swear on my life that I did it. I swear on my life that I
I'm
did it.
doing it. Eric,
Do you see what screen I'm on?
I don't know. You switch to?
I'm not even on StreamYard screen.
Yeah, I know.
So no.
He's college something.
No, Acme Packing.
Well, I see Penn State.
Yeah, it's the ones that the Packers have met with. At the
Oh,
Pro
so it
League.
was sports related. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That's all I was indicating.
Yeah.
All right. It's just professional sports. My bad.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Welcome to. Dude, I have no idea why I was muted then.
Yeah.
Stash, it was you, wasn't it? The silent but deadly.
I
You
could.
have to
That
know
looks
this
guilty. That looks guilty. A little
Nah,
bit.
man, no. I'm talking to chat.
Yeah.
I'm messing with your stuff. Hey, I'm trying to have a successful show here, and
What's going on?
muting is not a way to do that.
I keep getting muted.
Unless
It's
for
weird.
some ungodly reason, StreamYard isn't unmuting you when coming back
It's
from
just StreamYard just hate me. You're unmuted.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
No, Eric
Okay.
shows
No.
muted.
That's his
Yeah.
laptop mic is muted.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Yeah. So, anyways, whatever, guys. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 45.
Embarrassing.
Oh my God, we have to go to a professional show around here. Hey,
Yeah, right.
you guys got to enjoy the greatest podcast intro ever, uninterrupted. So that's all that matters. It's the best part of the show, anyways. All right, let's go around the room, introduce everyone, then we'll get into what we're talking about today and how we're actually doing a little bit different stuff today. But we'll explain this for the audience in a moment. First, let's go around to our special guests. I think for the first time ever on the Nintenbyte Podcast, Professor Noctis is here.
Hey, what's up? Glad to be here.
Want to introduce yourself and tell these people who the hell you are, because they might not even know.
Yeah, so my name is Wade, also known as Professor Noctis. I teach digital humanities at the University of Alabama, meaning that I teach religion and philosophy and English through video games. That's what I do.
Cool.
Guys,
And I also do it on YouTube, I guess. There's a longer story there, but yeah, content creation for education.
That's right, guys. We got an actual college professor here who teaches through video games.
Yeah.
Doesn't that just make you want to go to Alabama? I mean, look at that.
Roll Tide.
Kind of sick.
Kind of
Fuck
does.
Anyways, sorry. Big Ten guy over here. Screw the SEC. Anyways,
Feels that way these days.
all right. Then we got Sky Sword Alyssa.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on again. Love being here. Excited to see what questions the people have for us tonight.
Yeah, a little tease on what we're doing tonight. We got Eric Moore.
Hello. Yeah,
That's pretty much all he ever says.
That's all I ever have.
No, except for last week when you held it in and then destroyed me at the end.
Well, there was that.
You know, Eric's really good at that. You know what? To be fair, at this point, Stash, Gamebird, and Eric are all good. You know what? I'm starting to think I'm the problem. I'm just an easy target.
You do kind of tee yourself up.
I set it up way too easy. Is what it is. My chat does the same thing to me. I'll get super chats about hamsters later. That'll piss me off. Gamebird, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? Stoked to be here. It's another wonderful Wednesday evening. As you can see, I got this really neat Littlefoot popcorn bucket that I'm really excited about from Land Before Time.
Yeah, classic.
New movie. Classic from my childhood. But yeah, just happy to be here. Stoked to talk some Nintendo. And yeah, co-host of the year. Very honored to receive that title tonight. And
you got an Emmy for
it'll
that,
be a good
right?
show. Absolutely.
That's crazy. Yeah, we weren't even nominated. I forgot to tell you guys about that. But Bird got
I
it.
think I was the only nomination this year.
It's for like the YouTube like internet Emmys or something.
Something along those lines, yeah. Prime, you didn't get a nomination invite?
Dude, the day I get nominated for an award is the day the internet dies.
Clickbaiter of the year. I think that one's coming up.
I think that's just a self-proclaimed title at this point, because the bottom line is I make some of the shittiest content on YouTube. So I shouldn't get nominated for anything other than just maybe best hairdo. But even then, there's way better hairdos on YouTube than mine. So
thanks.
There you go.
God damn it, Eric. Anyways, not going to win any best dressed over here. Well, congrats on your co-host of the year. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Do you have a trophy for that or anything?
Not yet, but I think it's in the mail or something.
Okay. I don't even know how to move on. Stash. Apparently you knew about this.
Yeah, I mean, I knew about it because like I had a vote to cast. And of course I casted my vote there. So I mean, you know.
I heard you drove out to vote. Is that true?
Did. Yeah, I did.
Wow.
We made a weekend out of it. So
that's cool. I really appreciate your support. Sounds like you may have been the only co-host who voted for me this year, which
I
a
thought
little
they
bit
knew.
of disappointing.
I thought you guys got emails. I mean, you probably did. You probably just didn't. Maybe it hit your spam. I don't know.
I don't know what we're talking about. So
yeah,
You're one of the co-hosts of the year.
That's awesome.
At like the YouTube Emmys or content creator Emmys or whatever.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Cool deal. Well,
Well,
thank you, man.
I got a question. Was it for this show or something else?
It was for the show.
Of course,
Yeah.
this
How
show.
would I not know about Nintenbyte being nominated for anything?
Exactly.
Someone doesn't check their email.
Yeah, you
built
gotta
it,
check that
though.
spam, dude. Sometimes there's gold in there. Literally, sometimes I got review codes in spam.
Last time I had someone from Saudi Arabia telling me they're my long lost uncle when I check my spam.
Yeah,
So.
those are always going to be there. You just got to sift through those, man.
Anyways, congrats to Gamebird. Stash,
yeah.
how's it going?
Yeah, congrats, Gamebird. And I'm just happy to be here, guys. It's a busy time, busy week, lots of games coming out, working on lots of game reviews, handful of embargoes. Yeah, it's pretty busy, and it's been exciting. I guess, you know, I laid down for like 40 minutes, and I woke up, and the Crimson Desert reviews were live.
Yeah, they were going live at 5 Central today.
Hey, might I add though, when we did our fantasy draft, I said I wasn't going to pick Crimson Desert because I have a feeling it's going to get like a 78 on Metacritic because it doesn't hold your hand, and the people reviewing it aren't going to like that. And when I woke up, I saw it was at a 78 on Metacritic.
Yeah, and when you look at the reviews, like people in the chat were like, dude, did you see Crimson Desert tanked? I'm like, First off, a 78 is not a tank. We need to stop acting like games in the 70s are bad. No, we need to use more of the scale. It's a good game. But when you go look at the reviews, and I was reading some of them earlier, they're very divisive, right? You have a bunch of 90s and 100s, and then a bunch of 50s.
That's what we thought.
Which is exactly what we talked about might happen with this game, because it is a very complex game with a lot of complex systems that you have to put the time in to want to know. It's not good for a review setting where you're under embargo and have a time period you have to get things done by. It just doesn't set itself up well for reviews. On top of it not setting up well for reviews, people have to like this kind of game to review it, because it is a very time-consuming game and it doesn't hold your hand when a lot of games today do. And you might go, well, that didn't stop Elden Ring and others from... Even Elden Ring is a bit quicker paced than this game is. And it's got a well-known combat system that people fell in love with from Dark Souls games. This combat system, you got guys, if some of you out there are getting Crimson Desert or playing it tomorrow, there's no other game that has this combat system. Anything you know about video games going into this game, throw it out the fucking window. It is very unique, but also really engrossing. Like when I was reading some of like the 50 reviews saying, oh, the combat is slow and unresponsive, I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, man. I already played this game. You don't know what the fuck you're doing, man.
Knew it was gonna happen.
Like slow and unresponsive? No. Yeah, your character might have to complete his move first. Don't be a fucking dumbass. You can't spam buttons in this one.
Mm-hmm.
But you're trying to move on to the next move before the last move is done. Don't do that. This is trying to give you a more realistic feel to fighting, which isn't spam button.
Yeah, these reviewers got timelines too.
Yeah, they do.
Know,
and
they're probably rushed.
It's not good for that kind of review. But the thing is, despite that, there is a bunch of 90s and 100s and then a bunch of 50s. And when you read them, you can really tell that like the 90s and 100s obviously really enjoyed the game, because when you're reading it, you can see like some of them have over 100 hours in the game already. You read the reviews that are all in like the 50s, they spent like 10 to 15 hours. And they just they just hated the game from the outset and probably tried to rush through it for review, tried to rush through the story. You can't do that with this game. Literally some of the 100s out there said, yeah, if you're looking for a game, you just want to rush through the story. That is not what this game is. You will get destroyed. You actually need to explore. You actually need to do side quests. They want you engrossed in the world. And if you're just trying to rush through it, that's not how this game is meant to be played. And of course, that's what reviewers are trying to do. So they're skipping tutorials. They're spamming buttons to get through things. They're trying to just go story plot to story plot, ignoring everything in between, even though the whole point of the game is everything in between.
Yeah.
So, and it's one of the... I don't know if they did the measurements, but there was a couple reviews that said it's the largest open world game to ever exist. I don't know if that's the case, but it's definitely up there. This world is massive. It is not something that, honestly, when I saw reviews go up today, I'm like, I hope you guys had review codes for a month. Because there's no way you had enough time to get through even half the content.
It's up to an 80 now.
Yeah, I kind of figured as reviews that aren't trying to hit that embargo time roll in, it might start to climb up, because those are people putting in more time, and they just weren't comfortable getting it out at that exact start because they were still working on editing, they're still working on whatever. And there's going to be more reviews rolling in next week and the week after, really over the next month, from outlets that count for reviews but didn't get a review copy. So they're going to be reviewing it over the next. So it's selling into the low 80s isn't bad. Obviously, it going up to an 80 already is pretty good.
78 still on Metacritic. Open Critics an 80.
Yeah, because
that's all that matters.
It's weighted. Yeah, and I think IGN US does not have a score for the game yet. I think they said it's an in progress review, which, by the way, credit to IGN. They met embargo and put up an in progress review, but they didn't drop a score because they're not done.
They've been doing that recently, and I respect that.
I respect that. You're still hitting your embargo, but you're not giving any final verdicts because you know you need more time. That's
There's
good.
a lot riding on that number.
Yeah, the IGN.
A lot of careers, for the people who designed the game.
The IGN. This is the reality, guys. Everyone knows IGN is one of the most weighted scores on Metacritic. So if that thing comes in at a 9 or above, you might see the Metacritic jump up to an 80 or above. Very important score for Metacritic because of them waiting. Now, OpenCritic doesn't wait. So you wonder why the difference is. Well, one of the outlets that reviewed low is weighted more on Metacritic. On OpenCritic, it's just a straight average, which is why for Fantasy Critic, they use OpenCritic because it's not weighted. But obviously, there's special cases where you might sub in a Metacritic because it's just not on OpenCritic. Shit happens. So yeah, it's very interesting what's happening with that game. I'm obviously curious what the user scores will be because I think the people that are looking and were hyped for this game, you should still be hyped for this game.
Mhm.
And if the user scores end up, 85 plus, like it gives you a good idea that it's just the people who were reviewing it were the wrong people to be reviewing this kind of game. Because this is the thing. Like every game out there is made for specific people. And if you're not the target audience, you're not going to review it well, right? Like if someone hands you Breath of the Wild, but you hate exploration open world games, you're going to rate the game as trash. But someone who likes that is probably going to love it. So yeah, it's really interesting. It's also why that game's divisive because Zelda hasn't been that way since like the first game. So maybe the second game, I suppose. But yeah, so a lot of linear Zelda lovers were like, what the fuck? And then Nintendo's like, yeah, what the fuck? 30 mil. Let's go. What? We used to sell 7? That was fun. That was cute. Now we're going to be open world forever. I'm sorry. Nintendo's word, open air. Open air. Anyways, guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up. Today's episode is going to be a little different. We do technically have a couple of topics, including the headliner, guys. We got to talk about that Switch 2 operating system update. I got my Switch 2 right here. I'll be checking out some of the boost modes here in a moment. We'll also talk a little bit about DLSS 5 because it's kind of a combo topic because it's both about game performance and obviously talk about what we like and don't like about. Do we think any of this could come to Switch 2? Do we think any of this affects future stuff? Some people complaining about the Switch 2 OS update doesn't let you play TV mode for Switch 2 games in handheld, which I think would be a mistake, but we can talk about that as well because some people think it should just extend to all games on Switch 2. Make that like a perk that you can optionally choose TV mode for everything. Cool. We can talk about that. We're also going to be finally, it's been on the docket for a while, but we haven't gotten to it because we ran out of time. Fantasy Critic update. Get to that at some point today. Again, probably towards the end. But today's episode's a little different, guys, because besides that, we basically have 1.5 topics. I always say Fantasy Critic is like a half topic because it doesn't take very long. We're just updating and going through, seeing what's going on. The rest of the show, guys, is actually a Q&A for you guys watching. Couple ways you can get your questions in. Obviously, people super chat or stuff in. We're going to prioritize those questions, right? And this isn't like the Q&A we usually do at the end of the show where we kind of rapid fire rush through stuff. No. If you want us to have like a serious debate, it's like, hey, what's your top 3 Mario games? We'll have like a real discussion on it. It won't be an hour long for each question, but we'll actually give some time and go around and have everyone on the panel answer, unless the question is specifically just for one person on the panel. Like if someone wants to come in and ask the professor how Final Fantasy applies to English, he's the man to ask.
Not ready for a lot, but I'm ready for that.
Anything Final Fantasy related to his professorhood, he's the guy to ask right now. So I'm just saying, guys, it's going to be a really cool episode like that. We're going to see how this goes. We had talked behind the scenes about doing an episode like this. If it goes well, we might do it a handful of times a year. It really helps, obviously, during slow news weeks as well. It also gives you guys a unique opportunity to my audience is used to doing Q&As with me, but you never get to do it really with everyone on a show. So it's really kind of a fun chance for that. The other way, by the way, to get your questions in, it's pretty much whatever chat you're in, whether you're in ThunderStashes, Sky Sortalist, I think is live streaming it, Gamebird, me, or even the Podcast Clips channel. All you gotta do is at the name of that YouTube channel, and then you get your question in that way. We're not going to get to every question tonight, right, guys? It'd be insane. But we'll pick some out when we're out of super chat questions or in between super chat questions. Yeah. And from my channel, it's at Ninty Prime, not Nintendo Prime. I know that doesn't match. Leave me alone about it. All right. Let's go ahead then and let's just get into this first topic. There's no point doing a topic roulette because we don't have enough topics for that. Let's talk about that Switch 2 operating system update, guys. You guys all updated your Switch 2 this week, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So update 22.0.0, probably one of the most substantial updates. I don't know. Calling it the most substantial, I don't know, because you could argue when they added like NSO, I guess you could say might have been a bigger deal, but this is more, everyone can kind of be happy about this, at least if you're a handheld gamer. So in 22.0, there's basically three things they did that are neat. The biggest one's game boost, which we're going to spend the most time talking about. But the first one was notes. You can now add notes to your friends on your friends list. Like they're private notes. Your friends don't see them. Only you see them. And yes, you can see them on the app on your phone as well. What's crazy is, at least as of the last time I looked at it earlier today, there's no censorship on these notes. You can write anything you want because nobody can see them but you.
That's rare for
your
Nintendo.
friends can't see them. I mean, I suppose if you're streaming and you share. But so if you got some pretty fucked up shit said about your friends on your friend list, maybe don't go to your friends list while you're streaming. But yeah, it's complete. So like, there's no censorship on it, which is wild for Nintendo to not have it. But then if you think logically, I mean, does there need to be censorship on something that only you can read?
Why do you need notes on your friends anyways?
They change usernames and profile pictures all the time.
I guess.
And sometimes people just want to have fun. They want, when their username pops online to play with them, they want it to say dumbass.
I mean, fair enough.
That's what I'm going to have for you. So.
I mean, fair enough.
Oh, you're here to play Mario Kart World? Dumbass.
Dumbass.
Anyways,
Dumas,
yeah. So that's one thing they added, which is, it's just neat. To me, it's like, who cares? But there are some people that will have fun with it, of course. So whatever. It's nice to have and it's free. So who cares? One cool thing they did do, and this hasn't been talked about enough, is the updates to game chat. They did two really cool things for game chat. One, now when you start a game chat, the people who you started the game chat originally with can invite people to join the game chat. You don't have to reform the game chat. Oh my God, imagine having a call and being able to invite people to the call.
Thank God. Whoa. Yes.
Mind-blowing. Should have been their day one, but they would listen to the feedback. They realized people want this. Well, no shit. Yeah. Maybe it just wasn't done for launch. I don't know. Either way, that's an awesome thing they did. And they did something that now makes it, so Game Chat has this really cool thing that no other platform has, and that is the ability for every person to stream their game to each other, playing different games. No, guys, the Discord integrations on the other consoles don't let you do it. There is no way to do this on any other system but Nintendo. But people didn't really care about it because the frame rates were so bad, right? So when you're trying to like watch your friend, like they're, oh, I'm stuck, and you're trying to help them, so you blow up their screen, it's like moving at 10 frames a second, which can make it really hard, especially in fast-paced games, to know what the fuck they're doing. Well, while this isn't perfect, they have doubled that frame rate when you blow up your friend's screen. And people have been noticing it, like watching people, their friends play like action games, testing it out. Even like fast-paced shooters and stuff, they can actually tell what's going on and now actually help people. Now making the fact that you can share your game useful to helping each other out while you're playing. That is an amazing addition. It's basically like share play from PlayStation, except you can't play for your friend. That's one cool thing about PlayStation Share Play. You can actually play the game for them. But also, I'd never play the game for my friend on Share Play. Fuck that. You have to do it. I'll tell you what to do, but you got to actually do it. Anyways, setting that aside, though, Nintendo has that available at their cheapest tier, $20 a year, and you get to do this. That's all it is. You don't have to be on the more expensive tier. So I think these are actually really cool updates. And then obviously the big thing, besides adding additional languages, and they mess with surround sound support and stuff. But the biggest thing was obviously the handheld boost mode. It's right here. To Nintendo Switch software handling in system. So you go down to system on your Switch 2, which is all the way at the bottom under settings, and then it's almost all the way at the bottom under the settings to get to the software handling. You turn it on, and when you turn it on, it tells you a couple of things. Some of it's explained here. It says handheld boost mode will cause compatible Switch software to run as if in TV mode, so certain functionality may be affected. Please see the on-device description for more. So. And they did a little update for airplane mode. They now added some quick settings, which should have been there the whole time for airplane mode, but whatever. All right, that's cool. Nobody really cares about the airplane mode stuff outside of the few instances you might use it. So this gets back to the boost mode, because What it does, guys, is any Switch 1 game that doesn't have a Switch 2 free update, like Mario Odyssey has a free update. There's no reason that boost mode to affect that. You just get the free update, right? It doesn't have a Switch 2 edition. And even if it has a Switch 2 edition, it still works if you don't have the Switch 2 edition. It just takes TV mode from Switch 1 and runs it in handheld on Switch 2, which cleans up a lot of image clarity issues because, as you guys know, Switch 1 is 720p only in handheld. So almost every Switch 1 game looks a little blurry in handheld mode on a bigger screen that can support 1080p. Fixes some of that because a lot of games hit 1080p in dock mode, or at least a higher resolution. Because remember, there's a lot of downscaling on Switch 1. Well, the downscaling was not as bad on TV mode. So you would actually get higher resolution, which actually looks really good on a smaller screen. And you would sometimes get increased performance. Now, some people did note, and I forgot to clarify this in detail in my video, that there is one caveat to increased performance. It's increased performance as in you get the same performance as Switch 1 TV mode got. If you like playing the game with the increased performance that Switch 2 is naturally giving it, that goes away if you turn this boost mode on. And the chances are the reason it goes away is that overhead used to do that is now being used to run TV mode. Because you got to remember, guys, this is an emulation layer running Switch 1. This is not technically just raw running on the operating system and hardware like Switch 2 games. They have to emulate Switch 1. So that emulation layer means they can either offer you, hey, just naturally boosted frame rates because you have more powerful hardware, or we'll give you TV mode. For some games, it won't make much of a difference because like the boosted frame rates wasn't that big a deal anyways. For other games, it might make a bigger deal to you. But then technically, because you're running in TV mode, you're at least getting the frame rates you would get in TV mode on Switch 1. So it's kind of a give and take. In some games, you might prefer not to turn on boost mode. And there are some games boost mode just naturally is going to be buggy with. One caveat, like when you use boost mode, it treats your Joy-Cons as Pro controllers. So when you want to play in tabletop mode, you actually have to disconnect them to connect a Pro controller to use it in tabletop mode. And again, this is all part of that emulation. All part of that emulation layer, and you're in TV mode. In TV mode, you're not playing with Joy-Cons attached in TV mode, right? So it's all part of how they're solving emulation quirks. And there's anything that used a touchscreen won't work because there's not touchscreen in TV mode. So yeah, there are some games that basically are incompatible with this boost mode and don't work. But a majority of the Switch 1 library does work. And I think even games that have the free updates, if you haven't downloaded the free update, it still might work. But why wouldn't you just get the free update? Because then you get boosted resolution and frame rate, right? Like, why wouldn't you just do that? Like, why would you play the update for Odyssey versus boosting Odyssey? Makes no sense. But if you don't have like Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition, okay, it makes some sense to play TV mode from Switch 1 on your Switch 2. So, before we say anything else, because we'll get into the DLSS later, have any of you guys tried out boosted mode?
Not yet. I haven't had the opportunity to, although I am looking forward to seeing it with my own eyes and how it performs, how it looks outside of screenshots and some of like the video examples that I've seen online.
Yeah, the screenshots online have been pretty nice for people that pay attention. I think for general consumers, they might not really care that much. Mm-hmm. But for more hardcore consumers, some of it's very noticeable, which of course it is. If you guys remember playing Switch 1, it can be very noticeable the difference between TV mode and handheld mode. Well, yeah, that's the same differences here. And as in Eric, I don't think you've tried boosted mode because I just told you about it.
No, I knew about it. I just didn't know where to turn it on. Yeah. And had a chance to really look into it. So
okay, Scott, sort of Alyssa, you get a chance to try it out a little bit.
No.
See, look at that. See, look, this is our headline topic, and nobody's done it but me. Professor Knuckles.
It came out after Pocopia, and I'm just building, man. Yeah. Like
came out after Pocopia.
I'm right there with you,
Perfect.
Noctis. I've been in Pocopia world.
I'm gonna go back. My goal is to play finish Xenoblade 3 and Chronicles because I just haven't done either of those yet. But now's the time. So
you know what's funny bringing up Xenoblade? So there's a Switch 2 edition for Xenoblade Chronicles X. It looks better running the TV boost mode than it does playing the Switch 2 edition. Oh, yeah, it visually looks better. Like that lets you know how bad the visual upgrade actually was with the Switch 2 edition. That the TV looks better, but you don't get the frame rates. That's the thing. Like you get 60 FPS with the Switch 2 edition. You don't get that with the boost mode. but like it looks significantly better than it does with the Switch. Yeah, the Switch 2 game's a mess.
This is what makes me feel like doubling down on one of the things I was talking about last week about how including the Switch 2 editions as part of the expansion pass Nintendo Online service would just sweeten the deal so much more that when you do have examples like Xenoblade where maybe it's not as pretty or as clean as people were hoping, it softens the blow because it was free if you're an NSO member. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And this is just free for everyone.
Yeah.
Great. Stash, have you at least looked at it?
Yeah, of course.
Thank
Yeah.
God. I checked it out at least.
Yeah, I was on the internet. I was playing my Switch. I'm working on reviews, so I'm literally, Switch doesn't get a break, man. I think I told you guys I had to go buy a new Switch 2 Pro controller.
Yeah, yeah.
My right joystick just went out on me.
You guys got to understand the amount of hours he's putting on these controllers. He is not your normal gamer.
Yeah, so I don't blame Nintendo. It's just like, damn, I guess I put a lot of wear and tear already on this, like apparently. So I watched some videos. Switch Up, YouTube. They have a great channel. They've been covering in depth Switch 1 games on Switch 2 since the Switch 2 launch. And they did a video yesterday and today. And, they got the whole slider on their video, just like the NVIDIA demos.
I love the sliders.
I do too. It really helps to see. And so they tested a handful of games yesterday and then some more today. Like one of them they tested today, I think just for shits and giggles, because nothing, it seems like no matter how many patches can fix this game, and it's the Batman Arkham trilogy. Just like nothing seems to make it better. However, there were some real positives. Kingdom Come Deliverance. It looks so much better. Like the draw distance looks significantly better. I was really impressed by that one. So were they. Of course, we know about Xenoblade 2. Another Crap's Treasure. That one looked really good. The Outer Worlds had a nice glow up. The Witcher 3. That was one that I was hoping they would test, and that one looked considerably better. And Dragon Quest 11, which, as you know, like if you played it on Switch, it's pretty blurry in handheld mode. I have it on Switch and PS5. I beat it on PS5 and did the whole platinum deal over there. But I definitely played it on Switch 1, and seeing what it looks like now is significant improvement. So this is pretty cool, man. Overall, though, this is just a great update, right? This is a win for everybody. Can actually get the native resolution, right, for Switch 2 in handheld mode instead of playing these games in 720p on a 1080p screen. So
yeah, it's pretty cool. So I played a little bit of some stuff in person. The Witcher 3 was one I really wanted to check out. Definitely. What's really cool about this mode, guys, is you could turn it off and on while you're in the game. So you can literally just go back and forth and just see the difference and feel the difference. Witcher 3, it makes it a significantly better experience in handheld, which is no surprise. I mean, it was a pretty pared back game already on Switch 1, and then handheld was, I don't want to say unplayable, but it was not an enjoyable experience in handheld. It was passable in dock mode. Well, now it's fully enjoyable in handheld. Obviously, it does not replace getting a full Switch 2 edition of the game, which I presume CD Projekt Red would do a better job than Xenoblade Chronicles X got. But yeah, it's one of those. This doesn't replace Switch 2 versions, and I think that is something that people are a little concerned about. That people who want Switch 2 editions, that this might cause less of them to exist. And I think that's a fair worry. I also think for people that are tired of Switch 2 editions, well, that's good for them. Like, there's always a give or take on both sides. I don't think Switch 2 editions are going to go anywhere because they're paid updates for the most part. So, company
money to be made.
Yeah, But it does mean that if Switch 2 editions do happen, they got to put in more effort. Like, imagine if this boost mode existed before Xenoblade Chronicles X Switch 2 edition came out. The backlash that would have happened. But the Switch 2 edition literally visually looks worse. That would have... It already got backlash. Now imagine it's worse than a free update.
Yeah, it's a big win for gamers because of that reason. And, I saw that too. Like, it seemed like a lot of folks on YouTube and Twitter were asking that question. Actually, most of them were declaring that this means Switch 2 editions are over. And then it was funny. This morning, THQ tweeted out that dedicated Switch 2 editions of Epic Mickey Rebrushed, Destroy All Humans 1, 2, and SpongeBob all coming out.
SpongeBob's already on Switch 2. SpongeBob was going to Switch 1 now, though. Yeah.
Yeah, all coming out in, I think, June, July, August, October for Epic Mickey. But it's just funny. It's like that's not what it means. It doesn't mean it. Third-party developers, they have a plan in place on what they're going to be doing with their Switch 1 games.
Yeah.
And this doesn't change their plan. This doesn't change their forecast. A lot would have to happen in order for that to happen, right? Like, if you don't release your Switch 2 edition and you have that planned in your financials,
yeah,
this isn't going to change it.
The biggest thing it does is it makes them have to try more,
which is great.
Which is good. That's good for us. The not getting. Now, to be fair, I think third parties have actually done a really good job with their Switch 2 editions overall. Much better job than Nintendo's done consistently. But I do think that it just puts that added pressure of, hey, just so our whole dev team is aware that's working on the Switch 2 edition, we got to go look at Switch 1, like in boost mode on Switch 2 is the basis of we have to be better than this and noticeably better. Because I think, while I haven't seen a third party do it yet, there is the chance that they could phone it in, just be like, well, we'll just make it run as well as it does on Switch 1 dot mode. And it's like, no, that's not going to fly now. So I do think that it actually won't make Switch 2 editions go away. I think Switch 2 editions were always going to slow down eventually anyways, because companies are going to focus their budget on making new games because there's more money to be made off the new games, unless you're one of those like evergreen forever games. Like a Minecraft Switch 2 edition makes total sense. It also would make sense because the game isn't $60, $70, and they just release a whole new version. Don't know what they're going to do when they get around to it. Fortnite, we know, is a free-to-play game, so they just literally gave you an entirely new game. If you go to the eShop, it's 2 different downloads. So it's not a Switch 2 edition. It's a full new release, but it's also free-to-play. And if you know anything about Fortnite, your account works on all platforms, so it doesn't really affect anything. But not every game is set up that way. So it is interesting. I'm really excited about it. Look, there's a reason that videos on this yesterday were doing well on every YouTube channel that made one. This is widely considered a universally positive thing Nintendo just did. And in a world of where they've been just taking lots of blows for what people feel are bad business decisions, this is absolutely free, and they didn't have to do it. So it's hard to be mad about it. Now, obviously there's going to be some consumers that don't care. People that only play in dot mode, you don't care. But you're not going to complain that people that play in handheld now have this. Like, it doesn't hurt you, and it's free. And I know some of I wish those the people that work on the operating system aren't working on games. So they're always working. And I know you might want them to work on different features for the operating system, and maybe they are. We've seen patents out there for other concepts. They even had achievements in a patent once. Are we ever going to get that? I don't know. But I do like seeing what's there get improved. Game chat getting improved. Yeah, I think adding notes to friends is a little weird. I think you should be working more so on us being able to message our friends. But whatever. It's quirk. It probably was easy to do, so that's probably why it's there. Someone just came up with the idea, like, oh, how hard is it? And you coded it in a night. And you're like, oh, this works. This is kind of cool. But the game chat improvements were definitely welcome. And then you look at the Switch 2 boost mode, and honestly, I've tested it out now in 3 games, and it's made all 3 games look significantly better, just turning it off and on, off and on.
Yeah, I literally just was playing Kingdom Battle, and it looks sharp.
Yeah,
it really does.
Yeah. And so it's a big boost, especially because you are playing on a smaller screen, but still a relatively large screen for a handheld at 1080p. But now you're getting that 1080p in a lot of instances from the Switch 1 games that you weren't getting before. So it just looks sharper. And that's nothing but good. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that everyone's going to think it looks better. I understand. So no matter what, people will be like, well, the OLED screen has better colors. The Switch 1 screens have less latency. Cool. Most consumers don't care. Just pointing that out. Like, there's latency on Switch 1 on the screen, or Switch 2 on the screen. Like, worse than Switch. Like it's one of the worst latency modern day LCD panels. And as someone who plays in handheld a lot, I can tell you I haven't noticed and don't care. Yeah, I definitely noticed the colors not being as, like playing Resident Evil. It's not as black as, OLED. I mean, that's very obvious. But for an LCD panel, that I maybe it's just because I'm older now. Maybe if I was younger, I would notice some of the input latency a bit more. Doesn't bother me. I'm good. So I think the games literally just look better on Switch 2 than they do on Switch 1 and handheld. But that's me. I think it's a really cool mode. It's free. That's the best part, is it's free. They didn't tie it to NSO, which they very easily could have done. I'm glad they didn't do that. It's just available for everyone day one. They know a large chunk of people that buy Switch 2s over the years are going to be Switch 1 owners. Also, it just increases the value of selling Switch 1 games to Switch 2 owners, because you're getting a better experience in handheld than you were on Switch 1. So it kind of increases that value as well and keeps those games evergreen on shelves. So I just think there's nothing negative you can really say about this. Even if you want to shit on the screen, like I've seen some people doing, that's fine. That still doesn't change that this is a good update. That's just bringing up an old talking point as if that matters today. Like, it can matter to you personally, but you were never playing Switch 2 anyways. People that complain about that. So I think when you guys are going to complain about the screen in the future, wait for a new model. We've been there. We've done that. The complaints are out there. We know. Nothing Nintendo can do about that right now until a new model comes out. So until then, them improving stuff like this is great. There's just no way. I've watched, I guess you call them grifters, haters, whatever you want to. I've watched them try to spin this, and the spin is backfiring because there's nothing. It's free. They didn't have to do it, and people love it. What, like, it's universally like. Let's just say, in the month of March so far has been the month of Nintendo wins, man.
Nate, what's the spin? What's even the spin?
Is, example. Well, you can't do it with the Switch 2 game, so who cares? That's one of the spins. And it's like, well, to run Switch 2 games in TV mode and handheld, you can do it. And when people eventually hack the Switch 2 and modify it, they'll upclock it to run like that in handheld mode. But it's Nintendo's number one concern with their handheld mode has always been battery life. Battery. And when you start hitting that battery with 20 watts of demand on the small capacity it already is, and you're doing that in handheld, you're getting less than an hour. And to Nintendo, that probably just is a no-no. When you do the boosted Switch 1 mode on for Switch 1 games, you're still getting your 2+ hours that they advertise. So that 1 hour is just not tenable to Nintendo, and it's also really bad on your battery to hit it with that much demand all the time. These batteries weren't built for that. It's not like a car battery that's built for high voltage. This wasn't built for that. This battery was built to be used the way it's currently used in handheld. Now, you could argue Nintendo could fix all of that and just go with a silicon carbon battery. But I don't need a $700 Switch. It's like, there's only like 3 phone companies that use that, and they don't make it for Switch. So to make it for Switch 2, it'd be custom ordered. So it's just going to make it more expensive. And I think silicon carbon is the future, but we're not going to see that. I mean, maybe. My hope is silicon carbon batteries have been widely adopted by the time Switch 3 comes around, and then maybe you could see some crazy 10,000 milliamp hour Switch 3, which would be sick. But that's not reality. Reality is we're still just sticking with some cheap lithium ions, and Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to kill the battery and shorten the battery life by hitting it that hard by running Switch 2 games that way. I don't know. That's my thought. So what do you guys think? Like, would you like to see Switch 2 games running in handheld as they can in docked mode? Have this apply across all games? Don't everyone talk at once.
I mean, obviously I would love to be in a scenario where it's peak performance across all ways of playing. Obviously battery is already limited on Switch 2, so the power issues are a real one. And obviously there's workarounds with that, with the power banks and different alternatives like that. But I don't know. I don't see this as a big drawback. I think it would be an excellent plus. Maybe for a Switch 2 Pro. I don't know. That's able to pack a little bit more juice into it. Make sure the battery's still going to hold out strong, boosting Switch 2 games in handheld mode. But I don't know. I think the bigger deal is the Switch 1 games here. Like you said, I think it's going to encourage more people to reach backwards or even backlog stuff. We all have a growing backlog, that it could be exciting way to go back and revisit that stuff. I don't know. I think it would be a good thing, but I don't think we're missing out right now at this stage.
What do you think, Noctis? You agree?
I think choices are good. So like if they put it in there, then that trade-off of battery life to performance is probably worth doing. It's kind of like jailbreaking your Switch 2, but Nintendo does it for you, right? Gives you the option of playing in handheld at that higher fidelity. There are certainly games that I would probably want to do that for, but for me, most of the games that I'm playing in handheld, I don't see a lot of problems. But if I came across one, then let's boot that up. So options are probably the best there, I would say.
Yeah, they would just have to, if they did do it one day, they would just have to put nice big red lettering just warning you like, hey, you're not going to get good battery life, but more than that, your battery, you're actually going to kill it faster. And hell, we might not even cover it under warranty if you use this mode. But if you want it, it's there.
Yeah, I guess that would be the thing. Is it going to overheat to the point of damaging for a Switch 2 game? Like, is it just going to be too much for it? I don't know.
Yeah. What do you think, Alyssa?
I don't really play in handheld mode too much. I do when I go on like vacation or if I'm going to spend like all day out somewhere, but I am like, I have the same mindset that like options are really good. And I do like that you can do this for other games, but I would rather have more gameplay time than my battery draining. So I personally don't really mind that the Switch 2 games aren't getting this benefit. I think it's awesome that the Switch 1 games are, because graphics are nice and everything, but the quality and clarity of the video, it matters more to me than like the graphics itself, if that makes sense.
Resolution.
So like if you're, resolution. Yeah. So if you're going from like the 720 to 1080, like that is much better to me than the better graphics or anything like that. So I like that they added it. I also don't think there's anything to complain about. I'm one of those people that you mentioned, like doesn't really play in handheld mode that often. I'm not complaining on the internet about it. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And I did see it. I just didn't test it out. I want to clarify that. So I did see all of the coverage of it. I just haven't done it myself.
Sure.
So I like what I've seen.
Cool. Eric, you want them to add this to Switch 2 games?
Honestly, I don't think I've hooked my dock up yet for my Switch 2. So I play.
He's total opposite.
Yeah. So it's one of those that honestly, I was having fun with the games the way they are. My eyes can't really tell a difference unless I'm going back and forth. So I didn't know, with the Switch 1 games, yeah, sure, it looks better, but I don't think the Switch 2 games look all that bad. So at this point, I don't really care. I think they're performing just fine. It down the road when things start to get a little bit, deeper and bigger gaming, then maybe putting some of this out to kind of help with that. might be a thing.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, Stash walked away, so that's fun. I was gonna go to him next on this one.
I'm gonna be
Birdman.
honest with you. I've got a quick question. Ever since you mentioned the thing about Xenoblade Chronicles, I upgraded a couple weeks ago for the Switch 2, and I'm now wondering, like, can I de-upgrade so that I can play boost mode?
I
don't think I can. I think I'm locked in now.
I think if you go into the data management, you might be able to delete the update. I
Okay.
think. Don't quote me. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I haven't tried
Just
to
to
delete
play
it.
on handheld, I guess. Like dock
Yeah.
mode would be fine, but I literally was like, I need to buy this update because I've got a big plane ride coming in about a month, and
Sure.
I'd really, oh man, that was not a worry on my table today.
Gamer, do you think they should add it to Switch 2 games? You're muted.
I already answered this. I was the first person you called on.
I know. The chat was gone.
I'll
so-
double down. I'll double down. I think it's a great thing to add. I think we'd all like to see it. Just like the ridiculousness of people already complaining about this update. I think it would be really weird to be like, no, I do not want this added to Switch 2 at all. It would just be odd.
Yeah.
I don't think we need it right now. Again, I think this is something that would be really cool with if we, we're getting longer cycles now for generations. They're not the 5 to 6 years anymore. They're bleeding into that 7 to 8, maybe even 9-year generations. So to me, this sounds like some sort of a Switch Pro thing or a Switch 2 OLED thing. I think it would be great to have. I think based on the current tech we have now, it would do a number on the battery. And again, you have options with power banks, etc. But I think for a Switch 2 Pro, I think this would be a really solid upgrade later on, probably when we maybe even need it more. As generations go on, games get a little bit more advanced. As developers get more comfortable with the hardware, we start to see prettier and more expansive worlds. I know that last year and a half of Switch, people were really feeling the strain of like, okay, we need some more juice under the hood because Switch is starting to show its age. So I don't know. This seems like maybe a second half of the generation update that would be kick ass, but I don't know. That's just where I stand.
Okay. Stash, what do you think? Do you think they should add boost mode to Switch 2 games?
So you want Switch 2 games to run the way they do docked in handheld mode?
That's what we're talking about at the moment,
Yeah, here's the thing. And we've talked about this before here on the podcast. There are games that run better in handheld mode. And that is one thing that is different from Switch 1. And it's because of that VRR. So what are we really going to get? We can't get 4K out of it or 1440p. That's a benefit of the dock. Obviously, the screen's 1080p. So
a lot of the resolutions on Switch 2 in handheld mode aren't native 1080p. They're upscaled from like 540. So you would get better image clarity and possibly higher frame rates.
For the frame rate, it would be cool. But again, there's some games that have better frame rate in handheld.
Well,
so
VRR, but you can have that VRR now with the higher frame rate ceiling of of the TV mode. Because I agree that like the differences between handheld and dot mode don't seem as extreme as they did on Switch 1. And obviously because of VRR not being supported in dot mode, at times it feels better in handheld.
Yeah.
But I do see some benefits because look, bottom line is there are some games that are just crisper and smoother. Games that have 120 FPS that only have it in dot mode and don't have it in handheld mode. And we know the handheld can do 120. So now increasing that would give you that 120 option. So I do think that it's that in some select cases it would be useful. But it's also one of those that like for how much it would kill your battery and everything in between, is it enough for Nintendo to be like, hey, let's just give people that option? I mean, look, options are never bad. Like if they ever gave the option, it's not like we're going to complain. It's still a universally good thing to add. but it's like it's not needed. Like the Switch One boost mode feels it's still not needed, but more essential.
Yeah. Look, options are good. They're always good. I know you mentioned earlier, maybe they give the option and say like, hey, if you use it, your warranties void it. I can never see them doing that.
Yeah, that's
because if someone,
thing,
if someone just, hits the toggle, activates the slider, suddenly that they don't have their warranty anymore. That would be a PR nightmare.
Mhm.
But I think if it's safe for the Switch 2, as far as overclocking is concerned, if there is any of that involved, then you can make it available and let the user decide if the juice is worth the squeeze. I mean, look, man,
Save it for a new model.
Yeah, no, I'm playing on TV, really, for the most part. So I don't play a ton of handheld. When I do, it's like getting ready for bed. There's times, even recently, where I'll go to bed and we're both playing our Switch, and suddenly it's like 3 a.m. I'm still playing, but I have it plugged in next to my bed. You know what I mean? So like battery is not a concern here either. And there's already a fix for the battery stuff. Obviously, I made a video on it. Genki makes a product for it now, but yeah, you just get a power bank and use a magnetic ring, and you're a-okay. Yeah, that's what I have for mine, and it's simple as that. So the battery stuff's not an issue. That's an easy fix if you really want to play handheld for an extended amount of hours. You could use a power bank and play it for like 10-15 hours straight if that's what you desire, and if you're not next to a power outlet. If you're in the middle of the woods and you're out in nature, but you don't want to enjoy the nature and you just want to play Switch 2 for like 15 hours, I mean, you could. Again, these are the things that worry people. This was people's worry in the lead up. If you guys remember, to Switch 2, people were losing sleep over. It's like, why? This happens with all handhelds.
All of them.
No handheld has perfect battery life, and there's an easy fix. If you want to put those worries to rest, buy a power bank. They're not expensive. End of story. Move on with your life.
Yeah, I got a sponsorship coming up with this cuck company. Literally,
What?
CUK. It's CUK. That's how you pronounce it. I did not come up
Are
with the
you
pronunciation. Yeah, it's in the official documentation.
All over faces.
It's not pronounced differently.
No.
Is it based out of America?
It's like
No.
kook.
They sell in America though. That said, 20,000 milliamp hour battery bank.
Something's not right here.
That's on sale on Amazon right now for like $22.
It's so
And
cheap
it
now.
does 45-watt charging. Supports Switch 2. Like that's an amazing deal. I paid like $60 like 6 months ago for 20,000.
Yeah. Easy, man. Easy fix. If that's what you want to do.
Mad at me. I didn't brand the brand, guys. Okay. And I gotta try not to laugh when I say the name in the sponsorship video.
I can't wait to see the sponsorship. Do you want me to make a commercial for it?
Dude.
The ideas are already
That'd be
flooding
awesome.
Dude, I kind of do. I mean, I can send you the document with the restrictions so you know what you can't do. And you tell me what you need from me. Yeah, it's a sponsorship I have. I just got the documentation for today, but I've had the battery bank for like a week. It's my primary battery bank now. Like it's fucking awesome. But yeah, that's the thing. Like it is cheap to get those battery banks. I know it's not a perfect solution, guys. Obviously, like even this, like when you attach the Genki one to the back or any other one that has like the magnet support, MagSafe support, it does add weight, and it's already a pretty weighty system. So I get that. And obviously there's some people with power banks, they just set them off to the side and run a cable. That's fine too. That's what Yulia's doing upstairs right now for a heating pad, right? Running a cable from a power bank. I don't know, guys. I think Switch 2 boost mode is really cool overall. I think it being available for Switch 2 games, I would never be mad about it, but I also probably wouldn't use it personally. Unless there's like a very specific. Like, I'm trying to think of a case where I would. Maybe like Star Wars Outlaws. That one does actually run better in dot mode. So like that one, that could be like an exception. And it would probably be like that at the high end AAA, like a GTA 6 if it ever came over. Yeah, I'm sure the dot mode's probably better. So I would probably like to run that in handheld if I could. But also, I can imagine GTA 6 in handheld, regardless of boosted or not, is going to kill the battery. But that's a game that I would refuse to even turn on in handheld without being hooked up to a power bank because I just know that game's going to cook.
Yeah.
And Crimson Desert might be a similar case as well. That we know that one's coming. Starfield today, we got a small update from Nate the Hate that it's still in active development, but they're having problems. But what's cool about it is he says cross your fingers because obviously when he's hearing they're having problems, he's also hearing it's still in development. So I hear that. I go, well, whatever problems they're having, they must think they can overcome it or they would have already canceled. And to be fair, that game had performance issues at launch on every platform. So we'll see if it has performance issues when it launches on PS5. I hope not, since the hardware is so similar to Xbox, but you never know. It's Bethesda.
Yeah.
We know what this engine are. We know. I don't know when they're gonna ever update it, when they're gonna ever get off this engine. Bethesda, I love your games, man, but I think it's time. It's been like 30 years. It's time for us to get a new engine. Something new built. You're under Microsoft's wing. Tell them you need a budget to build a new engine.
Yeah.
It's modern. Like Crimson Desert, they're using their own engine. Nintendo, they built a whole new engine for the Switch generation. These new custom engines are sometimes better than just rehashing old ones over and over. Anyways, that's a different conversation. I'm happy to hear Starfield is still coming. I don't really care that much about Starfield. I didn't like it that much when it came out, but I honestly think, guys, if you want a space game, No Man's Sky is the way to go right now. That game is very fleshed out with tons of content, and it's cheaper, and it also looks fantastic on Switch 2. But okay, so the second part of this topic, or really, I guess, topic 1.5, 1B, is DLSS 5, which is not a thing on Switch 2. Technically, nor is 4.5. There hasn't been any updates as far as we're aware to having a new version of DLSS on Switch 2. At least nothing that's been shared from the developer side yet. Now, to be fair, a lot of these things that get developed for the top end cards first. And to be fair, DLSS 5 isn't even out yet, right? Comes out this fall. They come down, trickle down the line, later. But I wanted to show DLSS 5 and just kind of get your guys' thoughts, because it basically only does one thing. One of those things is piss people off.
That's true.
So let's just watch and so it does this thing. What do they call it officially? I had it in the notes here. What do they call it officially? They call it a real-time neural rendering model that infuses pixels with photoreal lighting and materials. Apparently, how this works is entirely in the hands of game devs. So if you don't like the way it looks in this video, the bit in the video is like, hey, it ain't our fault. This is what the game devs did with it, not us. I don't know. I honestly don't know if this was like super easy for the game. Yeah, I'm sure the game devs implemented it, but also did they barely touch it and it just did this on its own? I don't know. We need a game dev to actually talk about how this functions to understand how much was their decision and how much is just what it does on its own. And then what does it say? Apparently, it's in the hands of game devs. That's according to NVIDIA, and it does not include any improvements to upscaling and the like. So basically, this entire update's about this one feature. 4.5 had the improvements to upscaling. 5 is literally just about this and nothing else. And I find that interesting because you see things like this. Like Requiem's one that obvious to us as Switch 2 owners because we have it. And when I see this happen, this is just my personal take. When I see the update here, this does not look natural to me. This is a very low light setting in rain. And there's all these skin highlights that just wouldn't exist in natural lighting. in this type of light? So I don't know. Like, first off, just overall, do you guys even like what you're seeing here? Let's just start with that. Let's get a baseline on how we're feeling about DLSS 5. This has been a huge thing on the internet the last 24 hours. And we got to talk about it because guess what? There's always that small chance it comes to Switch 2. So let's start with the professor.
Oh
Professor
gosh, me first. Oh
Professor
Lord.
of video games over there. Do you even like what's going on here? Do you like what it's doing to the games?
Oh man. So I like the idea of giving developers new tools that are going to expedite some things. I am concerned about, first of all, everything kind of looking a little bit samey eventually. A lot has been said about the AI filter, right? And it's not really an AI filter, but my concern is that are all of the games going to really evoke that same art style, and it's going to take away integrity from the artists? And so what happens to artistry? Is it really in the hands of the artists, or when we say that the developers are knowledgeable of this, or is it really just the boardroom deciders? Right. And that would be my concern. How is the artistry still maintaining its own integrity? But I like the exploration of new technologies. The first iteration is never the last iteration, and that is a comforting thing, I think. Because what is it going to look like in 5 years? But I think that the conversations we're having right now are important for getting us there. I guess that's my take. I'm curious and cautious.
Okay. Alyssa.
So like I kind of mentioned a little bit before how I care more about like resolution over graphic fidelity. So this is kind of like meh to me. I feel like certain images, like especially with Grace, she doesn't really look like her. And I haven't played Resident Evil 9, but apparently that's not really how her character is portrayed. She looks like they're making her look more like a supermodel with that kind of upscaling rather than this like awkward girl.
It reminds me of the AI when like people tell Grok on X, hey, make the girl look beautiful.
Yeah. Like some of the characters like Leon, like his looks nicer. Like he just looks like a little cleaned up, a little more detail. If it's adding a little bit to what the developers already created, I don't really have a problem with that. But once it starts adding more things, and then you brought up a good point with the lighting, that lighting would not have made sense in that kind of area. Like, it was very dark there, and it looked like she had a spotlight on.
Yeah, it looked like studio lights. I'm like,
yeah,
that's not realistic. Like this is photorealistic lighting that doesn't exist in that game, in that spot. Like that's not the lighting of that scene. The scene is dreary and drab because it's raining.
Yeah. But I love cartoons, as you can see. So like the realistic graphics don't really matter to me. But it is a little scary, the AI stuff with the AI with the art is where I'm kind of like I don't like that. The AI to help with like small things like coding or maybe just adding a little bit more detail that they can't quite get with the tools they have, that I don't really have an issue with. But once we start messing with like human creativity, I don't like it.
Yeah, there was one thing I noticed too on like the soccer scene with the one player celebrating. I don't know if I can really capture very well, but when he was celebrating, like there was like one of the stadium lights, right, shining off one of his like spots on his forehead. Sure, that happens, but then as he's moving around, it moves with his head, which is not realistic. I played sports. It does, when you're moving around, it doesn't just stay in that one spot on your head and move around with you. The light is stationary, your face isn't, so it still isn't even realistic. It's like it's literally, to me, it just feels like telling Grok to beautify things. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that those results are always bad. Like if you like what AI does to make people look more beautiful or more photorealistic or whatever, then you're probably really loving what you see here. Like I think it's very obvious that if you love that, this probably looks baller to you. And I think in some cases, like there was the one with the Harry Potter and her face. Obviously, it made her have more wrinkles. No, if you look, those wrinkles are there in the other one. But then why do you
They
see
added
it?
like depth to it.
It added depth, and it's because of the photorealistic lighting. But then again, look around the scene. Where the fuck is that light coming from? That's the problem. It's not photorealistic if that lighting doesn't exist in the game already. Like, no one has a light right here, except like content creators. And
We do.
yeah, we do. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, this shading on my face, this is not what it looks like when I'm normally walking around. This is a studio light hitting me. That's not what natural lighting in a video game looks like. So it's very, very interesting. And then even like when it can look like that, that's when like you're glaring basically at the sun, dude. They're squinting. Then if you're gonna make that be a bright face because of the sun, then you better show them squinting or wearing sunglasses, because then that's also not realistic. Like, to me, I obviously am not a huge fan of this. I'm not saying it can't get better, and obviously, as tech goes, it gets better over time. So they could fix some of this stuff over time. But, and I get that maybe if NVIDIA's trying to wash their hands of it, yeah, maybe they're being honest. I don't know. NVIDIA likes to say a lot of bullshit when they're on stage. Maybe they're being honest, and all the things we saw were because the devs chose for it to be that way. I don't know. But, and it's hard to get mad at the devs if they think this looks good and this is what they want their game to look like. Like, okay, I mean, they're the developers. If that's what they think the game should look like or what these characters should look like, cool. But I play, like, Resident Evil is the one that really gets me, because I played that and I'm putting time into that, and I'm like, dude, this like takes away from the feel of the game. And it makes all these things, all these games they showed, like they showed FIFA, they showed Harry Potter, they showed Resident Evil, and I know all these games they showed go for a more realistic art style, but even within those games there's a little nuance in the style of the game, and this just made them all look the same. I like took away the art style. But that's my take. Eric, what are you thinking? I know you love AI, so
totally love AI. No, I gotta do this for a second here.
Uh-oh. He's prepared.
Oh God, I gotta shout out to Gamer Ran X for this beautiful freaking thumbnail.
What do we got here?
That's pretty good.
That's actually really good.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's the beautifier, please.
Right. So, I mean, there's parts of it that I like. I mean, but at the same point in time, it just, man, like you said, it just doesn't feel natural. The face shapes and stuff like that, really great. They do kind of look human, real life human-esque, but the lighting, the other kind of way things do, you know how AI fucks up things with humans. You can definitely tell it's AI. So that's the shitty part. They got the bases down, and it will only get better from here, because this is the beginning of it. And once they keep training and training and training, it will get better. As much as I hate AI in this situation, yeah, it's going to get better eventually. So it's here to stay. That's the shitty part.
Yeah. Gamer, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I hate this. I'll be honest. And like I talk a lot about on the show things that I think people blow up or make too big of a deal on or don't really matter. This one I don't like at all. I think it looks terrible personally. I think it looks like all those examples in that footage to me look like uncanny versions of the characters. And and sorry, I was distracted by the goober on the screen.
Oh my God. I was trying not to look. I'm like, what is he showing?
I know. Yeah, it sucks to me. And like what it does, or at least in these examples, is it's trying to take these animated characters and make them look more photorealistic. And I know part of this is going to be just based on personal preference. Like Alyssa here, you guys all know on the podcast that I'm not the biggest graphics person. Like it actually ranks very low on the totem pole for what's important to me in a video game. And I have a much stronger appreciation for interesting art styles. It's one of the reasons why Wind Waker has my favorite Zelda art style of all time. It was super unique and ahead of its time and still looks stunning today. And there's tons of examples of games like that, like Okami, or games like the new Yoshi that's hand-drawn, that are beautiful games that are going to age flawlessly. I really appreciate that sort of thing. And I'm not saying it has to look cel-shaded or cartoony, but there is a look, even with games that maybe have what might be considered a more photorealistic look, like, you know, the newly released Crimson Desert. Like, that's a game that, yeah, it has more realism than Wind Waker per se, but it also still has an art style that doesn't look like I'm looking out my window, you know, at the mountains, or looking at water in real life. I don't want real life. I don't want my video games looking like the real world that I see and experience every day. I want to have fun in these more vibrant, stylized, and creative worlds that are being created by these brilliant minds in the industry. So I personally don't like it. I also don't like the idea of, you know, Noctis kind of mentioned, like, interfering with the artist. I hate the thought of that, and obviously things are moving in that direction in a lot of ways. But when, you know, if you asked me 2 generations ago, let's say, you know, PS3, the Wii generation, ways that I thought AI would have benefited the industry, it was never in how to make games look more realistic or characters look more like living humans. It wasn't about how AI could write our scripts and write our dialogue for us. All the things that I don't like, it was, how can AI enhance NPC personalities and make them more immersed in the world and react to the things that you're doing in the game? And for me, that's a use of AI that I think could really help out devs a lot. You know, we talk about games, you know, we're talking about Bethesda, games where there's characters on schedules and stuff. And these worlds and cities, like in Cyberpunk or Fable that's coming up, ways that they can use artificial intelligence to enhance NPC interaction with the world and with you as a character. And, you know, we've been given the promise in the past of a narrative that changes based off of your actions and your decisions. This is a really cool way that I think AI can help developers as a tool. I don't want it looking like an uncanny photo that was generated on ChatGPT. It looks weird. And yeah, there's probably going to be people who think this looks way better, that it looks more realistic. But you got to ask yourself if at the end of the day, like, a full product, you know, being designed with this in mind, and knowing that the way AI works, at least right now, is that it pulls from sources. You know, you mentioned, Noctis, about everything kind of looking the same, not just, you know, going beyond just visuals. Like, what about, you know, using it in development and how games feel, how games play? Like, are we going to be getting a lot of like weird copyright infringement, everything pulling from the same sources? Yeah. So I don't know. It's weird. It's unfortunate. I know AI, like, you know, I don't know if there's going to be a big AI crash, or how long it's here to stay, or at what capacity, or if it's been overpromised or underpromised. A lot of that's yet to be seen in the grand scheme of things. My hope is that this doesn't hurt the industry, and instead, you know, when things settle down, instead becomes just a tool to make game development stronger, maintaining that creative direction. And I hope we see a lot of beautiful, unique and original ideas, because I'll tell you right now, the things that Miyazaki from Software is creating, those designs, you're not going to see stuff at that level in lore at that level from AI, at least not in the next, you know, 10, 15, at least not the next couple generations, or what's ever left of console generations. So yeah, that's my thoughts. I don't like it.
Gamebird, you brought up something really, really interesting as far as like the NPC behaviors and stuff, and it really strikes me like in at Alabama, every professor has to have an AI usage policy to make sure that our students are actually doing the work and all that stuff. But part of what we are being encouraged to do is to help them not only learn the content of the class, but to learn how to intellectually, academically create prompts that are going to produce something unique and something of their own thing. And so it makes me curious. Is it possible, and I don't know enough about NVIDIA or about DLSS in general, but it makes me curious, in the hands of developers and particularly artists, how much they can actually program into this to create prompts that are going to pull back something that's more integral to their artistic vision. And if we start to think of DLSS as maybe a platform to program for, a language to kind of make unique to your game, I wonder what it would look like. Do they start programming the personalities of NPCs? Do they program how lighting works within that? Is it almost like a replacement for the engine that they might have been using? I just don't know, but I wonder if that is the next step.
Yeah, I mean, I think having like a specific engine design, like an AI designed to work with a specific engine instead of just a generic across the board, definitely would probably be better. And we probably would see less of what we just saw that has that, well, in my opinion, uncanny kind of look to it. But yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. It's an interesting point.
Stash, what are you thinking?
Well, first off, I think we all need to like remember that this is a demonstration.
Sure.
And this is a blanket demonstration of the technology and what it is capable of. This isn't a demonstration of how the developers would have used it. Okay. I think everyone's not here on the podcast, just in general, has kind of failed to see that point. Is that Capcom didn't create this for them. This is just a blanket thing to show you what it could do. Going further into that, I know there's been a lot of discussion about having control over the lighting. There's more control there. I've read into this. I've been following it closely because it is very interesting to me, and it's a huge part of not just the gaming industry, but our futures, all of ours.
Sure.
And they do have control over more things like the geometry. They have direct control over it. They have control over the prompts. I mean, it's a tool. You figure out how to use the tool. It's not figuring it out for you. Obviously, it's going to do what you tell it to do. And if you don't like it, you say, okay, I need you to change this now. Keep this, change that. You did good here, but fix this part. That's how it works. AI is the modern day calculator. That's so, obviously in school, in math class, what do we always say? It's going to use a calculator anyways. What do I need to learn this for if I'm just going to use a calculator? Well, much of life now is that. And it's happened in doses. You guys look at when we were growing up, I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, and you went to the library to do your research project. We've talked about this, and you had to hope that your encyclopedia or whatever resources you were going to be using for your paper, whatever you're going to be citing, weren't already checked out by somebody else. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a big boost. I think it was in like 94, 95 with Encarta. I don't know if you guys remember Encarta, the encyclopedia. I had that. I used it to do my state report in 5th grade on Idaho. I got stuck with Idaho. I didn't pick it. I was out sick for a week. Playing video games, of course. Nonetheless, we had that, and then came the internet, Google, right? We had Lycos back in the day. Ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves. Oh my God.
Classic, right? But as time went on, more and more technology came out when we got Google, and the answers are all there. Whatever it is in this lifetime that you want to learn, you can learn it. All you have to do is get on your phone now. When we were growing up, you had to be sitting in front of a desktop computer, on a CRT monitor. Now you can be on your laptop, you can be on your phone. Information, quite literally, it is at your fingertips now. And then now you don't even have to know how to search. You can literally just ask AI. So this is the next step. Okay. And again, what are we in 2026? I remember talking about this at Loan Depot, and it was during our monthly awards. So there's probably like 700-800 people there. I'm on the microphone and I'm talking about AI to everybody. And I had a few people after that it totally hit with, and they get it and they knew what was coming. And then there was a lot of people that thought Steve's crazy. I'm like, you'll see. You'll see. Come talk to me in 5 years. We'll see where we're at. Okay. Here we are. There's quite a few channels I follow. But you guys know Andre Carpathius does a lot of stuff on AI. It's on Twitter, on YouTube. He was the director of AI at Tesla. He was on the founding team for OpenAI, and he's got a PhD at Stanford. That's what I'm looking at right here. Got 1.9 million followers on X. He did a live stream that I was watching, and it was a U.S. job market visualizer live stream, and it was about how many jobs, how many occupations, okay, right now that are going to be impacted by AI. And he used a research tool that visualized 342 occupations from the Bureau of Labor Statistics Occupational Outlook Handbook. Okay, so straight from the source, and covered 143 million jobs across the U.S. economy. And I won't get into all the details of it, but everything I've been talking about. And again, I'm not out there preaching it, because honestly, this goes over a lot of people's heads as well. And, they don't know what they don't know. Just like when the internet came out. What's an email? I'll never use that. It's okay. Trust me, you will. But here we are. And the amount of jobs that are going to be impacted. This isn't the only thing I watch. I get sources from everywhere. But life as we know it is going to change, is my point. And to circle this back to video games, the direction it's going in is the direction it's going in. It's not turning around. No one's going to put up a stop sign and say, wait, there's some people on the internet that don't like this. Are you sure you want to do this? That's not how it's going to work. Professor Noctis, you brought up a good point, which was in my points as well, is that, again, I mentioned earlier, this is a tool. It's up to the developer how to use it. But if this can improve development times, if it can reduce it, which I believe it will, this is a great thing. Okay. Now, do I have to like how Grace looks in this blanket presentation? Because that's what it is. It's a blanket presentation. Okay. No one at Capcom created this. Again, whether I like the way Grace looks or don't, it doesn't matter, because they didn't create it. This is just simply what it's capable of. Okay. Some of the blanket presentations, the lighting looked better. I think the one where it was around all the trees, they did some things there, but you can adjust that. You want to turn it down 50%, you can do that. And you can do it to your liking instead of spending hours, days, weeks fine tuning it. You can have AI do it for you. that is something that will decrease development time. So that's a W. So look, this isn't a hill that I will go die on. And I would recommend that nobody goes and dies on any hills about this, because this is where we're going. This is where we're at. It's not going to change. Michaela, she works in mortgage. I worked in mortgage, and they're required to use AI. My cousin Jim works in mortgage at another company. He's required to use AI. My brother John, he works in mortgage. He was required to use AI. Okay. When I was at Loan Depot I was working here in Arizona, but with our team here in AZ, California, and India. And a lot of the training materials and the guides that we were creating for the team in India to train them was then going to be used for AI. We knew that. Now, did I like that? Of course not. I don't like that. I don't like being a part of it. But if I don't do the job, somebody else is going to do it and collect my paycheck. That's the fact of the matter. This is how it is. And so I did it, obviously. And there's a lot of people that are faced with that every day. I think I read something recently. I forget which development studio it was, or if it was Microsoft. But all these people were basically working to have their job replaced. They were writing all the stuff for AI, and they were all laid off. So they trained their successor. There's a lot of companies that are doing that right now. But if you look at the big picture, though, from going to the library to getting Encarta to getting the internet, starting with Ask Jeeves, Lycos, all that stuff, to Google, where we are today, and now to AI. If you do any Google search, you get a Google AI rundown now. And I check it, right? Because I want to see too if it's right. Like, I'll go through it. Sometimes it's not perfect. Most of the time it's right. But it's only going to get better. This DLSS 5 is only going to get better when it gets in the hands of developers and they're actually creating games from the ground up using this tool. That's going to be a positive, because they're using it from the ground up and you're creating it exactly how you want it to look. It's going to be a new skill set, right? The developers are going to have to learn on how to talk to AI. It's no different than training an employee. It really isn't, if you look at it that way. And you're going to just have to learn how to do that. And then it's going to take so much time off of development. And it's going to start getting these numbers back in line. But again, this was 250-90s? Who's running 250-90s? What console is going to be running something like that? You know what I'm saying? How long is it going to take to get there? This is a glimpse into the future, because this is not a reality for most people. That's where I'm at with this.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
All right. Oh, cool. I think that kind of runs the gambit on like this conversation, because like the DLSS 5, the bottom line is we haven't seen game developers do anything with it yet. So it's kind of just if Nvidia is the one that implemented this all on the games, which they very well could have, they could have just did a really poor job. They don't have access to the source code. So it literally, like, it's funny because on their video they say, important to note with this technology, game developers have full detailed artistic control over DLSS 5's effects to ensure they maintain their game's unique aesthetic. The SDK includes things like intensity, color grading, masking off places where the effect shouldn't be applied.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a filter, although obviously it looks like one in the way they presented it, probably because if NVIDIA did this, they're not the developers. It probably kind of was a filter in how they did it. Because again, they don't have access to the source code. They can't fundamentally change the game, so they're just applying it on top of what's already there, which that's a filter. And I think they put this up because they knew people would react that way. But then it's like, well, my thing is, this doesn't come out till fall. Okay, if I was NVIDIA and this doesn't come out till fall, why wouldn't you work one-on-one with a developer to use it first and then present it with what they do with it? I think that would have been much, hopefully, still could end up with the same result in the end. I don't know. But I think that would have ended up going over much better. Because the way they presented it is not great. And then all the people that were there in person to see the demos, they saw the same thing. And it wasn't great. So it's like, I would have preferred that they would have just waited to announce this until they had worked with someone to actually put it in a game and then see it in action. But I know NVIDIA doesn't always work that way. Jensen likes to announce things way too early. Is what it is. And it says it inputs the game's color and motion vectors for each frame into the model, anchoring the output in the source 3D content. So again, it's just one of those things where until I see it in action, I don't like what they showed so far. I think what they've done with it for most of the instances does not actually look very good. I know other people disagree, and that is totally fine. Everyone has their own preferences. But I want to see how an actual game developer uses it. Obviously, for me, guys, with DLSS, my biggest thing is the upscaling, the improved frame rates, the improvements to ray tracing. Those are the things I actually like about DLSS. But DLSS does other things like frame generation. And now this frame generation, as far as we're aware, isn't supported on Switch 2, although there was one developer. We haven't had an update since, but one developer saying they were trying to use frame generation on Switch 2. I don't know if it's because it can do it or they were hoping it could do it. I have no idea. It was like an indie dev saying it. So we haven't had an update on that since. And then for this, I don't like, in terms of this tech, I don't know if this tech's ever coming to Switch 2. Okay. I don't know how it works. I don't know how intensive it is. I don't know if it's something they could downport to lower end hardware, because the bottom line is we haven't seen this run on anything yet. So like if this comes out and it runs on like a 2060, well, at that point, yeah, maybe it could come to Switch 2. But we haven't seen what it's all going to be on. And if it's only 5,000 series exclusive feature, then it's like, well, okay, then this isn't even going to be relevant for Switch. It would be relevant for overall gaming, especially on PC, because we already figure the next hardware from PlayStation and Xbox is going to be AMD again, so they won't have this tech. But it will be interesting to see if it ends up being able to run on low-end hardware. I know there's been some faint hopes, which, again, we don't have confirmed yet, that some of the improvements to 4.5, which 4.5 was definitely a upscaling improvement. I know there's a lot of hope that some of that trickles down the stack and gets to Switch 2. And we'll see. Julia was shocked today. So she was trying to help me come up with podcast topics, which is really weird because she doesn't follow video game news at all. And all she was quoting me was a bunch of stories I would put in my video today. I'm like, oh, thanks for helping me out. Finish out my video today. I had stories I need to cover. And then she's like, did you know that there was an analyst yesterday that projected that Switch 2 would hit 80 million sales and become market leader in 2028? I'm like, yeah, doesn't surprise me. Okay. Like, sounds about right. Sounds about what it's pacing for at the moment anyways. I don't know if it's going to keep pacing like this, but sure. Yeah, that makes sense. She's like, dude, that's crazy. I'm like, yeah. Did you know Switch 1 sold 155 million? She's like, wait, what? Because she doesn't pay attention to any of this. And she's like, they're using that NVIDIA crap you talk about, right? No one else is using it. I'm like, no, not no one else. PC gamers are using it, but no other console is using it. She's like, well, dude, what are these developers doing? They got to get on this shit. So it's like maybe the popularity of Switch 2 will lead to the NVIDIA being like, maybe we should try to get some of this stuff running on the platform that more people will be using it. When I say more people, I know PC gaming's bigger. But it will be interesting. PC gaming, you have options. Not everyone's using NVIDIA, especially. Have you seen the price of like a 5060? Jesus Christ. Like, it's priced out of consumers, normal consumers. Like, it just is what it is.
Yeah, that's why this is a future thing.
I hope it comes down the stack.
5090s.
Yeah, I hope it comes down the stack to people who already own current GPUs, because like this is, I don't know when the prices are going to get better thanks to AI. That's the funny thing, is it's an AI thing that they need AI hardware, or they need hardware to use, and then also we can't afford the hardware to use the fucking tool.
You know what? At one point I wanted to make that I forgot. I wrote this down. It's with the Resident Evil presentation. I wrote that if Resident Evil Requiem came out right now, and what we saw in the NVIDIA presentation was all we knew, like it was a Resident Evil Requiem trailer from Capcom, is our first time seeing it. Everybody would think it looks great. Everybody. I would put my house on that. Everybody would say it looks amazing. But because we already know what it looks like, and they're doing a comparison, everyone is upset and up in arms about it. But if all we knew was what we just saw, everyone would think it looks great. And to me, that's what's funny about all of this.
Okay. Cool. Well, we'll get to the Q&A stuff. We'll do the Fantasy Critic towards the end of the show. I don't know how long our guests are going to stay for, but I do know we have a question for Professor Noctis. I'm going to get this question out of the way.
Oh.
Deals with education.
Oh, boy.
So, Demonic Brawler, have you ever used the Resident Evil franchise to educate your students on the hidden agenda of corporate pharmaceutical companies?
That is a very specific, and it's outside of the scope of my personal research, but I have used Resident Evil in class before, mainly for a psychology of fear and playing through and feeling those emotions and stuff. But
that's awesome.
That'd be interesting, though. I should share that with public
I need
health.
to go enroll in Alabama. Just do virtual courses. I'll just
We have
video
a good
it.
time. We have a good time.
Oh, man. Good question. I know he was making a game reference. I understand that, but it is cool that like it brought up the fact that no, he actually has used Resident Evil in teaching. That's awesome. Daza Does Games said, I'm working on a video of top 10 Switch 2 games I've missed. So that could be a topic. What's the one Switch 2 game you wish to have played so far, and why did you miss it? Ooh, that's a very good question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone want to go first on this one? Like, anyone got a game right at the top of their head? I'm sure those games Stash has missed just because of his review schedule that he wishes he would have played on Switch 2. I'll try to go first. Because I'm in a game buying freeze right now. Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined. Wish I would have played that on Switch 2 right now, but now it's going to be backlogged forever. Don't know if I'm ever going to get around to it now.
I mean, Switch 2's been out for 9 months. You know, I'm not willing to say I've missed anything. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't miss until you say I'm not going to play it, right? Yeah, then it counts as a miss. But if you're still planning to play it and you have all intentions to play it, then you really haven't missed anything. So
well, you have a busy schedule. So some of the games that you quote unquote haven't played yet but want to, will you truly get around to it as more games keep getting added? That's what you got to think about.
Well, you already know the answer, and yes, I will get around to it.
There you go.
I have obligations. I need to.
See, Stash says,
"Fuck." I was provided a review code. I will review it.
Yeah,
some of these games are massive.
He's saying, "Fuck the backlog." What backlog? Playing it all.
Yeah. Look, without getting into all of that, because that is how I view it. But if there's a game that's like released already that I still need to play, you could say Trails in the Sky. I was given a review code for that. I have it.
That's a good pick.
And obviously, Second is coming out in the fall. So it's gonna happen because I'll be playing that before second comes out. So it'll be played soon, in due time. But yeah, that'd probably be one that there are times where there's just so much coming out, and I can only do so much. Like I am slammed through like June, July.
You say that. I think you're just always going to be slammed because more games are going to get announced. Like I just think because you're a game reviewer and you're doing it full time, like you literally will never not be slammed. Like if you weren't already dedicated to the show and I got a hold of you now to try to join the show, I don't even know if you'd have the time to do it.
I don't know if I would either. And just sometimes they're crazier than others. There's weeks where there's and you guys know this, where I've had 2 or 3 embargoes on the same day. I'm like, why can't we spread this out, man?
They're not worried about you, the reviewer.
I know, but they should be, because you got to look at the human factor too.
Well, I get that, but they don't consider you as an individual because there's outlets that have multiple people who do.
Well, I know, but look at Crimson Desert. Did people have enough time? Did they have enough time with it, or did they rush it?
Well, the problem too with Crimson Desert
is going to hurt you for a long time now because people put too much weight in those numbers.
It's
they obviously rushed.
I know
they should have gave the review codes out probably like, and I don't know if it would have been possible. I don't know when the game went gold, but like they should have almost had 3 months.
I know when it went gold.
When did it go gold?
The day it went gold, I can look in my email. The day it went gold, I emailed Jason over at what do you call it? Pearl Abyss. Like, hey, the game's gold. When are we doing review codes? Because I know how massive this game is because we all played it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the more time, the better. And it was interesting. The game went gold, but my belief would be that, it's gold as far as they're making the disc now, but it was going to be patched up until the last minute. And so it's gold. They were able to put out a press statement and make sure they continue to get those pre-orders coming in. Vote of confidence by it going gold, but really they were working on it till the very end. And that's why console review codes didn't go out.
Yeah, I think it's a game that needs like 3 months.
Yeah. It's not worth it.
It's not the only thing you're playing for 3 months. It doesn't have to be. But it's like if you want realistically good reviews where people put in the time, they don't feel like they have to rush through it because it's a game that can't be rushed.
Can't.
Like a lot of those low review scores, a lot of them are just complaining about the controls and they're so hard to get a hold of. I'm like, yes, as a game reviewer, they're going to be very hard because you're swapping between games.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a game that requires dedication and time to learn the systems, to put in, to not rush, because rushing is how you fuck yourself in a game that's got this many mechanics.
Yeah.
People were crazy. Like, oh, look, they got the gliders. Dude, I didn't know we could do any of that fucking shit till a week ago when they showed it in the video. It's like, that's even more complex mechanics on top. So there's a lot to learn.
It's like when you build something, right? Like a piece of furniture from IKEA, say, and you get so far, and then you found out that, oh shit, where does this go to? Oh my God, I didn't do this at all. I have to go back and figure out how to do this now. That's how it is with the training, though, in this game. Like if you skip any trainings and then you don't do something, it's going to come back to bite you, and you're going to have a poor experience. We all talked about this, but I was talking to my friend Blake earlier today before the reviews came out. I said, look, Crimson Desert's PR manager has been quite vocal on X about the lack of handholding and how this game isn't meant to do that. They designed it that way on purpose. Said, so when you read and watch reviews, you should be able to discern the reviewers who gave it a bad score because they simply weren't up to the task. Because there's a lot that just aren't going to be up to the task. So it's not just the time thing. It's also the ones that, bro, where's my yellow paint? How am I supposed to know you're supposed to climb?
Oh,
that?
the yellow paint.
But the thing is that
Was that Assassin's Creed for that one? I can't remember.
Well,
It's
that's-
Ubisoft games, I think.
that's the
Resident
hand-holding stuff.
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Final
Yeah,
Fantasy.
there's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot that do
Rebirth,
it, and I think subconsciously we don't notice that because that's what we've been given. And you play the game and you don't think twice about it. But as soon as it's gone, that's when you notice. And that's when people start throwing their hands up, especially game reviewers. You know, we all kind of know the sentiment when it comes to game reviewers. If we're being honest, the sentiment around the hardcore gamers is that they're not very good at games. It's true. I see it all the time in my comments. So yeah, that's why we knew this game was going to be reviewed a certain way, man. Also, IGN updated their thing. They said if they were going to give it a score right now, they'd give it a 6.
Yeah, but they're not right now.
IGN, I think Spain and India gave it a 6.
Sure.
A lot of outlets that look. I always notice these trends that happen with these outlets. There's certain ones that review games like this very similar, and they continue to dish out really low scores. They're all the same outlets that keep doing it. And so it was no surprise when I saw the scores. I'm like, oh man, yeah, these guys they're burnt out, man. They're burnt out on gaming. I retire. People are going to lose jobs, man, because you're tired. And you gave the game a bad score because you're tired, or you weren't up to the task. And now these people are going to get laid off. That's actually the big picture of it.
Sure.
If you think about that, because you weren't up to the task, man.
And I'll tell you guys, as of tomorrow, my answer to this question will be Crimson Desert. Yes, I also will not be playing that game for a very long time, or maybe not ever, because of my game buying freeze.
Well, there's no Switch 2 version yet, though.
I know, but Kiwi Talks is in the chat. He said it's coming, so
Fair enough. I don't have an answer to this question really, because kind of like Stash said, like we're so early in Switch 2's life cycle. I feel like I've played at least from like the Switch exclusive point, I've played everything. Not all the way through, but I've played everything. Your Mario Karts, your DK Bonanzas, your Kirby Air Riders, your Pokemons, all that good stuff. So if I had to say anything right now, I'd probably there's probably 2.
Dragon Drive.
They're both third party. I don't feel like I missed the boat on that one. But I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying I don't feel like I missed the boat on that one. The 2 games that come to mind are both third-party titles that I really want to play. I just don't know when I'm going to get around to playing them, just because there's so much to play right now. It's stupid. And Pocopia has taken an ungodly amount of my time away, surprisingly, for someone who's like, as I said last week, cozy curious. I'm not really the cozy player. I'm not the anti-cozy player. So I would pick Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, like Nate. And then as a secondary game, one that I really want to get around to, I just don't know when, that I feel like I've missed for the time being, would be Monster Hunter Stories 3. Both those games. And they're both big games. Yay.
Massive.
We need more 20-hour games, guys. We need more of those.
More Resident Evils.
Yeah, when I see some people bummed that RE9, I think people were clocking anywhere from like 8 to 12 hours on that game, and they were bummed about it. Like I feel just like a sense of relief and like thank God.
Same.
And I miss the age of like the average game being anywhere between 8 and 25 hours. I miss that age. And like a 30-hour wonderful RPG with no fat and a killer storyline, great combat system. I'm here for it. I'm ready. I know Stash, who's living in review mania, is probably ready for some more epics within that ballpark range. So yeah,
dude.
those are the 2 I've missed so far, and I just don't know when I'm going to get to them.
Eric, you got one?
Yeah. Oh God. Kirby Air Raiders. I played the demo. A lot of fun. Just backlog and trying to catch up with games like that. That's the reason why I haven't bought it.
Okay. Alyssa.
I'm in the same boat as Gamebird and Stash, where it's like I didn't necessarily miss it yet. I'm gonna get to it. There's just so many games to play. But if I had to pick two, they're both third-party games, and they've both been out for like years now. Assassin's Creed Shadows and Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Good pick.
Do you see it's on sale? Or do you
What,
already
Final
have it?
Fantasy?
Yeah, I posted
both?
on X thing yesterday. It's on sale on the eShop for like I think $23.99.
Oh, okay. I saw it's on sale for $30 on Walmart's website. When I was looking at games real quick, I'm like, what are all the games that are out? Because I know I'm going to get to them eventually. just trying to look real quick.
30 for the key card. And then, 20, I think $23.99 it was. I was like, damn, that is really good. But, they need you to buy that. So you are compelled to buy Rebirth here in June, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Rebirth does look more interesting to me personally, just because it doesn't look like it takes place in the city as much, or at least, the environments look way more diverse and I don't know. I'm more excited for that one, but I feel like I have to play Final Fantasy. I get them mixed up. Is it Remake is out now and Rebirth is what's coming? Okay, all right.
I spent over 200 hours on Rebirth on PS5, and I loved literally every minute of it. Yeah, get the gameplay, the characters, the story, the soundtrack is just so
the mini games.
Don't
forget the mini games that a lot of people complained about. Guys, Queen's Blood deserves
so good.
You know how Gwent exploded and got its own game? Queen's Blood needs that. Am I right?
That's the mobile game that Square Enix should be putting out.
Absolutely.
We would all be playing it.
Queen's Blood.
Yes.
They need it.
That's one mini game, right, that I never wanted to end. I was hoping there would be more to it. I mean, it's going to be in part 3. That's been confirmed, which is great.
Thank God.
Yeah, dude, I literally I remember telling Michaela about it, and she knows too. She's seen me play mini games like Assassin's Creed Shadows. There's like button pressing mini games.
Sure.
Assassin's Creed has always had a lot of these mini games too. I think it was Valhalla had some sort of dice game. I forget what it was, but it was actually really fun. But man, I was telling her, I was like, babe, I would literally buy a full game if it was just this, which is so weird, but I totally would. It's that good.
I want a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth party game.
Yeah,
I think it would be amazing.
They've got the rhythm game in there. They've got the tower defense.
And then part 3 with snowboarding. Let's throw that in DLC for the party game.
Right?
There you go.
Good picks though. By the way, I was gonna say I'm playing AC Shadows. I'd put in, I think it was 82 hours on PS5. I held on to that review because I'd said it's coming to Switch too, and it did. And then transfer that save over. I've been chipping away at it at night. I don't want to give away my review, but I will say that it's damn good on Switch too. Like, I am thoroughly impressed. I'll just leave it at that.
Very good.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Professor, did you give it one?
So first of all, everybody should play Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. It's really good. Like,
I know.
It's really good. But for me, I'm kind of the same boat as everybody. I haven't really missed anything as far as exclusives are concerned. But one thing that is on my backlog is the DLC for Donkey Kong Bonanza. And I just, when I rolled credits on that, I was like, let me take a break. There are other games, let me go. But that, I always want to go back. And I was listening to Nintendo music the other day, and the DK Bonanza soundtrack came on. I was like, man, I got to get back in that world. So Emerald Isle or whatever may be the reason I go back.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's get to our next stuff here. Just we had a quick 5 gifted here from Demonic Brawler over on ThunderStash channel. Thank you so much for that. Demonic Brawler also wanted to make sure he congratulated co-host of the year, Gamebird. I don't know. See, I don't know why Stash just went like this. Like he won co-host of the year.
Nah, I'm cheersing to him.
Oh, okay. Well, no one else cheers him. It looked like you were tipping the bottle to Demonic.
I did help make sure he won because I made sure to cast my vote. So my vote did count.
Wasn't even aware there was a vote.
And I had to drive out to California to do it.
Sorry, I didn't support you, Gamebird. My bad.
It's all good. There's always next year, right?
Yep. Always next year.
You're gonna Gamebird getting some more love over here. Gifted a member over on Gamebird's channel as well. Demonic Brawler doing his thing. Resist NWO 1984 has a question here, kind of an old topic. Would you rather have a compressed game on a real cartridge or a game key card with the entire game? That's why I don't mind game key card. Anyone want to go first on this since I usually go first?
Yeah, I'll go. Key card. I don't want the game compressed.
Simple answer. There you go. Professor, what do you think? Your eyes getting wide.
I get almost all my games digitally, so key card for me.
There it is. Look at that. I don't know if
Key
you guys
card because it doesn't matter to me.
look at that. You guys realize you're on a podcast. This is why Nintendo loves this show. It's pro key card around here. Not for me, which is why they don't invite me to shit.
I don't want my assets compressed.
Yeah.
I don't want the game being worse because I want it on a cartridge. That'd be a bad move.
I have a solution, but I'll wait for my turn. Eric.
I just want the game. As long as it works and plays well, I just want the game.
Eric, what if they compressed it with AI?
Good night, everybody.
I mean, they're already
don't want that game anymore.
I know.
I had to say something after last week. Gamebird.
Key card. Yeah. I mean, guys, I'm not the tech guy. I wouldn't want to compress game either. It sounds like Nate knows of some sort of workaround that makes it maybe negates that. I have no idea. Just based off the question, I'd say key card. But I don't know. I don't really care. I'd buy digital over either, honestly, at this point. And yeah.
So I got 2 solutions. Real cartridge is my answer. But you don't have to compress. I mean, you should within reason. All games should be compressed within reason. There should always be some form of compression to keep game file sizes. Like, I don't want an uncompressed 300 gigabyte Pokemon game. Like, no, games should have a reasonable amount of compression. Nintendo's been maestros of that for a long time. Whether game file sizes look so stupidly small compared to everyone else because they're just really good at compressing things in their own engines. That said, that's compression without seemingly sacrifice that we're aware of. That's not always true for these AAA games. Sometimes the compression does lead to sacrifices. But I have a solution here. And one of them already exists and is already done frequently. Have it on a real cartridge, but just have like some of the game on it and download the rest. We've been doing that with NBA 2K this entire time on Switch. But just all you gotta do is split it up. Like the multiplayer, make that download. Single player, put it on the cartridge. That's solution number 1. And literally games already do that and have been doing that this entire time on Switch. That's solution number 1. Because that already exists and is being used. We haven't seen it really on Switch 2 yet. They're just all opting for key cards. But it is still a solution that was used on Switch 1 and has been used on other like disc games on other platforms. So
it's a bad solution.
I mean, it's the best of both worlds. If you can get a playable portion of the game on cartridge and then we'll say multiplayer's download.
No.
How? If I don't need internet to play single player, how is that a bad thing?
Because you have to pay more for the cartridge.
Why would I be paying more? They'd be paying more.
No, you would.
Why would I? The prices
Games on
are
cartridge cost more money.
That's not been the case here in the United States.
Yes, it has.
What game's cheaper for the
82.
consumer? Who?
82 is more expensive on cart.
That's one.
There's
That's
a
the
ton.
indie.
I could literally go to Best Buy's website right now.
Tell me a AAA game.
I follow all of it. You
Tell me a
should know
AAA
this.
game at launch. I'm talking about at launch. I'm not talking about discounts over time.
Yeah, at launch 82. But yeah, there's plenty.
Find me one AAA game that launched.
You gotta
on
remember,
Steam that had a price.
we talked about this though on the podcast. We know this. It's more money for the cartridge. They
Yes,
charge more
we did.
money.
But we didn't have that. That hurts the people selling the game. AAAs haven't changed the price because of it. You're talking about an indie studio.
AAAs are putting it out on keycard anyways.
Not all of them. Cyberpunk.
Yeah, that's one. Again. You understand it costs more money though. They pass that on to the consumer. So if you give me it on cartridge and it's all on there, great.
Okay. Solution.
But if it's only
You can't-
half,
Hold on. Solution.
I'm still paying for the
If
cartridge.
it's not on cartridge and it's only digital, then the digital should be cheaper. The key card should be cheaper than a physical game.
Yeah, but
But
you
it's
know we're
not.
not going to do that.
I know. So why does this matter? The price doesn't change regardless if it's physical or key card. So why does it matter? Unless it's indie. Indie studios are different. Obviously, they don't have the ability to eat some of these losses like AAA's can.
Well, yeah, there's a major reason. If I have the choice of getting a game on cartridge and half of it's on there and the other half I have to download and it's $50. Or the other option is I can buy that game on key card and it's $30. I would buy the game on key card. I don't care if half the game's on there. That's stupid. Sorry. But I don't want half the game. What's the point of that? Why would I pay $20 more for half of a game?
Because some people don't care about the multiplayer aspect and only play single player. And they don't necessarily have good internet, and some people have data caps.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Well, it's not bullshit. Ask the country of Australia. Everyone there has data caps. This is like entire countries that don't have the access to internet we do in America.
I just mean, dude, spend more. Why would you spend $20 more to have half of a game on there?
So you can actually play it because your data caps and can't download it.
Nah.
See, this is what happens, guys. We live in America. We're very entitled with our internet access. Huge chunks of first world countries do not have uncapped internet. And they hate digital because they can't download everything. One game eats up their entire month's worth of bandwidth. It's insane. Now, I'm not saying every internet provider is that way in every country. There's obviously always internet providers that will eventually offer the uncapped. There are plenty that do. Even in the United States, there are. A lot of people that get their internet through the cell phone companies have caps on it. Not all of them. I know some have unlimited plans, but some don't because not everyone's got the money to pay for the unlimited. Also, some people just don't have options. Oh, where I live, there's very limited options, but at least it is uncapped for the option we do have. That said, that was solution one. And I said it's a solution that's already been used and been being used for a decade. Like it already exists. People are already doing it. So it's already something that exists. Here's the other solution.
I don't think ThunderStash agreed with you.
He didn't agree with me, but it doesn't matter. It exists. We already know he chose key cards. He's the opposite. So did you. So did everyone. I'm the only one going physical here.
Well, I said I don't know enough about. I already said I don't know enough about it. I just took a pick.
You just had a poor solution. That's all.
It's not. It's a solution that's already being used, Stash. I'm not the one making
it's
it.
poor
It already exists. But
yeah,
it
but
already
it's a poor
exists.
solution.
I'd rather that
I don't
solution
want
than a
that.
key card. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'd rather that than a key card.
Yeah, I'd rather buy a key card than buy a cartridge for more money.
Here's
with
another
only
reason.
half the game on.
You're not thinking about this either. How much are 1 terabyte cards for Switch 2?
I have one.
I know, I do
the
too.
Price
Right?
changes all the time.
Yeah, it's between $180 to $220. It fluctuates between that. Okay. We're in a RAM crisis. That's going to make these prices go up over time right now. So, and even at 1 terabyte, which is the max we can put in, I had that filled with just my Switch 1 library. So think about game sizes today, getting bigger and bigger. If I could take 64 gigs of a game and stick it on a cartridge and not have to download it, you're saving storage space. That's a huge deal in the market we're in, where we're limited for 1 terabyte. We're limited. You can only go 1 terabyte with Switch 2. You can't go higher.
I'm aware, but it's just not a big deal because you're never going to play 1 terabyte's worth of games at the same time. And I've talked to a lot of people about this, and I said that the solution is simple: play the game, beat it, delete it. If it's multiplayer, keep it.
I've understood at this point.
Solution.
I've understand at this point. You only consider how you play games and not anyone else. 10 games. 10 games can fill it up, and some people actively play 10 games.
It's a simple solution.
It's not a solution. If you have 10 multiplayer games that you are going to continuously play all year, that'll fill up the whole thing. Doesn't solve anything. You have to quit playing a game to put a new game on.
And
that's not a big problem. If you take the games and put a bunch of it on a 64 gigabyte cartridge, you can put more games on your system. How is that a bad thing?
You're not going to be playing 1 terabyte's worth of games all at the same time.
No, but
you can only play 1 game at once.
Stash, people don't want to uninstall and then reinstall a 100 gigabyte game. It takes a while. Not everyone's got
That's
super
on them.
internet.
That's on them, though.
Not if you put half the game on a cartridge. They get double the amount of games they can install.
But then you're paying more.
Not for if you're betting the 100 gigabyte AAA games, you're not paying more. It's the same price. We already went over this. You couldn't find me one AAA example. You just brought up an indie game. That already is a small file size anyway.
Hades is AAA. It was a 95 on Metacritic. Hades 2. And it was up for Game of the Year.
Review ratings don't determine if something's AAA.
Trails in the Sky second.
Again, review scores have nothing to do with something's AAA.
No, it's not even out yet.
I know, it's game budget. That's what determines AAA.
But it's more money because it's physical. It's an actual physical. So they're charging more.
And what are they charging?
Some places have it for 69, some for 64. It's less though on the D shop.
How much is it on the eShop? I actually don't know.
Disney Afternoon Collection. Physical is 40.
Any game not charging 70,
but it's on cart. It's 40. And if you buy it digitally, it's 20. But if it was a key card, they even said,
it's okay.
I mean, I talked to Atari about this because obviously I worked with them on the game. But if it would have been a key card, they said they would have charged $24.99. That's
by the way, guys, I knew Stash was going to do this because I already know his stance on all of this. I knew his answer to this question and his stance on this the whole time. And I'm trying to provide the alternative perspective that I've literally seen people complain about. And Stash just doesn't care about you. He wants you to change how you game.
Yeah, I think there's a better way to do it. And I think complaining about it is not the way to do it.
Telling people how to use their free time and game is wrong.
No, I just don't think you should spend your time in life being a chronic complainer. There's better ways to do this.
So don't criticize anything?
There's just better ways to do it. Think of a solution.
That is a solution.
Dude, that's literally how I live my life. I don't complain about stuff.
That solution.
Come up with a solution. That's a solution.
A solution is also put some of the game on the cartridge.
You're not going to play all 10 at the same time.
Some people do, Stash. As someone like you that plays a ton of games, before you were game reviewing, you never had a stack of games you were playing in the same week?
No.
Okay, so you play games differently than other consumers do. Why are you telling them how to play?
I start a project and I finish it.
Okay, I'm playing 7 games right now, Stash. 7.
And?
Why? Because it depends on my mood and what I feel like playing in the moment.
That's on you.
That's the problem, Stash. You're not considering how anyone else plays games. Yes,
no,
it is
not a problem. That's not how I play.
Okay, but you shouldn't dismiss how other people want to play because it doesn't fit your agenda.
I said that's on you. That's on you.
You
No,
just
I said that's
people
on
that want it
you.
on a cartridge, Stash.
I
You
said
just
that's on
did
you.
it.
Yeah, it's on you. That's it.
Yes. All right, you're trying to force everyone to be like you. I got it, Stash.
No, it's
All
just
right.
it's on you. It's your call. It's your decision.
Yes, and
No one
it's
forced you to make it.
You're right. And my call is I would like games to be on the cartridges.
Yeah, I think we all would. But the full game, not half. Not half at full price.
Okay, that was one solution. He's gonna hate the second solution probably too, based on all this conversation went.
I don't hate it. I just don't think it's a good solution. Hate's too strong of a word.
He just spent the whole argument telling people, if you think that's a viable solution, change how you play games.
I am sure.
Right. If you play games differently than Stash does, you're wrong. Fuck you. Get a key card and play one game at a time.
I didn't say one game.
Yeah, you did actually. You said play one game, beat it, move on. You actually did say
I
that.
said multiplayer games, keep them. I said that in the beginning.
Sure, but some people play a ton of different multiplayer games every week.
Yeah, keep them.
That could fill up your entire storage.
Not going to.
You know the size of Call of Duty, Madden, NBA 2K? What are you talking about?
Call of Duty is not on Switch 2. What are you talking about?
It's out of contract to come to Nintendo. Come on, Stash.
We know that, but it's not there, so we don't know what
But it
size
will
it's
be.
going to be. But we don't know what size it's going to be.
Oh my God. Yeah, the game that's 200 gigabytes on other platforms is suddenly going to be 30 on Switch 2.
Well, it depends on the assets. You know that.
Yeah, compression, which you just said you don't want.
Wait, I really want to. I'm really excited to hear the
You just
second.
said you don't want compression. It's weird.
Yeah, I said I'd prefer a key card.
Okay, so would
over
you?
compression.
I have a question for you.
That's not
And
weird.
This is just related to something that's already on physical, say Cyberpunk. Would you have preferred it was a key card if it had, I don't know, let's say it offered, I'm trying to, what is the resolution in handheld? I can't remember. Come on, Cyberpunk 2077 handheld resolution. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. This is like back from launch, guys, so I don't remember all the numbers anymore. It was more important back then than it is today. Okay. So it does 1080p quality mode, upscaled. Can't remember what the native resolution is. I'd have to look at someone else's, like Digital Foundry or whatever, that figured out the native resolution. So let's say they have 720p 40. So let's say the only difference was, this is what usually happens, is that it just, whatever it's upscaling from is just a higher resolution it's upscaling from. Would that be worth taking it off a 64 gigabyte cartridge and giving you a 100 gigabyte download?
The resolution changing?
Yeah, just the resolution it's upscaling from, because it's still going to be below native. Because it's
I don't
actually
care what resolution it's upscaling from.
Well, that's what compression does.
I've been very
It
clear on that.
it actually makes it lower resolution. That's literally what compression does.
We're not going to see the difference.
So then why are you arguing against compression when compression doesn't matter to you, because that's what it affects?
Depends on what we compress.
It's resolution. They compress the asset. It affects literally the clarity of the game. That's all compression does. The biggest assets are the character model. They compress that down. That's how they get it to run on Switch 2 in general, let alone on a cartridge. So that's what's compressed.
Yeah, and I said I don't want compression.
But you just said that you wouldn't care.
No, I said I don't want it. I would choose the non-compression route. It was very clear.
So when I asked you though about Cyberpunk, you just said you don't care about resolution.
All right,
And I don't care if it's
I'm gonna jump in because we've been stuck on this question for so long. I don't know how long the guests have, but before we move on, my friends,
Didn't even get to my
I
second.
do want to
solution.
hear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to get to your second solution, and I do want to hear Sash's opinion on your second solution.
The
Just
second
not as
solution-
long as this
No,
one.
the second solution I don't think he's going to argue much against.
He hates it even more.
I doubt it. I doubt it. It's one I've mentioned before. Use Switch 1 cartridges that are cheaper and offer it as an install locally off of it. Then you still don't need internet. My whole big bugaboo is the internet. I hate requiring internet to play games. I know that I actively do it and I buy digital games. I'm aware of it, but that's just because the option has been taken away from me in many, many cases. But if you gave me Switch 1 cartridges that I could install off of, and those are cheaper than Switch 2 cartridges, that's why we have all the different sizes. And then you would get your sizes coming back in. Indie games can now go on cheaper cartridges and not have the price difference.
What about, how about this? How do you guys feel about this? Let me offer a third solution. I think this is one that would please everyone. Hear me out. Cloud cards for the cloud version of the game. You put the card in, and that allows you to stream it without any download or compression required.
I just said I like the solution that has no internet, so you give me the solution that's only internet just to even play. At least the digital, you download and can play it locally offline. All right, moving on. I knew Stash and I weren't going to agree on this topic, but you know what? Someone had to go hardcore for physical. I got you guys' back. Had your back since before the system came out. I've been very hard.
And I got your back too, right behind me.
Here we go. It's not a competition.
I'm just saying. I support physical. But in the way you framed the question, I don't want half. I don't want half the game. I don't want a half game.
You also don't want compression, which is needed to put any game on Switch 2.
Well, you said if there was no compression, would you choose a key card? I said, yeah, I would choose the key card.
All
right, guys. We're moving on to the next one. I think we all agree cloud cards are probably the best of the three. Yes. Moving on.
I feel like we need like a huge debate, just me and Stash for a stream once.
I'll moderate.
We disagree on some stuff. That, by the way, there's no love lost here. We're not mad at each other. This is nothing. It's all fun. It's all fun in the band. It literally is. And there are two sides to all of this stuff. And I know there were people in the chat being like, "Oh, someone's fighting for physical. Oh, I love key cards." We know, right? There's no right solution for everyone. It just doesn't exist. And the industry's changing and games are getting bigger and they're trying to navigate it. I own key cards, guys. I'm not stupid. I just don't buy them very often. But I don't plan to buy them again. I plan to just go straight digital, but people can gift me them too.
Speaking of gifts,
there it is. Thank you, Demonic Brawler. Appreciate you. Did the super chat just vanish?
No, I cleared the one. That was the one that was
okay
from before.
Karkin says, let's not forget game share has improved. Yes, that was a big thing we talked about. I guess we didn't give any opinion. Have any of you guys tried out the new game share? I'm guessing no.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I haven't tested it yet.
Curious,
I've seen videos of it. It does look good. Like way better, way more usable than it was last time I used it.
I feel like, never mind. Sorry. Proceed.
I used game chat 2 days ago with a few buddies playing Pocopia. And after this update, I'm absolutely going to. Because we just like showing each other what we're doing with those stupid rubbish towers.
Yeah, I literally was thinking about like the game chat and like sharing your screen. And I think that unfortunately, like Pocopia has it's kind of lame, the spectator mode where you visit a friend's island and you can't interact with anything. And I almost feel like this sharing your stream of your screen of your game and just chatting with your friends as you're both working on your own islands is a lot more interesting than that basic level multiplayer.
It's a great way to hang out with your friends and like also get tips on how to clean up your garbage island. I'm in the skyscraper area, Skyland place right now. It's just rubbish blocks everywhere. I've cleaned up a lot.
I haven't gone past the second zone. Only I say that loosely because when you first get to leave the first area, there's the option of two places you can go. I was able to open two doors. I went to the little coastal town one, but I've spent so much time in just the first area just because it's hard to say goodbye to it when it's like not even close to what I want it to be.
Oh, my friend, I go back every day.
Yeah. See,
it's like I'm a real estate property manager across 5 different islands right now. It's insane.
All right, cool. Let's see here. Dodie Koo says, I don't have a question. Tell Stash I like his shirt.
Thank
You
you.
know, Stash loves water so much. Our group text on our phones, I changed the background to water. Just because Stash loves water, man. But it's real water, I think. I should probably check if it's a real photo or not. Let's see here. The classic, of course. Bring back NFL Blitz,
Hell yeah.
NBA Jam, NHL hits. Always going to bring that up every week. Not a question, guys. It's just a factual statement. It needs to come back. Period. So Karka, try number 2. Game chat and video feed has improved a ton. Yeah, we did bring it up. We brought up that it doubled in frame rate. And obviously the ability to invite people once a chat is started is just basic. Should have been there day one. It was one of my number one complaints day one was when I used it. And I've used it a couple of times now with my community. I actually think the audio quality on the microphones is fine. I think it does pretty good with noise rejection and pretty good with the voice clarity. I mean, you could tell it's not the same as like we're talking in professional studio mics and I hear it all day, but it sounds better than I remember gaming back on the Xbox 360 online. I'll tell you that. So the mic sounds better than those mics. So I think it does a pretty good job with that. So game chat's actually always been fairly decent to me, but dude, the frame rate on the game made it like we would never share our games because like it just looks so bad and would run so slow. And then you couldn't invite anyone, which would always suck to have to end the group and then get on Discord and all chat to each other and be like, hey, who are we inviting in now this time? Instead of we could just be talking in voice and being like, hey, this guy wants to jump in with us. You guys cool? Yeah, invite him in. So yeah, I'm very happy with the game chat change. I think it is being under talked about because people aren't going to view it as big a deal as the game boost, but it is nice. I think it's also because it's only a small subset of users uses game chat versus the amount of people that will use game boost. But yeah, improvements to it are great. I hope one day my hope is one day they can get it up to 30 FPS. That would be very nice if they can find a way to optimize to get to that. This one's from Logan. This is for ThunderStash. Specifically, do you think 3D Mario will release this year?
So, Logan, I've been on record. I have it on my bingo card for the beginning of the year as well that I think we'll see 3D Mario this year. As far as if it will release, maybe it's the holiday title, but I do think we will see it this year. I will tell you this. I think it'll be out before 2028.
That's not the fun
Me
thing.
too.
The fun thing about me and Stash, if we ever did like a straight debate stream, would be like, I don't actually know what we disagree on until the topic comes up. So it'd almost have to be another Q&A format where people bring up topics I didn't know we disagreed on. Anyways, maybe a time when it's just the core 4.
That'd be fun.
Because Gamebird will moderate and Eric will just laugh. Or he'll just call me a dumbass because I am the big dumbass on the show. So example. I have another prediction wrong to add to my mountain of wrong predictions. And it's because I know to me what the game would be. I went with my heart, not with my head. I predicted Crimson Desert to get a 94 because it probably will be a 94 for me. But
we should do what we should do sometime. I do think the Q&A, doing Q&As is fun. I think a debate could be fun. I think hot takes could be really fun too. Maybe everyone on the panel submits a hot take, but we also take hot take opinions from the audience as well.
I like that.
And we could do
sounds like everything
why.
That just sounds like my existence.
That's awesome. Then just say stuff.
Is a hot take. Just talk about games. Everything's a hot take.
I've got a ton of hot takes. So
example. You brought it up just for fun. Let's go around the room before we get to the next question. Everyone give one hot take, no other commentary on it. Just one hot take.
Game key cards are fine.
Wait, what did you say?
I said game key cards are fine.
Game key cards are fine. That's our hot take.
I can't think of anything else.
I mean, I have tons. Grand Theft Auto is overrated, and Sleeping Dogs was better.
Whoa, that's a hot
Yeah.
take. What do you got, Eric? You got one hot take for us? No? All right, Professor.
I mean, I was going to go game key cards, but I would say Final Fantasy 15 was finished at launch.
That's a take.
That's a very hot take. I don't think anyone on the internet agrees with that take. That's great. Love
Hey,
it. And
it was my dissertation, and I earned
Yeah.
it. So
and you know, right? Stash, you got a hot take?
I mean, I don't think it's a hot take. It's just fact that
The only way.
gamers spend far too much time on the internet complaining about inconsequential things when they could actually be playing video games or anything productive in life outside of going on the internet and complaining to strangers about video games.
I gotta remind myself I said no commentary. Because I have a response to that, but nope. That's one for a debate.
There's nothing to debate there.
There is
Fact of
because
life,
you
man.
can,
Eric, write this one down. We're planning a debate at some point.
I didn't think this was a hot
There is-
take. I thought this was common sense.
it's a hot take because it comes with a lot of presumptions, but we'll get to that later.
Okay.
That's again no
insert.
commentary, so I'm not going to dive into it right now. My hot take. This is one a lot of people know, but maybe the podcast audience doesn't. At this exact time, Zelda 2 is the third best Zelda game ever made.
Could I give a Zelda hot take?
Well, I said one.
quick?
I'll give you 1.5.
I
Here you
want
go.
one more. Yeah, one more. Breath of the Wild is overrated.
Fuck off. Okay, moving on. I said no commentary, Nate. God damn it. I said no commentary. I'm the one that the rule exists for me. I'm the one that breaks it. All right. Winter Van, could this update open the door to themes and achievements in a future update?
That would Nate would be pissed if that happened.
I wouldn't be mad about it. No.
Just kidding.
Because I wouldn't use it doesn't mean that I would be mad about it.
I love
like
the
games?
idea of this coming down the road. So I really hope so. Wink.
For me, as long as I can turn off achievements, like you can still have me earn them, but I don't want to see them. I don't want to have them pop up while I'm playing. I hate when it pops up when I'm playing. It just takes me out of the game. I'm not playing the game for achievements. I'm playing it for the game.
yeah.
But I'm not saying that it won't be cool when I'm done playing a game, going back and seeing, oh, what did I do? That's fine after the fact. But and by the way, the PlayStation and Xbox do offer the ability to turn them off. So like it's like is a standard. So
Yeah, but do you
Is it-
expect Nintendo to follow a standard?
no, they'll be like, oh, do you want it to be the talking flower or Toad telling you? That's your option.
We're bringing back Lippy.
Is it the sound that bothers you, or is it seeing it that bothers you, or is
Both.
it both?
Both.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, think about this. When you were a kid and you're sitting there playing Super Mario World, do you want a chunk of your screen taken up by something popping up saying, congrats, you just stomped a Goomba?
Well, it's just I like listen, I understand it. I understand the sound even more, especially if it's doing it during like a story moment or a cinematic. But I've never seen, and I don't really have experience with Xbox very much, so I can only really speak for PlayStation trophies. I've never had a trophy pop up that like just took me out of the game where I'm like, whoa, holy, oh yeah, playing a game. You know, I've never like lost the immersion. I mean, I have enough. And again, I live in a house with a family, so maybe there's just enough other distractions and sounds in the background that I don't really think about it. But I'm not, and I'm not saying this as someone who care. Like I could care less about trophies. I know people really, really care about it.
Yeah.
It's just never broken the immersion for me
I
personally.
want to be clear. I don't mind if achievements are there. I just want it to be something that I choose if I want to see them or not, and not have them pop up while I play. I'm not saying they shouldn't pop up while I play. Lots of people like that, but it should be a toggle to turn off. Because like, look, I'll give you one game that I do achievement. I do achievements in World of Warcraft, but that's because I'm done doing everything I want to do. So then I look at the achievement list and see, hey, what might be a cool achievement to do on here I wasn't thinking about. And that's the same thing with some games on Xbox and PlayStation. I'll go through the list and be like, hey, what's something I didn't think about doing in this game that might be cool to go try to do? And achievements can kind of give you an idea for that. And then obtaining it's kind of cool. And I know some people like care a lot about like platinums, where you 100% the game, or 100% the achievements in the game anyways, I guess is what I should say.
That's actually a pretty good idea. Like maybe like unlocking the achievement system after you roll credits or something. That would be a very Nintendo way of doing it. Enjoy it the way you want the first time, and then if you want to extend it, here's some checklists.
The thing about achievements, and I've said this before, and I know Stash knows people like this too, is that there's people who care about it so much that they will purposefully choose a PlayStation or Xbox version of a game solely because, like, I have a friend who loves the From Software Dark Souls games just like me, and I had so much fun with Dark Souls 3's DLC, the Ringed City. I loved it, but that DLC has no trophies in it. There was no trophies for it. And so my buddy dipped out. He's like, yeah, I don't know. He's like, for some reason I lost interest because there was no trophies. And
A lot of people did.
yeah, and like I might not be able to necessarily wrap my head around that, but the fact of the matter is that there's so many people that do. It's only going to help having it there because
I think some people some people I think what trophies do, and this is just I understand like there's a corporate side to it where it's actually like kind of a data collection thing, but for the end user it's kind of like social media. It's about trying to give you that dopamine hit.
Yep.
And if you don't get that constant dopamine hit, it makes you not want to continue playing. It's just not why I play games. So that's why I'll never get it, because I never played a game because it has achievements. And I'm playing crying out loud, right? There is no achievements for most of the games.
People also really like the carrot on the stick stuff in gaming as well. Yeah. And I don't know if, again, I'm not as familiar with like the achievement side on Xbox, so I don't know if there's an equivalent, but PlayStation obviously has the platinum. It's usually, if you get every trophy or if, you hit some goal, it's like the big end all be all carrot on the stick. And people like that. And I think the one positive, even as someone who doesn't really care about it, is if there are systems or mechanics, regardless of how you feel about it, that keep people in your worlds and your games longer. Like, for example, if Switch 2 had an achievement system and there was a bunch of great like open world achievements with like some sort of a platinum star that what do they call them, stars or whatever, Nintendo bursts or stamps or whatever. But if there's like an ultimate star and an ultimate stamp for completing everything, people would have a lot more engagement in that open world of Mario Kart. I don't know. I'm just saying it keeps people in your worlds for longer. It keeps people trying things that they wouldn't normally try, gets people playing on difficulties that they might not normally try.
Brings out competitive people too.
Yeah, it's me wishing and hoping for achievements on a Nintendo platform has nothing to do with my own personal interests. It only has to do of like, what are ways that I think Nintendo could reach a wider audience and improve the love for the platform. And I think both achievements and themes are answers to that. Because again, I like themes. I do like themes. I would love to be able to personalize, whether it's with an awesome sound effects, Zelda sound effects as I go between the different menu icons or switch between games, or Mario sound effects, or a jingle at boot up, or a theme song that plays in the background with a cool backdrop, that sort of stuff. Like, I like that, but you don't like that, Nate, or you don't care about that, Nate, at the very least. But I think you understand the fact that like there's a lot of people who would be really interested in that, whether or not they're free, whether or not they sell them for $1.99.
People do it on their Android phones all the time.
And I really love the idea of Nintendo doing something unique with achievements or trophies. And we've gotten this before on PlayStation. When Persona 5 came out on PS4, if you platinumed the game, you got a PS4 theme with the background and music and sound effects and all that stuff. That's really cool. I love the idea of hitting milestones and actually rewarding you. Maybe whether it's in-game rewards or just a console-based reward like that. Really cool to me. But I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
I think what's interesting is I'm not opposed to this. I want to be very clear about that. I'm cool if achievements and themes come. It doesn't matter if I care about it. I recognize it. And you guys see this on my channel and even on the podcast. Like, I'm all about what people want, even if it's not something I care that much about. Like even like the physical option I was arguing against Stash for. It's like, well, it's because they get dismissed so quickly by people, and I see that, and it's like, well, no, they have a point for what they're saying, so I'm going to defend that point. Even though personally, I obviously buy digital games. I have key cards on my shelf. I don't plan to buy many key cards. I'm not a huge supporter of them. I've never liked them, but it's not like it's going to prevent me from playing the game. I'll never not play a game because I have to buy a key card to play it. But I can understand the perspective of the physical, so I can make the argument. The thing about this is I've been jaded on achievements for a long time, and it's the internet's fault for the most part, a few in real life encounters as well. And because, as it's like Stash says, achievements bring out competitiveness, right? Well, I think competitiveness is great, especially when you have two friends racing for achievements or trying to get bragging rights over. I think that's cool, right? Like, I've definitely done that with achievements on Xbox before. I've tried to race with Eric and be like, oh man, did you get the trophy here? Did you get this achievement? Did you get this gamer score on this game? Blah, blah, blah. But my problem is the general public and people on the internet. Anytime you talk about video games, the first thing they say to me is, yeah, show me your gamer score profile. Now, I don't have to care about that, but it's like, no, I don't like being judged off how many achievements I have, because it's not why I play. Now, it's obviously why they play, because they're the one challenging me on it. So you can see if I beat a game or not. I don't care about that. I don't care if I chased every achievement in a game or played it on the hardest difficulty. But if you see that, which I've had people look at like my Xbox profile, but oh yeah, you beat that game, but you did it on standard mode. Everyone knows you got to play that on the hardest difficulty, otherwise it's not a challenge. I'm like, okay, and I had a fantastic time.
I say, just who cares what anyone else thinks? Play
I know.
That's what I say too.
If
Yeah.
I play a game on
Don't
easy
have
mode,
it.
who cares? I chose to play it on easy.
But
Yeah,
don't
sure.
have this debate in the first place.
Well,
Spend less time online, more time playing. Less time talking to stranger on internet.
and it's not that easy when my
Who's
life depends on
impolite.
this. My life depends on the conversations. On the
Well,
internet.
yeah, but not debating with people about stupid shit.
Actually,
'Cause that
the debate
is-
leads to the entertainment on my live streams, which lead to me making more money. So actually, it does.
Well, like on Twitter, debating with people.
Oh yeah,
back
on
and
Twitter.
forth.
Twitter, yeah. No, the only
I mean, that's
thing
where
on
I see
Twitter,
it.
yeah, the
Pops
only
up
thing
in
on
my feed
Twitter,
all the time.
I only go back and forth with people when they're just factually wrong, and I'm just laughing the whole time. It's just entertaining. It's taking me a few seconds. It's
Most
nothing,
of the
but
world's factually wrong, though. You spend a
it
lot of
happens,
time
yeah.
doing that.
yeah, I know. But it's entertaining to me. I will admit, I get a smile out of it. But and technically, I guess I make money on X now. Guys, I went from 20 to 70 a month. I can almost buy a game. Just need enough for taxes. Anyway, I gotta pay taxes on it, so I still can't buy a game off it. But whatever. Twitter's a weird place. You can waste a lot of time there doing a lot of stupid shit. That's true of any social media platform, though. I stay interactive on there. You guys know I like to interact with the community. I think it brings us closer together.
I just want to say one last thing for that question for this question.
Yeah.
Take a game like Tears of the Kingdom that's designed around the ultimate creativity of the player, and just imagine some of the achievements that team could have come up with that don't have defined solutions to achieve them.
I haven't messed with the Switch 2 update much, but didn't they add achievements through the app?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not sure like the degree of that, but like I'm thinking at like built-in like Switch 2 achievements.
Yeah, I know.
Some of the creative stuff, like
My number
watch
one complaint is that the achievements are on the app and not on the Switch. Yeah.
Launch a Korok with a carrot, 3,000 feet from
Look,
Elden Mountain.
All I need is the big dong
With
achievement,
shorts
and
on.
I'll go for that. Don't ask me what that achievement's for. Don't ask me. That's Nintendo. But oh my, here we go, Eric. Eric, you guys can't hear what he says. He's commenting off camera. Demonic Brawler, I appreciate Nintendo continuing to improve on features on Switch 2. I hope handheld boost helps with system sales. but I play in dog mode only. Yeah, for dog mode, that update doesn't matter much. Game chat still might matter. If you like putting notes on your friends, which sometimes I do, like, because some of the people on my friends list, guys, and some of you guys know this, are just members on my channel because it's one of the perks you get. Even though technically I can't friend everyone. Thankfully, not everyone friends me, so it's not a problem. But sometimes I have to put notes because like their username on Switch 2 does not match their username they use on my channel, so I don't know who the hell it is. So the notes feature actually kind of helps for that. I did that for one person. Thank you, by the way, to people like Tall Show, where your username's like just the same across the board, so I don't have to worry about it. But not everyone does that, and I get it. I got different, like when I play World of Warcraft, my username's usually Errol, and I don't use that anywhere else. It's the only place I use it. So I get it. Like Lancelot, I think is my Lancelot 203 or 205 or whatever. That's my username on Steam. Don't use that anywhere else. So I get it. Sometimes you can't even get your username. Although I think on Switch it's different because you can use any username you want because it's all friend codes. But people like to use different ones than they use on Discord and everywhere else it happens. H-Mom, is Resident Evil season? Oh, it's Resident Evil season. Yes. Professor Noctis could totally pull off a sick Wesker cosplay. Also, you guys think RE9 will make it to the GOTY fight? First off, what's your thoughts on the Wesker cosplay?
Weirdly enough, this is not the first time somebody's told me to cosplay as Wesker. But,
class is in session, maybe.
I'll walk into class dressed like Wesker. They're going to be like, first of all, who are you? Second of all,
I don't even know. If anyone does recognize you, be like,
bonus points
today. A for participation today.
Extra credit.
Extra credit. Nice. Also, it says, do you think Resident Evil 9 will make it into the GOTY finals? So basically, will it be nominated for GOTY at Jeff Keighley's awards? Everyone's nodding their head. For the audio people, everyone seems to be saying yes.
Yes, and DLC will be coming.
Yeah.
I find it an interesting conversation. I think it will because it's the highest rated one since 4?
Mm-hmm.
I believe. Because that was like a 94, I think, or a 95, and this one's 89. And some people think it's better than 4. There's always going to be debates back and forth. There was less reviews back then. I think that it probably will, but it brings up an interesting counter question. You guys think Pocopia will be nominated for GOTY? It's the same rating.
Absolutely, I do.
Okay.
I mean, it should, but
if Resident Evil is, why wouldn't Pocopia be nominated?
I'll say this. Last year, Trails in the Sky first chapter has a 90 score, and it wasn't nominated. Not only was it not nominated for Game of the Year, it was also wasn't nominated for Best RPG.
It's bullshit,
and it was higher than half.
Yeah, it was bullshit.
Higher rated than half the games there.
It was total, dude. Everyone knew that was bullshit. It's an RPG thing.
Another one that missed out, and obviously one fan favorite. I've talked about this a lot. Three Houses, Fire Emblem Three Houses. So while I do think it should be there, and it probably will, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. Like, I wouldn't be like, what the heck? Why is that not there? I could just see it not being there.
If it goes on and sells like 10 million this year and is outselling Resident Evil, I'd be like, what are we doing? You're ignoring even a popular game now. See, popular. It's not even just high rated. It's popular. But obviously, guys, this depends on what else happens. Obviously, Crimson Desert is not going to be nominated. Everyone assumes GTA 6 is probably going to run away with it if it actually releases this year. And it's just like what else is coming out this year that could end up.
What I think that's the thing. Like everybody, all the devs are kind of concerned about GTA 6 eating their lunch, right? And so I think that there's been a lot of repositioning of game releases this year, and Pocopia has kind of slipped in. Nobody expected it to be this big, or this good. I'm unlike whoever said it earlier. I'm not cozy curious. I'm pretty anti-cozy, and it's won me over. I'm not even a Pokemon fan, and like I love this game.
Listen, buy the game. Just
if I can get people to start saying, we've got one. It's the first person I've heard say it, because I've been using this term for 2 weeks now. If I could get people to start using the term cozy curious on their podcasts, I will die a happy man.
I'll do it.
I'll tell you this right now.
Yeah, use it in your classroom.
I will.
if I
Who
ever
here today is Cozy Curious, my friends.
it's a double cave. One, because it's a game I just know I'm not gonna like, and then two, I'm on a game buying freeze. And if I somehow cave and buy Pokopia and enjoy even a minute 10 minutes with the game, have even 10 minutes of fun, I will use that term cozy curious on the show.
Nate, I'm skeptical of this title for you, and it's only for three reasons. One,
The reasons I don't like the game.
yeah, one, you don't generally like cozy games. You didn't even like Dragon Quest Builders, which I feel like is a cozy game for people who don't like cozy games because it has combat in it. Second, you're not a big Pokemon fan. You know, you're Poke curious. You know, you try out Pokemon games, but you're not a true Pokemon fan. You're not hardcore. Three, as much as I love Pokopia, that first hour does have a lot of expedition, and it's very slow to kind of introduce you to the world and the mechanics and the abilities. Feel like you've got to get through that first hour to feel, because even me, like as someone who's cozy curious, like I was like, I don't know, like I love the Pokemon side of it because I'm a big Pokemon fan, but maybe this one's not for me because it's not going to have the combat like Fantasy Life or Dragon Quest Builders did. And you know, within 2 hours, I was like, I don't know, I think I'm hooked. I think it sunk its talons into me. But
You know, I was thinking about
When
those Pokemon
Charmander
comments.
looks at you though, like it just melts you. Like I only know like 3 Pokemon. I've only ever played Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Go, and I was like Squirtle. I know him, and I want to.
I'm a Squirtle guy.
Yeah, you like
Well,
to do that. You
I got all 3 starters living in my mansion in the grasslands with me.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing too. Like, it's funny because I'm not like a huge Pokemon fan, yet I bought every single Pokemon game on Switch except for Sword and Shield. And the only reason I didn't buy that is I got to play it in person at E3 to know I wouldn't like it.
Oh.
And Brilliant Diamond, to be fair, the only reason I own it is because of the chat. They forced me to play it and beat it on stream. And then people got mad at me because like 3/4 of the way through, I was so frustrated because I already didn't like the original releases, and I really don't like these remaster, remakes, whatever they call it. I'm like, this game is so trash. What are we doing? This is a terrible remake and remaster. They didn't improve jack shit about anything I didn't like about the original. This is just bad. Dude, one person got so like, man, he really hates this. We got to make this easy. He came and traded me a bunch of level 100s to just smash my way through the end of it. And people in the chat were like, this is cheating. I'm like, is it not part of the game? Can you not trade with friends? Sorry, but I am not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm just going to do my thing. But no, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. Resident Evil 9 is probably going to get nominated. I think we're all kind of in agreement on that.
Yeah.
But we'll see what we
only
feel.
the version with DLSS.
It'd be interesting to revisit this in October, before they get announced, and just see because we'll have a grander landscape of all the games that came out besides GTA at that point that will probably be nominated.
This is my one of my big problems with GTA this year. I feel like in a way GTA is kind of ruining 2026 a little bit. And I'm not saying that because I said earlier as one of my hot takes is that Grand Theft Auto is overrated. I'm saying that because everyone is like, the alarm has been sounded. We have so many games now that are 2026, but no concrete release date. And everyone's waiting on the sidelines to see when Grand Theft Auto drops. And it's affecting how I think, even with Fantasy Critic. We might talk about that later. But yeah, I feel like everyone is at the mercy of Grand Theft Auto right now. Maybe not necessarily like Nintendo first party, like big stuff like Mario or Pokemon or anything like that. But the majority of the industry is kind of like on the sidelines. Like, do we give a release date? Like, do we not? When's Grand Theft Auto coming? Is that going to get delayed? So I don't know.
Pokemon fan loves the popcorn bucket. Want to hold it up again? I'll put you full screen quick.
Absolutely. We got the beautiful Littlefoot from Land Before Time. He's nice and textured. Opens here. Let me see.
Yeah, that's where the popcorn goes.
Oh, look at that.
You see, it goes all the way back to the ass.
But I don't want to put popcorn in it. Is that dumb? Is that lame of me? I just want to put it on one of my shelves over here as a
I'm pretty
nice
sure most
collectible.
theaters don't want to put popcorn in it unless they're forced to at the theater.
The
You should
thought
put
of like,
mints.
I like that better. Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
better.
Pre-bagged ones, you know, so
Actually.
then you don't
I just
dirty
don't
it.
want to get it like.
Guests will love it.
I don't want to get it buttery. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
Yeah, how
it
did
looks
you
like it'd be
even wash
difficult
it?
to fully
Yeah.
wash out. Yeah,
that's what
egg-
concerns me. The
egg
butter
part
in there.
will be easy- The egg part will be easy to wash, but all the ridges and stuff on the back part of Yoshi, yeah, it'll be a pain in the ass.
I still say you should drill a hole in the backside and put raisinets in it. When you shake it around, it looks like it.
Yeah, Eric. By the way, if I can't get mine until actually at the theater, they're probably going to put the popcorn in it, and I'll just be like, whatever.
Yeah, right.
I'll hose it out. It'll be fine.
Right.
I do feel like the Luma buckets are going to be a lot easier to get. They're cute. They're not as detailed as the Yoshi, you know.
Well,
light up.
Luma itself is not as detailed as Yoshi.
Yeah, I believe there was 4 Lumas. There was like a blue, red, green, and yellow.
Don't do this to me.
Well, it's
It's gonna
true.
be $50 a pop. I'm gonna spend.
There's no way the Lumas are 50. I guarantee those ones are probably $30.
Dude, this
And then
game
they have
is all the buy
Where's-
Lumas.
worst case scenario, they have a tin too. That's like the Mario Galaxy movie poster. as
By the
well.
way, guys,
There's
I would be
options.
considering buying this Mario stuff if it wasn't for the fact that if I don't get it, it's gonna be stupidly expensive to buy it on eBay. So no game buying freeze, but games will be available later. I can buy them later. I can't buy this later for MSRP.
That's true.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I spoke to Stash on the phone. You know, I gave him a call right after I got it to, you know, just give some tips because he was curious about where I got it and stuff. And he mentioned the Zelda popcorn bucket. And I got like, for the moment he's like, "Oh, what do you think they're gonna do for Zelda?" Like, I got instant anxiety. It's like, nervous as I was about getting my hands on this one, if I don't get the Zelda one, I'm gonna freak. I'm gonna be devastated.
It's going to be a Korok.
I was thinking, and Stash
that would
thought it
be
was a good prediction. I was thinking a Triforce popcorn bucket, and
Yeah.
they've done, by the way, popcorn buckets that light up or glow. They have the
Luma ones
bat
do.
signal one that they did, and it's actual bat signal that lights up. I could see them do a light up Triforce. I think that would be really, really cool.
Good.
Well, we'll see. We haven't even seen the trailer. I think I'll have a better idea after we see the trailer for the Zelda movie,
Sure.
what they may base it on.
Tingle.
Yeah, like it was obvious they would probably do a Yoshi one, and Lumas look like they play a bigger role thanks to Rosalina, so it makes sense.
Dude, if we get
All
a
right.
Star Fox movie and we get a
Here's our
giant
next
car
question.
wing bucket, whew.
Monty Brawler. Have any of you ever played and beat a very popular game back in the day, yet somehow forgot the ending of that game?
That'd be weird.
No, I can't say that I have.
Hate
Yeah,
when that happens.
that'd be lame too if you did, right? Be something wrong with you if you forgot the ending.
Especially if you forget the end of a Zelda game, you know? How could you forget Zelda?
Especially when you say it's like your favorite series too, and you forgot the ending.
Yeah.
That
Starting
that,
your career too.
that makes it worse.
Or if you like fought about it with a co-host or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that would just be awkward.
Well, the answer for Stash would be never, I'm sure. Stash talked about this before. Like, he's got a thing with his memory. Like, there's no way he forgot an ending to a popular game that he played back in the day. So for Stash, I already know there'd be no way. I mean, not unless he gets Alzheimer's or something someday. That's hopefully, if that's a thing, that's like 40, 50 years away or some shit. We all hope for that because you don't know what happens when you get that old. Look at the bright side, though, Stash. If you forget a great game, you can replay it again for the first time.
That is a positive.
There's a positive.
Yeah.
So nobody else besides, obviously, everyone knows about me, guys. It's Ocarina of Time. And I guarantee it's not the only game I probably forgot the ending to. My memory's not like Stash. I used to remember everything until I had kids. And then once my priorities shifted, remembering the endings to games is no longer a priority to me. So, but I enjoy it when they happen.
I can't remember the end to Earthbound,
It's a good
but I
one.
know I beat it.
I couldn't tell you the end of it either, actually, right now. But would that be considered really popular?
I mean, it's
Like
a
a cult
Smash.
Well, so is Rob the robot, and he wasn't exactly.
And he's also in the Galaxy movie, apparently.
Yeah.
So
Because
popular.
everyone knows who he is. Just no one owned the thing. Well, I shouldn't say no one. Most people didn't own.
That's fair.
didn't own Rob. Like people know about the Power Glove, and most people didn't own a Power Glove.
Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting. So no one. So at least someone's forgotten it into a game besides me. That may not be the most popular game, but it's a cult classic series.
Yeah.
So no one else forgot an ending ever.
I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, so I probably forgot everything.
If I did, I forgot that.
I forgot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of games I know you beat back in the day. Like, did you forget the ending of Conquer?
No.
Did you forget the ending of Mario 64? That would be
No.
really weird if you did that.
Oh.
I don't think of really popular games you beat back then. Halo 1? You ever beat the campaign?
Yeah, I think so.
You remember the ending?
No.
There you go.
I mean,
there's one. There's one. Hey, good news for you. It's coming back out this
Yeah,
year.
right.
The Halo 1 campaign. Okay. Let's see. So, and Alyssa, did you ever forget anything?
I was trying to sit here and think. I'm like, well, I can't remember the end of Mario Galaxy, so there.
Oh, there. Yeah,
No,
that
in
would
14 days.
Now, see, if this question was phrased differently, it'd be only about me because it has to be phrase someone who swears they remember it and then tell a false ending, only to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I'm just straight up admitting
I'm
I
the
don't
only one
remember
on the show
the
that's I'm the only one on the show that's not. I haven't done it on this show. My record's clean on Nintenbyte. The problem is my reputation precedes me. Anyways, it's funny too. Is Stash making fun of me from your favorite video game franchise? Yeah, but it's not even in my top 10 of that franchise.
Which is a whole nother discussion.
The funny thing is, every time someone does that with the discussion, like it's a whole other discussion. I'm like, am I supposed to apologize for liking other Zelda games more? Like, there's nothing wrong
Giving
with
you
that.
shit.
I know
You
you're
like what you like.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
Which is not a bad thing.
And what I do think, and this is something I was going to bring up earlier about the achievement thing, about when people talk shit to you because your gamer score, your achievements. Like Stash is a great example of like he's probably always going to have a bigger platinum trophies, more gamer score. And if Nintendo ever drops it more, because he plays more games than I do, period. And he's reviewing them and beating all of these games. So he's always going to have, and he doesn't have kids. That also eats up a lot of time. So he's got a lot more time in the game than I do. So he's always going to have a higher gamer score. I know for a fact he would never hold it over me.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, because he doesn't care. He
Don't
does
care.
it for the game. Like he likes getting the platinum for certain games, not every game.
If I love
But
the
that's
game,
because he loves the game. It's not because he's trying to increase his score.
that's how you know you 100% it, especially when they don't have a percentage when you start the game. There's many games that don't. Most don't. That is one way to ensure you see everything the developers wanted you to see. That's what I like.
And that's one thing. Breath of the Wild guys had 100% thing in the game. I did end up I didn't care about it till after I beat the game. But once I beat it, I was like, oh, what do I need to do to get 100%? So yes, I did get the golden shit, which to me is about how much an achievement's worth. It's nothing. It means nothing. Like people may, oh, you got the golden shit. I'm like, what would you like, an achievement instead? It's the same fucking thing. It's nothing. But it is a thing in your inventory that you can brag to your friends.
I mean, it would feel more special if you could show them it. You know what I mean?
It'd be more
like when
special.
someone goes to your profile and
Yeah.
they see it.
Yeah. If you could like put it as your profile picture and you only got it because you got the golden shit.
That's what I'm saying. Reward us.
Yeah. If you give me a profile photo for it, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Nintendo could do this better than anybody, especially because they could tie it to NSO, which we've talked
Dude,
about.
and there's
Like
so many
beating
people that play
Punch-Out.
Nintendo games that invent their own challenges that would just love to have like official stuff like this. Yeah.
Yep.
And Nintendo games for most people are infinitely replayable, so it'd be just a great way to just add to that replayability.
Can we get a Mike Tyson avatar if you beat Punch Out on NSO?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want. Like
That's
that would be
kind of
my
the-
permanent avatar.
That would be
How cool would
unique,
that be?
uniquely Nintendo too, to give you like avatars for getting like beating games and getting certain achievements.
Think about how many people who would never think to go in and go try and play through the old Punch Out
on
Doesn't
the
cut
other
out.
side.
Who would just out of nowhere be like, dude, I need
Dude,
that avatar.
I would literally stop playing every game I'm playing right now until I beat Punch Out again, which by the way will be a challenge for me because it's been so
Hard.
long since I've done it.
It's
And I
tough game.
know it's actually hard when you're good at it. Because Mike Tyson's a one hit, you're done. Like you got to be perfect. But I would do it. I'd dedicate like the next month to do it. I hope it wouldn't take me longer than that.
Have we
That's why
ever
it's-
gotten?
this would be fun with Nintendo.
Yeah, and then third parties could do it. You know, we don't really get third party avatars. That'd be a really cool thing to get with third party. I mean, if you could have Cloud or Sephiroth or you know, if FF15 comes, Noctis, you know, avatar on your Switch too, like that's really cool.
Third
I
parties
wanna-
would be on board too because it would ensure that you're playing more of the game. It would help to make sure that you're seeing the credits, and when you do see the credits, you're more inclined to purchase the sequel.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Next up we got Demonic Brawler again here saying, what I want Nintendo to do is work on a freaking Nintendo Direct. The sooner the better, I'm just saying. You look. I know a lot of Nintendo fans want Nintendo Directs, right? We've talked about this before. We just had this as a topic last week. Like, all of us would like to have one, but we're mostly cool if we don't because there's so much to play anyways. And for me, I want a game by free. So what's it matter to me? Well, it matters for my job for covering things. But yeah, I know. I talked about this last week about people being on edge and wanting a direct. If you're curious and you want more thoughts from the panel on this, we'll get the thoughts from Professor Noctis and Scott Sort of Alyssa. But if you want our 4 thoughts, just go watch the podcast clips channel. We got the clip up. You guys can go check it out and watch our thoughts on a director and all that stuff. But we didn't have Noctis or Scott Sort of Alyssa. So you guys, thoughts on the direct, wanting it, not wanting it, do we need it, etc. Let's start with Alyssa. She hasn't talked much lately.
So at first, once we got Yoshi's release date, I was one of those people that was like, yeah, okay, no direct until June. I listened to the podcast from last week and I really liked all of your different perspectives. I liked how Stash mentioned how Nintendo likes to try to keep the headlines, and I agree with that. So I'm kind of thinking they'll want to ride out the Mario movie through April. Maybe in May we'll get the direct. I would like one sooner. I mostly just want to know like what Zelda thing we're getting this year, because like there are so many games to play. The backlog's always growing, so I'm not really looking for something to play. I'm kind of just like, what's the Zelda thing I should be looking forward to this year? That's like the main thing I'm a little antsy about. But I'm kind of thinking like May, June time.
Okay. And by the way, Sky Sword, the super chats on your end did come through. So
Oh, okay.
I just saw the chat. So like, because she's streaming it, anyone who's co-streaming it will come through, at least to me. I don't know if it comes through to everyone, but I see all of them. So,
Okay.
so I was just double checking the ones you said came in. I'm like, oh yeah, they're on the list. We'll get there.
Okay.
Cool. So I don't want people in her community to think like we're skipping out in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I was doing it for too. I was like, I just wanted to make sure that you guys could see that I had a couple.
So this was earlier because my username used to say $20 shots for science, or I'll do a shot for $20 for science. What that meant is, and I'll change my thing back to that in case people want me to do more. I'm basically creating like concoctions I've never done with a shot. So the concoction that I did for that one was I did a cookie dough whiskey and basically Malibu combined into a shot. Did not like it. Was not good. I liked them individually. They did not go well together. So the next one, I got other alcohols and other things to mix in. So I mean, we'll see if things get a little nuts with that. But that's what he was talking about. I think I can be done with the creamy farts. Stoked the game. By the way, when he did it, I didn't know he did it at first. And then he said something in the private chat, and I just fucking lost my shit. Totally gamer. He does this to me like every episode. Stoked the game. Said, I wish Nintendo would make more of their game soundtracks on vinyl available to buy. Like, bro, the Mario Odyssey soundtrack on a vinyl record, I wish.
I love that. And I agree. I love vinyl. I love video game. A lot of my vinyl is video game soundtracks. So I love it.
Yeah, did you guys get did the Zelda vinyls come out? Did you guys get those ones?
I have
they
one
come out in
Zelda vinyl.
June.
They come out in June? Okay.
Yeah,
I don't have them ordered.
I
so
have one.
Oh,
I couldn't afford them at the time, but I know I want them. It's gamer just vanishes. I think he's going to find it. Okay, well, we can come back to that when Gamer gets back to show off the one that he claims he has. Winterman says, how about an option to play Virtual Boy in TV mode? Yes. Yes. It can already be done via emulation. Nintendo literally did it to advertise the damn Virtual Boy. So they did it themselves. Yes. Oh, here it is. Let's full screen that. Oh, there it is.
Oh, is that a Zelda and Chill one? Like a Game Chops final?
You're muted.
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, he muted himself. I'll unmute him. I got you.
It's all music from Ocarina of Time, fully
Oh, okay.
orchestrated.
Yeah,
It's
as I
a
said,
full-
I recognize the album.
that plays, and it has really beautiful. I love this stuff. So the first disc is like Kokiri Forest.
Ooh.
It's got
Did they put any
all
art
the
on
big
the vinyl itself?
no, but it's like this one's a beautiful like
Oh, they're like
green
a
and white.
Yep.
And then the other one is the Elden area with like Death Mountain, and the soundtrack is, I forget the name of this vinyl. It was on it's from I Am 8-Bit. I forget what it's called. You could find it on their website though. But it's beautiful, and in fact, I did an unboxing of it when I got it, and I played part of the opening track on it. That's just like stunning for Zelda fans. So if you guys have vinyl players or ever hope to like in the future to get one, I Am 8-Bit does amazing video game vinyls. They do restocks usually for people who like moist cream, but I'll kill you, Prime. I just noticed that. There we go.
We're showing vinyls.
Oh,
That one is
So
epic.
beautiful.
vinyl. Look at that.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's the whole like collection thing. I don't want to take them all out because we'll be here for like 10 minutes, but I'll just take like one else.
Yeah, did they do anything cool on the disc? They
They're
don't always-
double-sided. They're double-sided. They're all different colors, but like yeah, this one's like all marbled.
Okay, sure, yeah. They went like the marble style. Cool.
Yeah, with like white, ivory, gray, blue, green.
I wanted to get into vinyls, but I'm scared to add another thing to collect.
Yeah, I
got a-
bought these and didn't
yeah.
have a vinyl player. I was like, I guess I'm gonna get one now.
Nintendo to make their music just available to buy in the US would be nice in general, even just digital. Like they're so bad about offering ways to get their music officially.
Just put it on
Yeah.
Nintendo Music, and they can't even do that.
Nintendo Music is a really nice thing, but it's like, yeah, but sometimes I want to buy the thing, not be relying on a sub to access it.
I did it out of necessity because I just wanted to listen to Nintendo Music. But then they don't even have Mario Kart World up there, and that feels like a travesty.
Weird, yeah. They have other Switch 2 stuff, but not Mario Kart World. It's so
And
weird.
only 6
It is
tracks from
weird.
Bonanza. It's like, come on.
I want to show one more, not to keep this going, but this is one that I especially love. This is the Final Fantasy VII Remake vinyl. It came out when the game initially came out, and it's really cool because the case opens up. It's the Cloud Buster Sword.
That's
And
it.
it's a 4-disc vinyl.
Broken.
No, I have an extra piece of paper in there.
I have an
Don't
extra.
scare me like that.
More random construction paper. It's
It's
fine.
like it's the Buster Sword blade, and it's a 4-disc vinyl of all the music from Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it is glorious. I mean, the music in the game is just so iconic. But the thing is with vinyl is like, as someone like for the game side, the thing that's so cool about collecting these is that obviously there's so much nostalgia packed into the music of the games that whether we grew up with or they're modern games that just had a huge impact on us. but also getting to see like this one's cool. It's the Buster Sword, but some of the other ones I have a Banjo-Kazooie one that I love. That was all the music's Grant Kirkhope. He reimagined the first album.
Wow.
The album from the first game. But the artwork, having like the big artwork and stuff is just I don't know. I love it.
Perfect time to drop this one. Keep up the good work, Gamebird Classic.
Oh yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
I think you're just talking about Game Boy Color.
Yeah,
that's possible.
To be clear.
Probably. I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just a GBC. We happen to have a co-host. That's all the initials. It's like, keep up the good work. Game Boy Color?
They're both doing a great job. If your Game Boy Color is still working, it's doing a great job.
Jesus.
And Game Bird obviously is. He got an Emmy, so
I did.
Well, now it's an Emmy.
That's what I said.
All right.
They're called the YouTube Emmys.
All right. I'm moving on. But
I also got the Nintenbyte Best Banana of the Year award.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He's
That's
just
a real
stacking award.
I actually got that one.
He got the other one too.
Look, I would be so proud if anyone on this show gets nominated for the actual like internet ones they do for creators. But none of us are even close. The show is not even close to even being considered. Right? We're so small compared to the people that they put in those awards.
Tell that to this beautiful banana trophy.
Yeah, that was a podcast award for our podcast, our own betting special. I bought the damn thing. I know what it was for. It was presented, I guess, by me. Not just on itself. I just can't.
That's true.
For the culture. That was to get a 69 on my side. That's why I drank the beer earlier. It says top 3 non-Nintendo franchises. So let's start there. Something in here for Professor not to tell somebody's challenge in Alabama over here. SEC, it is what it is. Rivalries. So top 3 non-Nintendo franchises. I'll hide this here while we answer this. Let's go to Stash. What's your top 3 non-Nintendo? I know you played a lot of shit and you hate these top lists, but hey, just grab 3 that just pops your mind right away.
Final Fantasy. Obvious.
There you go.
Dragon Quest. So both Square Enix. Guys, there's so many guys, you could go. I mean, some of them have died out though. That's the problem. But now they're being resurrected for the 40th anniversary, like Castlevania. You know what I'm saying? There's just so many. God of War. But how many have we had in the last 10 years? Right?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. I knew you would be the hardest one because you don't like this, but also it is kind of cool to shout out stuff.
It is.
You could shout out a billion of them. Like it's so hard to narrow to 3.
There's so many I love, yeah. But like Uncharted. Love it. What are they doing with it? Is it done? Is it done? I think it might be done. I don't know.
I think they completed the story arc based on what happened in the last one, but that doesn't mean you can't have more with new story.
Yeah,
doing a new thing. Maybe it doesn't start Ethan, but
looking at timeless IPs, right? That have started from when I started gaming, and
I'm still around today.
88 to now. Yeah, those 3: Final Fantasy, Castlevania, especially now that it's back, and Dragon Quest. Yeah,
all right.
Those stood the test of time.
It's a good list. What do you got, Gamebird?
2 that come right to my mind. Dark Souls, the Dark Souls series. And I include Bloodborne and Elden Ring in that, in Sekiro, because it's all Miyazaki through and through. So Dark Souls is an easy one. I mean, Dark Souls 1 made such a, I started day 1 with Demon Souls. I was so intrigued by the game when I was first hearing about it, and it's part of the same universe. There's a lot of lore implications that could have Bloodborne tied like part of the Souls universe as well. Not to get like too nerdy with it, but Dark Souls 3, for whatever reason, made such an insane impression on me. I was so obsessed, and that that third entry in the main Souls games is what really cemented it as possibly my second favorite series of all time. I love it that much. Another one, this is one that I've talked about a ton on the podcast. It's one of my favorites. I'm not 100% that this is top 3, but it's definitely in my top 10 favorite series of all time. And this is Yakuza. The series is just amazing. It's the unbelievable storytelling and character development and fun beat 'em up gameplay. And it's a series that's grown and evolved from a beat 'em up brawler to a turn-based RPG that has the most recent that has a Pokemon part of the game. Not actually Pokemon, but there's Pokemon mechanics, Animal Crossing, all the amazing stuff in there. So Yakuza, I'd put as number 2. And then 3, man, I'm wondering if I go with something more current. Or you know what? I'm going to pick one. It was one of my favorite series way back in the PS2 age. And this was a series that was dormant, and it's one that I've literally been praying to the video game gods year after year for this series to come back. And last year, or not last year, the year before, or was it last year? I don't know. Either last year or the year before at the Game Awards, a dream came true of mine. And that was a brand new entry for Onimusha. Onimusha was just such a special series for me. If you guys, it's funny seeing the trailer for the new one and they're like, oh, it's a new Souls-like. Like Onimusha was a samurai game that kind of has the soul, like you collect souls from the enemies you kill to level up your weapons and gear and earn new abilities and enhance your weapons to evolve them into new forms. But this is a game that existed on the PlayStation 2. It's one part Resident Evil with the horror mechanics and the puzzle solving, another part action game with RPG mechanics. And it was just so wonderful and so much fun. And getting a new entry, I know they're deviating a lot from some of the staples of the series inception, but I'm really excited for this one. So I feel good about those 3.
Eric.
Yeah. I don't know if these really count as series, but Sonic and Pac-Man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why would those be series? There's multiple games. Yeah. They're like 2 of the biggest franchises of all time.
They're franchises versus series versus,
We said franchises, but yeah.
Okay. And then
I wish they asked us top 10.
Halo.
Yeah.
Because this feels wrong.
Because
now that I'm like,
I was thinking about it too. I'm like, I'd put Resident Evil on there for sure. Then there's
Mega Man
2, Mega Man.
But
Yeah,
the second
obviously
gravity-
I thought about Sonic.
Another question. 3.
There's so many.
Alyssa, give us 3.
If I had more time to sit and think, and it is also really hard to narrow it down to 3, but I wrote down Tomb Raider, Clair Obscur. I know there's only one game, but I guarantee anything Sandfall makes is going to be gold to me. And Okami. I'm so stoked for the next one.
Okami
anytime
is
Capcom. What? Go ahead.
Oh no! Finish your thought.
I was just gonna say, anytime Capcom comes up, like anything with Capcom, I'm just like, please, let us see it. Let us see it.
I was gonna say, Alyssa, is I told my buddy, because I go to the Game Awards every year with my friend. We've been going for maybe like the last 5 years, and every year I always tell him, and I used to say this like around some of the different directs and stuff. If we ever get a new Onimusha or a new Okami, that'll be the day. Like I'm gonna die like happily. And we got both those in one Game Awards, and like that Game Award that we got those will probably forever be cemented as my favorite of all time.
Yeah,
those truly are. Like Capcom has so many great series under their belts. But those 2 games, and I'm even leaving out Beautiful Joe. That's another amazing series from the GameCube days that was just so special. But Okami and Onimusha are such a huge part of just, I don't know, my gaming life. And Okami, in my opinion, is honestly the best Zelda-like to this day. Because it's a Zelda-like but it's also so new and unique that it doesn't feel like just a Zelda spinoff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It has enough of its own identity that makes it stand out so much. Anyways, I could talk just thinking about these other series that mean a lot. These are two that I just care so much about. But anyways,
Professor Noctis.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Final Fantasy for me. That one, ups and downs. Even the worst Final Fantasy is a good day for me. So that one, I would have to go with Uncharted. I get hyped
So
anytime an Uncharted comes out. So like from the first one all the way to the fourth, I just love them. So that is the thing that if there was an announcement, I would pop the most for. And then finally, Halo. Gosh, I love Halo.
Mm-hmm.
Those are even Infinite. I love them.
Okay. For me, guys, it's Age of Empires,
ooh, I like that.
Warcraft,
Hmm.
the RTSs, and the MMO. All one franchise.
How's that new expansion, by the way?
It's pretty good so far.
Pretty good.
And we'll see. Apparently, the second half of leveling is better than the first half, and I just entered the second half of leveling, so we'll see what happens.
I was thinking about dipping in. If I do, I'll hit you up to play, Nate.
Yeah,
I'm very
I
WoW
literally-
casual
Yeah,
or
me
WoW
too.
curious. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I play it really casually. I could easily be level 90 if I wanted to be, but I'm playing Resident Evil and other stuff, so I'm only playing it, here and there. And then Yulia's been playing it a little bit. She wants to level all the way up though and not use her free character boost. So I'm like, all right, that's fine. You've never played, so it makes sense. Good luck. There's lots of experience. Like,
have her play WoW Classic.
yeah. No, she will quit that in a day.
Dude, I'll never forget. I know you have another series to mention, but I have to say this story before I lose it, Nate. I'll never forget when WoW was a brand new thing and jumping into that world and playing with my friends. I forget the name of the dungeon. It's an early level dungeon in the Barrens called like RFD or RFK, Razorfen Crawl or Razorfen Downs. But anyways, I was a mage at the time. That was the very first character I ever rolled in WoW. And I'll never forget, we wiped in this dungeon and one of the randos in the group with my friends rage quit. But the last thing they wrote was, "This mage can't tank for shit," and rage quit. I'm like, I'm a mage. What are you talking about? And for anyone who doesn't play MMOs or probably don't know what I'm talking about, but if you understand, it was pretty funny. I was like baffled.
There was like one thing back in the old school, like when you were an ice mage, you could summon like one thing that could tank for a very little bit, though.
Right.
It's a very
but you don't tank a dungeon as a mage.
You're not tanking a dungeon with that. That's a temporary hold it till the real tank tanks over kind of thing. And
I think they were a paladin too. That's the funny part.
Would put a tank. They can tank better than you could.
Like,
even
bro,
even
this mage can't
even with the fighting
shit.
spec, they could totally tank better than you. Anyways, wearing full plate armor, get mad at the cloth guy. Who the best he could do is kite him around, and then you'll be pissed because he's moving too much.
Yeah, blinking.
Blinking everywhere. I love mage. It's my second character I play as a mage, so I love it. Okay. My third franchise. Obviously, guys, I went 2 on PC. I told you guys, but I've been PC gaming a long time. Missed those Chosen Wars back in the day, an MSN Gaming Zone. Great with the OG Age of Empires. I'm still playing Age of Empires all the way up to 4. There might be a 5th in development. The other franchise is The Witcher, which is ironic because I technically started playing it on PC because I don't even know if the first game ever came off of PC, but I've been playing it game 1. And then Witcher 2 had some drastic changes that people liked a lot more than the first game because the first game controlled very different. I would say the first game, it's not exactly like this, but it was a little bit more like Dragon Quest Origins, except just with one character and how it played. And some people were really turned off by that because that kind of gameplay people like when it's an Origins kind of game where you have multiple characters you're managing. But in this case, you're just managing one. It's not even a perfect way to describe it. A lot of people that love Witcher have never played the first one.
Yeah.
because it's very different. And even at the time it came out, there weren't a lot of games like it. There are more games like it now, but and then Witcher 2, obviously started that transition into what it is now, with Witcher 3 completing the transition. Obviously being the biggest and most popular and one of the best DLCs ever. And I love the Witcher series. I'm super stoked for Witcher 4. I know it's going to be a little different because obviously we're not Geralt, but he's in the game. So he still exists in the world, which is good because he still exists in the world at the end of 3. So now we're obviously playing from a different character's perspective, and in the future. So I'm very, very curious on this one. And obviously, I actually enjoyed the Netflix series right up until the main actor quit. So, or whatever, he didn't like the creative.
They're
decision.
supposed to remake the first game too, which is super exciting.
Yeah, I think so.
Because a lot of people should play it. And
Yeah.
Geralt was hideous in the first game, so
Yeah. There's a lot of amazing story in that first game people don't even know about because they didn't play it. And I guess I know it's a book series, right? And the funny thing is, I've never read the book series. I probably should pick it up just because of how much I love the whole lore and I love everything about it. And I know the guys, the Netflix show really veered away from some of the stuff, but which is the entire reason that Henry Cavill left, because he's like, he loves the source material. And they're like, you guys are going way too far away from that, so I'm out of here. But I like everything Witcher, just like I like everything Game of Thrones, but like there isn't really a Game of Thrones video game I necessarily enjoy. So, yeah. So that's fine. Now to get to the second part of this, Professor Noctis seems like a chill guy, but he dropped a retweet earlier. So respectfully, Tigerbait.
He dropped a Roll Tide.
A Roll Tide earlier. That's right. So respectfully, sorry. RT to be on the internet's always retweet. But I'd Roll Tide if you're an SEC person. So respectfully, Tigerbait and Coke's Tigers. I don't even know if I said that correctly. I'm not an SEC.
No, it's
guy.
Go because they spell dumb in LSU. So it's just the way it is. Sorry. Thanks for preparing Saban for us.
The Big Ten between our teams too. So
we had a wonderful era of Nick Saban after he kind of learned how to play football at LSU.
After he learned how to play. Oh, Nick Saban, man. I mean, look, he's one of coaching, so
lots of love for our LSU Tigers. We're all in, pain now in the SEC in the years of NIL. So,
Demonic Brawler. I think instead of handheld boosts for Switch 2 games, they should just update the dock to allow VRR to work on supported TVs. Okay, look, we all want VRR, right? Like, I don't think any of us don't want it. Even though a lot of TVs don't support it, there are some that do, and most monitors support it. We all want it. And there's a lot of modern TVs that are starting to support it too, because it's a pretty common feature on all game consoles. But man, I don't think it needs to be an either or. It should just be both. And it sucks because Nintendo originally advertised Switch 2 as having VRR in docked mode. So to me, I think it's like they are probably working on it. And whatever the issue is, and we've talked about whether it has to do with the version of HDMI they're using, which technically can still support VRR. So, but like there's caveats with that. And if they can find a workaround for it, like we don't really know what the true reason is because Nintendo has never answered the question about it. But yeah, obviously we want VRR and docked mode. I don't think I don't think there's any debate on that, is there? Like, does somebody not want it? Yeah, say crickets. Who doesn't want games to be better when you play them when the frame rates are dropping all over the place? Who doesn't want that? It's just a good tech. Karkun says, if Dev builds games with DLSS 5, how'd it look without it? Most people would probably play without it because not everyone has an NVIDIA GPU. And consoles don't, besides Nintendo. I mean, it looked like how they look now, I would assume, right? Like, we already know games right now don't use it. So I want it to just be the way it looks now. I mean, I guess I don't know for PS6 and beyond, it's a question after you guys. Do you guys think we've kind of hit the not the uncanny valley, but just the point where graphics really aren't that big a deal anymore. Like we're at a point where it's just good, and no matter what happens in the future, it's like not going to be like a jump over anything we have today that's significant.
Yeah, I think we hit that last gen.
Yep, me too.
PlayStation 4, we hit it.
No, we're already trending there for a long time.
Yeah, that's why like everyone gets so worked up about like power and graphics, and it's like the most the most pointless thing to debate with video games because it matters less than any other aspect of gaming.
Yeah,
like,
this 10x zoom on their face bullshit. Bro, I don't care.
I hate that shit so much.
I don't care.
I have to zoom
how I
in
play the
because
game.
my hair's a little frayed here. I'm like, dude, do you play the game that way too?
Yeah, I'll play the game with a magnifying glass. What the hell's wrong with you? Why are people watching
unless you need trifocals because you can't see.
Yeah, these are some of the things that I'm mystified by.
I never understood the zoom in. Like, I get it if you're like Digital Foundry and it's your job and you're doing tech comparisons. I get. That's different. They're not trying to judge the game if it's good or not. They're trying to tell you from a tech perspective what the differences are.
There's people showing up to dinner. You got to feed them. You know, that's the thing is
people want it. So I
they
get
want it.
But what I don't
why they want it, I don't get.
Yeah. Well, if you're a multi-platform owner, I get it from a small perspective of just wanting the best version. Fine. But
sure. But you should
outside of that. I mean, I will say this. I say this that, you know, who zooms in like that? And I know like Stash uses a projector. I don't know. Maybe one of those people that has a 119-inch TV, and you can actually tell because it is just that big for you because that's how fucking big your screen is. Okay, I guess, but that's not a majority of consumers. And let's just be honest: the people shit talking on it, they aren't that person. We know that.
Just put it this way: if PlayStation 6, if the visual performance in PlayStation 6 is barely noticeable compared to PlayStation 5, I wouldn't be fazed by that at all. Like, it would not affect it would have zero effect on my excitement or hype for the console or whether or not I want to purchase it or not.
Sure.
There's so much. And go ahead.
No, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, I talk about stuff, you know, when we're talking about this AI stuff and how it affects, you know, in that video, what we saw, like me talking about like using AI to make NPCs smarter and more immersed in your actions and what's happening in the story in the world. To me, that's so much more exciting than, oh, I can see Mario's pores now. Because after the mysticism of that reveal of seeing Mario's nose hairs for the first time in a Mario game, after the 5-minute mysticism of that, when I'm 20 hours into the game, I'm not thinking about his nose hairs at all. No. I actually forgot about that. Oh yeah, he's got nose hairs in this.
Till now.
Yeah.
So it's like a mustache. What?
I think like graphics are really cool for the sake of like a tech demo purpose, but in the age where like we've reached the point that we've reached, games look amazing. Like, who has an issue with the way PlayStation 5 games look, you know, or PC games look? They look phenomenal. Why do we need better?
The only thing I want, and I'm tired and so tired of companies just being like, oh, we just need more powerful hardware. Dude, we've been through this over and over again. Start prioritizing game performance over your visuals, please.
100%.
I'm so tired of chasing the high end and then it's all 30 FPS with drops.
Or prioritizing releasing finished games instead of.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other. That's
right?
a whole.
Or games that work. You know, like these are all things that are really important that I think a lot of companies have lost sight of.
A lot of this
chase for visual
keep releasing broken shit.
I'm just saying, like, really think about what's important in a game, and it's so weird to me that the hill that so many people like to die on, especially when it comes to art, like lame console warring arguments about why Nintendo consoles suck. 90% from what I see comes down to, and I'm leaving out the key card stuff. I'm just talking about like over the last few generations combined. Like, so much of it is like what has better graphics, and it's to me, it's like the lamest. It's just the lamest thing.
I also wanted to make sure I added to what Karkin said here because I said something in the chat. I think it would damage the artistic direction. I'm sorry. Well, we talked about this earlier when we talked about DLSS 5, and Stash made a really good point on this. We haven't actually seen game devs use it yet. Like, we don't actually know how they would use it and if it would affect, like, what we saw from NVIDIA. I think most people universally agreed. Outside of, I know there's some people in the chat that loved it, but a majority of the internet clearly did not like it. And you could see it. I don't need to see the true like to dislike ratio. I know people have those apps saying, oh, look at the dislikes. Those apps are inaccurate. But when you got like 1.5 million views on NVIDIA and only like 10,000 likes, yeah, okay, there's a lot of dislikes. There's 1.5 million views with only 10,000 likes. There's a lot of dislikes. Digital Foundry, nearly 1 million views. Look at your number of likes. Okay, that doesn't make sense when you look at your prior videos. That means you have a shit ton of dislikes. And they even issued a public thing and they said they got death threats and stuff. So they were getting tons of backlash because they thought it was a good thing. So yes, the general internet sentiment is what NVIDIA showed off. That's not what we want to happen to games. But NVIDIA did that to show off the tech. They didn't actually have the developers of those games use it. So
my only counter to that, because I do fully understand that, my only counter to that is, regardless of the fact that this wasn't in the devs' hands, listen, if the devs got their way more than half the time, I'm sure a lot of games that have come out in the past or that are going to be coming out would be a lot better or refined or polished than they are. The fact of the matter is there's a lot of suits that make decisions. You know, look at the state of Cyberpunk when that launched, and all the devs knew they were releasing something that should not be out there yet. Look at the Redfall, like the discourse behind Redfall. Look at these amazing teams that make incredible single player games that are getting forced to develop games of service and being used as guinea pigs and then being dissolved when it fails, when their expertise is in narrative driven single player experiences. So my point is, like, I hear what they're saying and I do think there's truth to that, but I think it's all going to land on what a lot of suits prioritize, and that's just, unfortunately, that's just the nature of the business, you know. And companies have to appease their shareholders. There's going to be awesome companies, you know. There's a lot of things that I know Nintendo shareholders wanted them to go full mobile in the dark days of Wii U, and thank God Nintendo was like, screw you, we're a video game company, and we're gonna do what we love and we're proud. Sorry, Nate.
I always when people slander any platform people play games on.
I'm just saying, like, shareholders would have loved for them to just abandon the console market and put all their incredible IP in the mobile gaming space. So, and indies, that's another amazing thing. Indie is an area of gaming where there's, you know, so much unique creativity. Games have unique identities. They're trying new ideas, new art styles, new ways to tell a story. So there is a lot of hope in the industry. But I'm just saying, a lot of this stuff, it's like, at the end of the day, whether or not the devs can do something really special or amazing with it, at the end of the day, won't fully matter with some of these huge companies when suits are kind of making the calls. You know what I mean? And don't be surprised if we start seeing, like, oh, we can mitigate the risk by developing games of service using AI. And then we could really chase lightning in a bottle for the next 10 years. We could finally, hopefully, maybe create that Fortnite killer. So,
Jorge, what would be your dream Nintendo related theme park other than what is already part of Super Nintendo World? This is just quick and easy for me. Zelda.
Yeah, it's Zelda for me. We're waiting to see where Zelda's going to be first before we go. Michaela and I, she's asked me, when are you going to go? I'm like, remember, we're waiting for Zelda. Once it's there,
I hit all three. But which one is going to have Zelda first? Yeah.
Yep. So if it's
especially
Japan,
for me,
that's
guys,
where we're going.
It's an expensive trip for me to go to any of them. I mean, even Japan, obviously, but it's expensive in general because I don't live anywhere near any of these parks. So whichever one gets Zelda, it'll probably be Japan first.
I think so.
I'll have to decide at some point if I'm willing to go out to Japan to experience it first, because part of me, and this is just a weird thing for me, is when I'm experiencing something like this, I like to understand what people are saying that work there, and it's Japanese. And I understand they have people that speak English for tourists and stuff. I get that. But like it's not going to feel the same as being at like a park here where everything's built around English. So that's the only part that might make me go, maybe I'll wait for the first park to get it here. But I think it also just depends how long is that wait. Like if it's a 2-year gap, then it's like, okay, maybe at some point I do plan to just go to Japan, try to hit the Nintendo Museum, come back. But we'll see. And the Nintendo Museum is really hard to get into. You got to buy that stuff like way ahead of time. Okay. So I think is everyone in agreement? Zelda. Let's
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Eric, go.
I think a Star Fox section would be really cool.
Sure.
I don't know how they would do it, but I think it'd be cool.
So for me, when I first saw this comment, Zelda was like my instant thought, but I want to change it now. Now that I've like sat on it for a minute. My actual pick is a true Nintendo Land. And what I mean by that is not just a Nintendo section at Universal Studios, but a Nintendo Land theme park the size of like a Disneyland that has, like Disneyland has all the different worlds that you visit. Having the Zelda world, the Mario world, the Pokemon world, the Star Fox world, all the different IP, you know what I mean? And being able to see all the characters, seeing the ice climbers walking around and having a Metroid world and all that good stuff, and a Luigi's Mansion that's like kind of the haunted attraction that's there all year round. So for me, it would be an actual theme park that's strictly a Nintendo Land theme park with all Nintendo's iconic IP, not just a section at Universal Studios. That's my pick.
Hey, real quick, Professor Noctis is going to be heading out. So if you want to, tell everyone where they can find you.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for letting me be on tonight, inviting me to be on. This has been a blast. Great to get to know y'all and talk Nintendo and video games and Pokemon, of course. So thank you so much for that. You can find me over on YouTube and Twitch, Prof Noctis, as well as on X and social media. All that stuff is Prof Noctis everywhere. But if you like academics and video games, then yeah, come talk or go to Alabama. That's a more expensive option.
Sweet.
Awesome,
yeah,
man.
I want to check out your channel for sure. That's very interesting what you do.
Appreciate
cool.
it. Well, it's nice to meet y'all, and I will see y'all around.
Later, man.
Awesome. Thank you, dude.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Dex Refi. I work as a software engineer for a game company that's AI focused. AI isn't going away, but it still has a ways to go. Claude writes all of my code, but I'm still responsible if something breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the big thing is like a lot of these companies where they are starting to use AI for coding, you still have to know your shit. Because when AI fucks up, you're the one that has to fix it. And if you don't know what you're doing. And what sucks is, and people know this that are programmers, always trying to fix other people's code. And now that other people's AI.
Mm-hmm.
I know my dad's a programmer. Like I know he hates AI because he thinks the code is actually not very good. Like it functions, but it's sloppy. And it might get better over time, I'm assuming. I hope, but yeah, I mean, look, regardless of Eric and everyone else that hates AI, it ain't going anywhere.
Oh,
it's just gonna keep. I mean, I guess quote unquote getting better.
It will, because we'll be training it.
I mean, by the time it's super good, guys, I might be dead. But
no, it'll be sooner than that.
It depends on what you want it to be good at.
I train my replacement at work every day.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, you know you're on the way. You're the last person in your department. It's kind of like, okay, I mean the writing's on the wall. This department's not going to be here. The moment they realize they don't need my interaction because I just realized everything I do AI can do shit.
It would be nice though if we could. I was saying this in my chat earlier in the stream when we were talking about it, because AI pulls, maybe not so much in like my field, but like with game development or with like movies and stuff. AI pulls from sources. That's why we had that big controversy with Marathon, where an artist was like, "What the hell? This is my art's. My art's in this game." That wasn't them consciously stealing someone's art. That was AI pulling from that. And so it would be nice if that if AI is sourcing from other people's creations, if there was something in place that was anytime AI pulled from someone's work, that person got compensated for it. It's not going to happen, but it would be nice.
That'll never happen. Especially when like you work for the companies and they'll just be like, we own all your work. It's not you, so you don't get shit. That's just
no, but like if you're just like an artist who sells art and then like all of a sudden your art is like all over a video game, you're like, what the hell?
I mean, that's illegal technically. They should
I don't
sue.
know.
They should sue.
Is
if
it?
That happens. It is.
Who's responsible?
Is it that supposed to pay for rights?
If AI sourced it, who's responsible? Is it the dev? Is it the company? Is it the
You'd sue all of the above.
AI?
You'd sue all of the above. You would just do a blanket lawsuit that covers all of it because somebody along the way stole your art.
Sure.
It actually would be. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, but that's because in the world of big business where there has been accusations of that, they've dealt with it privately, probably settlements or whatever. And you just wonder who's going to be the person to say, fuck your settlement. Let's go to court. Someone's going to do it someday that's got the money to do it because they're going to be like, fuck this. I'm tired of this shit, stealing our shit. And you just
something's going to happen. Something's going to happen where AI makes a mistake with, if it's like a financial company that handles people's retirements or finances, that like AI makes a mistake. It's not an employee. It's not the company per se. And you have to wonder who's responsible for that if that happens.
The company
that's using the AI?
Probably the company that's using the AI. And that company might sue the company who made it. But for the people who lost their money or whatever, they're going to sue the company that was managing their money. It's their responsibility. They didn't hire an AI. They hired your company. And your company fucked up. Yeah.
Do you get priced out of that loss?
You're responsible for the tools you were using with my money.
Yeah.
If I give Eric $1,000 and he loses it because he used some AI algorithm to stick my money in some fucking dead ass company that clearly was going to go under because Eric didn't bother to Google to see if they're even a real company. But AI said this is a great investment
right now
on some fucking penny stock that's not going to exist in 2 months. I'm just using them as an example. It'd be like, yeah, I'd hold Eric responsible for losing my fucking money because he listened to something he shouldn't have listened to because he didn't bother to Google search. Now, Eric wouldn't do something like that. He fucking hates AI.
Yeah.
But it was just a point of like, if you trusted a company and the AI fucked up, you're going after the company because they're the one that chose you. You didn't choose for them to use the AI. They chose that. But the question is, can you go after them? Because if it's only like the trust fund or some sort of fund where it's like, we just invest for you. Well, there's no guarantee those investments work. Unless they gave you a guarantee. Can you sue even? I don't know. It's going to take someone's money getting fucked with enough that someone actually pushes a lawsuit before we see how this actually goes down. Because AI right now is almost completely unchecked.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to take something bad where someone actually sues and goes through with it and doesn't take the settlement payment.
Now it'll be something bad with someone who has a shit ton of money.
Yeah. It has to be.
Because bad stuff will happen to normal, like your average person.
It's got to be someone with a shit ton of money. One, because it's going to be expensive anyways, because the AI companies will have all the expensive lawyers. But on top of that, it has to be someone like that because you got to be famous enough that this makes worldwide headlines. That a rich person got fucked over by AI, and so they're saying fuck this, and they go hard.
Way off topic, but whatever happened with the Disney thing with the lady who didn't someone die from eating something with peanuts at the restaurant at Disneyland or something? But the family couldn't sue because they were subscribed to Disney Plus.
The court. No, that's a real story. I can't remember what she was exactly allergic to, but they were made aware of it and they knew, and they served her anyways. And they used the fact that they had this policy with their Disney Plus subscription or trial or whatever.
Did that hold?
No,
in
that
court?
I don't know.
Okay.
The judge fucking was like,
So there is justice in this
Yeah.
world.
that didn't
sometimes.
hold. So that's what I'm saying. It would take, and the thing is, whoever it happens to that this billionaire decides to sue, it's like it's going to be a billionaire nobody fucking likes. So everyone's going to be like, no matter who wins this shit. I'm like, well, look, trying to get some regulations on AI benefits everyone. So I would vote unless their whole point is just to put them out of business. I'm like, I'm not trying to put people out of business. But regulations need to get in place at some point. And right now, it's just completely unregulated. AI for everything. Even though technically there's laws that are like, oh, you can't use things without permission. We all know these AIs are scraping. How many times they got to get busted for scraping before someone does something about it? They're stealing shit all the time for their data sets. We know it's happening, but no one's doing anything about it, even though it is stated in law in multiple countries to be illegal to do.
I'm ready for AI to start like blackmailing people, start like messaging their wives and stuff like that. Like with like fake images and stuff, and like emptying people's bank accounts.
Not that Stash needs the praise. Because that's right, he doesn't care what anyone thinks. But Jex Reffy says everything ThunderStash is what I would say.
Hey,
That's a true fan.
thank you.
That's
Appreciate that.
He's thankful, but don't disagree with him. Then he doesn't care. That's true entirely. He just doesn't waste his time with that stuff online. That's all.
Stash is building a cult. Yeah, it's the cult of the stash.
Oh, there's a lot of people that love the way Stash handles his business.
When we do our very first like in-person like podcast, there's just gonna be a bunch of people dressed in all white with huge mustaches.
By the way, I love the way Stash handles his business, even though I don't handle it the same and disagree in some regards. But what's nice about having a friend that handles it that way is that's also like the best kind of friend to ever have, because anything happens, he has your back no matter what. Period. And you need people like that that are going to tell the world to fuck off. Like when we were doing even the karaoke, it was all good and fun, but part of the reason he wanted to stick around was just in case someone tried to fuck with me while I was drunk. He was not. They wouldn't be. I don't want to say they'd be dead, but they would regret it.
Yeah,
just be a dead person in the bar.
That's the way it is. Like I could disagree with him, but like he's also one of the kind of the best kind of friends you want in your corner, because the way he views the world is like, no. There's like, I don't care about all this shit, but I do care about my friends and family, and that's what you don't fuck with. No.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So I'm a fan of him too, obviously. I don't have to agree with all his gaming shit, but who gives a fuck?
Mm-mm.
It's just video game.
And it would be really boring.
Yeah.
If we
Well,
agree
that's
with
one reason why I
the whole
take it to,
world
like,
would be.
that one topic when you were I'm like, dude, everyone, like, even though gamers like, well, no, I'm like, okay, you sat on the fence while everyone went one direction. I'm like, well, someone's got to go hard the other way. Otherwise, it's not a conversation. It's just an agreement.
Yeah.
And sometimes I go a little hard. I have fun. When guys see me get riled up on I'm having fun. So is Stash, by the way. He smiles. When I'm actually angry, guys, you'll know, because then I start to like, I do this thing sometimes where I get personal, but the thing is, Stash never makes it personal, so it'll never go there. But it's reliant on them, because I am high. I am like going at it, but like,
You went too hard.
That's what you get for lying right now about not being upset.
Who's frozen? Am I frozen?
No, it's Prime.
I think it's Nate and Eric.
Okay. Because I heard it freeze up and I didn't hear anything.
Well, anyways,
I figured I was out of commission. It's usually me.
We'll get back to those clowns when they return. In the meantime, Tabby Cat Games writes in and asks, "What are your thoughts on Pocopia?" Now, Stash, you still haven't played it, right?
No, the pipeline is overflowing for reviews, review codes.
Sure.
So I can't. I really can't, because when you accept a review code, like there's a responsibility there. It's not like I have to sign stuff, but there's a responsibility that you do the right thing. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'd like to play it, though, is my point. I know you have.
Yeah, but before I share my thoughts, which, guys, you can dive into my thoughts on, I think it was the last episode. I shared a bunch on it. Alyssa, you recently picked up the game. I think I've seen
did.
you on there a few times. How far into it are you right now? And what are your thoughts as someone who it seems like I know you like cozy games, but you did, it sounded like, unless I misunderstood, you were kind of on the fence, but then after watching our last episode, it actually kind of sold you on picking up the game. So
Yeah,
what are your
you had me like almost convinced. I had it in my cart, so then I was like, for a fun thing for stream, I like made it a goal. I was like, whatever amount or anything. So then I ended up hitting the goal. So I was like, all right, well, we're gonna buy Pocopia. So I will be streaming some of it tomorrow, but I did want to get through a lot of the tutorial area first. I think I still have like 3 abilities left to find. So far, I'm kind of like in the middle. I've had some moments where I found things that are like really cool. Like I found like a thing like a Misty's journal, and then you unlock things. So I really like that you like find things and unlock things. And then also like not being able to deal with certain objects. Like I couldn't get rid of the like lumber shards. I had to get Scyther first, so you could use like his ability to like cut that. So I do like that kind of stuff in games. So that aspect is really cool. And I'm still in the first area, but I did find like the 2 exit points. I think I might move on soon based on like your recommendation of trying not to stay in the beginning area. Cause I'm going to assume you get like upgrades and stuff to your abilities as well. So maybe it makes things a little easier, or you can do more. Like you can only water like in a cross pattern. So I'm wondering maybe you'll have that expanded. So I'm like, well, maybe I shouldn't worry about watering all the land here and like move on and come back.
Yeah, so I definitely recommend, I mean, make your island nice, customize your homes, do your objectives, explore. The thing that really started getting me hooked was like just building all the different habitats and then learning, oh, once I build a house and I move a Pokemon into that house, that opens that habitat back up for a new Pokemon to show up there, which is really nice. So I mean, I must have like 30 Pokemon in my starting area, which is really cool because they're all interacting with each other. But I will say, if you stay in that first zone, you are definitely limiting yourself, because I don't want to spoil too much because there is a lot of surprises in the game. But in the second zone, like I just got the ability to swim, which if you go in water in the beginning, you just sink to the bottom, and then it'll kind of restart you outside of the water. I can swim now. There's other abilities I have, but you also find Pokemon that can follow you that do other things. Like, I never found, and I don't know if there is one, an electric Pokemon in the first zone, but in the second zone, I found one, and that when you have an electric Pokemon follow you, it will power up like electronics. So lamps that are lit up, or if you have electronics in your homes, even in the first zone, you could have them follow you to the first zone to power on all those electronics so you have it. I will say I went crazy watering everything in the first zone. You'll trigger if you haven't gotten there yet. There will be a story beat where it rains for the first time. I don't know if you've gotten there.
No.
And when it rains, that makes the grass green. So a ton of it will be green. Do not stress about that, because I was doing the same. But the thing I would say, it's like, I don't know how many hours in you are, but I was the same as you. At first, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like this. I was like, I don't know if I like this. And it's been a matter of just spending, the more time I spend in this world and the more I grow these zones and add Pokemon and level up to where I have like the level 3 house or the level 4 house that I could build now. That's 2 stories, and I could move 4 Pokemon into that one house. And I don't know. I feel like it's a game that just keeps on giving is the best way to describe it. But
yeah, I did in this one spot you were like punching through the wall and it opened up like this cave area and you were like walking through this cave and find all this stuff. I really like that. That was pretty cool. Like I like discovering things and exploring a lot. So that aspect I'm enjoying so far, even just in the first area there.
Nice. Were you a Animal Crossing fan? I forget.
Yeah, I liked it a lot more when I was younger, when I had more time. That's like my issue is like I like these games. It's just I like going on an adventure, and I know this kind of has that, which is why I
has more of it.
I have like more interest into this. But I like the collecting and all of that and the cozy stuff. So like,
yeah.
Big on fishing.
It's fun, and I will say there is something really cool about, since you don't evolve Pokemon in this game, you have to, like, if you start with Squirtle, you have to build a habitat and hope that Wartortle shows up to it, and then you have to build a different habitat and hope that Blastoise shows up to it. But Blastoise is a very rare outcome, so you could build a Blastoise habitat and not see Blastoise for 3 weeks of checking every day. So when you do see them, or you see like a legendary Pokemon in the game, or you get it to like join you, it feels like a very special, like, it feels like, I don't know, it almost to me feels like opening up a pack and pulling a card that's kind of a rare holographic or something. I don't know, but that's cool. Stash, I'm curious if Michaela's interest has increased on this one at all, because I know you showed her the trailer and she wasn't that into it, at least, but she did love Animal Crossing. And I really feel like, I gave Animal Crossing a chance multiple times, and I understand the appeal, but Animal Crossing, like, this game to me is Animal Crossing, but with much more to do and much more to acquire. So I feel like if you like that game, this one should be right up your alley. But that's just me.
She's still playing Animal Crossing. She's playing that the new update.
Sure.
For Switch 2. And she's playing Fallout 4
Nice.
on Switch 2. She loves Fallout. So I have mentioned it to her plenty of times. Monitoring the situation, I guess you could say.
Sure.
Not closely, but I'm definitely monitoring it. Waiting to see like when that Animal Crossing kind of like wanes out a little bit and she starts playing more of her mobile games. And when that happens, that's a red flag, as we all know.
Yeah.
Because that's not real video games. So it's like, we gotta get you off that. Okay. It seems like you need an actual real video game. Let me introduce Pocopia now, and not, whatever you're playing on your phone that got you stuff. It ain't good for you. Ain't good for the brain.
Very true. All right, let's move on to the next one from Cartoon. Family has only one Switch. Everyone wants a game. Yeah, that we have multiple Switch 1s in my household, but only one Switch 2, and everyone wants a game, and everyone wants a Switch 2. So, I'm sure once if we get a Pro or an OLED model, the OG Switch 2 will probably be the musical Switch 2 that goes around. Oh, we'll probably get one for the holidays over time and stuff, but it is expensive it's not like Switch where it's relatively simple to get one for the whole family. All right. Let's see. Legend of Barhosh gifted Sky Swords Alyssa one membership.
Thank you, Legend.
Hell yeah. Very, very cool. We've got Demonic Brawler. I work self-checkout, and every day I hear people complain about bagging their own groceries. And every time I wonder how many people in their late 40s complained about pumping their own gas. Well, there was a time where you weren't allowed to pump your own gas. There used to be people at the pumps who would pump it for you. But I don't think I've ever heard. Have you guys heard anyone complain about pumping gas? I don't know if I've ever heard that.
Maybe like a minor whine, like, oh, it's cold out, I don't want to get out of my car, but like not a group of people.
I could see debating it. I could see debating it with your partner in the car.
Yeah.
Gas. But I do think the gentleman should pump the gas, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's down in the late like 1940s when you're pumping gas. Obviously, this was a thing for a long time. People complained about it. Then there was self-service, or not self-service, but service gas. Like, you remember Back to the Future?
Mm-hmm.
He pulled up. It was in 1955 when they go back in time and they come out and pump the gas. So yeah, there was a time where people complained about having to pump gas, just like people today complain about having to bag their own groceries at self checkout. Yet you went self checkout. You don't
Yeah.
have to do this. But this is the whole thing, is that people always find reasons, ways to complain. And yeah, I think there are some states that do pumping gas differently. Here in Arizona, you pump your own gas. It's hot as hell out. It was over 100 degrees today in March. So, yeah. But again, this is part of life. Be happy you have a vehicle to pump gas into. Stop complaining.
Yeah. When we hit those Mad Max days, you'll be happy that if there's gas to pump.
Right?
You know what I mean? Let's see. Demonic Brawler again says, did Kiwi just drop a hint GTA 5 on Switch 2? I missed this in the chat. I don't know if either of you saw anything from Kiwi about Grand Theft Auto 5 or a possible hint for it.
Yeah, I
think it was in
keep an eye.
Prime's chat, but I did not see it. I saw people talking about it, but I didn't see Kiwi's actual message.
And neither. I'm in my own chat for the most part.
For sure.
Unless someone talks shit, and then I pop into Nate's chat.
We got Heady Player 1. I think there's a time and a place for smashing 100 enemies. I wonder what he meant by that.
Trophies.
Sometimes,
trophies, achievements, yeah.
Sometimes you just need a distraction with a goal.
Yeah. Look at you, see Nate. Look, he's back.
He's back. Guess who's back?
He looks confused though.
Well, we're running off Eric's cell phone right now.
Nice.
Is everything sounding okay?
Yeah, it's great.
We can just talk. I don't know if we can get both.
I think that's on his TV in the background, Bird.
Oh, I thought that was literally a buffer thing above his head. I was like, that's wild.
But it's buffering on the TV.
I was like, that's such a cool effect.
So here's what happened, guys. Without warning, apparently there's planned maintenance with Charter Spectrum.
Oh, wow.
So everything's down.
That.
Never warned us. No text, no email. By the way, they were just down for 28 hours this week already. So why couldn't you do your maintenance then?
Oh, that's horseshit.
Yeah, that would be a good time.
And this is exactly why. I don't care if you guys like the guy. I'm getting Starlink for my backup.
You should.
Because this is bullshit. And this is twice this week. And I've been having issues with Charter in general forever. That doesn't mean I'm dropping Charter because they're still like faster. Because I had no other faster option. But I don't know, man. I might get Starlink and just start using it as my main internet on my work computer and just see if I ever have a problem. Just to see if it's more consistent than Charter, because it's fucking bullshit. I'm glad I'm back. Hi guys. Didn't know if it would work because the upload's only 1 megabyte. Eric's here too. Want to say hi, buddy?
Yeah, hello.
Squeeze in, guys.
Hey.
Come on. It's not the same without Eric. Squeeze in.
Oh, his mic's
Co's curious.
I never talk anyways.
There we go.
Cozy curious.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Yeah.
You guys can keep doing chats and stuff. I'm not gonna anything because it's so slow over here.
Yeah, Heady Player 1 was just talking about smashing enemies, smash or pass with video game enemies. Let's move on to the next one. All right, Daniel Almaraz 319 says keycard will save physical media to be here longer. That's what I'm saying, folks. That's what I'm saying.
But if you don't consider keycards physical, then is it keeping physical around?
We already went over this last week, and we all established, including yourself, that it is physical. It is tangible. Oh, and I thought of something too. You said, what's a device that has to be online to function? PlayStation Portal.
Well, I know that.
Okay.
That's why I don't consider the Portal like a competitor with Switch 2, because you can't play it natively.
But it's a physical device, right?
That's useless without the internet, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Just like the key card. Yeah, okay. It's technically a physical item, but without internet, it's useless.
Fair enough.
Literally,
Alrighty.
if the internet goes down, it's empty. It's nothing. It's
But a
recycling.
physical card.
Something you recycle.
Next up, Gamebird wrote in. He asks, "What's the weirdest place you've ever gotten a sunburn?"
On your body or where
On your body.
you got the burn at? Oh, of course. That's what you meant. Of course. The weirdest place on my body.
Under the sea. Wait.
Are you like looking for real answers here?
Yeah, Nate, you're up.
How am I first? Why am I first for this weird question?
Because you missed out on half the questions. So
I did not miss out on half. I was the one featuring the most of them. Like gone for like 5 minutes.
Well,
okay.
It felt like a lifetime for me. You were greatly missed.
That's great. I don't think I was that missed. There's probably a lot of relief in the chat when I vanished.
It's not true. But
I don't know.
anyways,
Let me refresh so I can actually see the chat. They're probably like, "Why is Nate get leave? It was better right here." Just leave.
you're
Eric.
getting super. You're getting super choppy, Nate. So I need you to answer before we lose you again.
How am I
feel
getting
like we're on
super
a-
choppy?
Oh,
Listen, I'm just telling you how it is. Answer the damn question. You're up.
My ball sack.
What the hell?
Have you never been out in the sun naked before? I have.
That's brutal.
I've
I
laid
didn't
naked
go
just
that
to
far.
tan. And then I fell asleep. And it was a mistake to fall asleep naked in the sun. Happens. I didn't plan to
Where
fall
were
asleep, to
you?
be clear.
Where
And
were you?
I had like my Game Boy Advance SP. I dropped it on my face while I was.
You just had a pale
At least I was
Game Boy
gaming.
SP mark on your chest.
No, it was my forehead actually. It was just a pale down the nose. It was weird looking. But no, yeah, it was at my parents' house. They were gone. I was like 20, and they had a very private kind of. I won't say the deck area is entirely private, but I put up blankets around it so no one could really see me up there because it was like raised up. Off Eric, remember my old. At the old
I
parents'
could
house.
picture
It's
you
raised
leaving
up. So
I can picture you leaving
I
one
was,
blanket.
I was just
partially
laid out
open.
naked. Okay, to be fair, I was trying to impress a woman who I was kind of sort of talking to, and she mentioned that she liked her men to not be so pasty. And look, I asked her specifically. Pasty. So, are you saying I'm all pasty? She's like, no, just when you take your pants off. I'm like, well, I'll take care of that.
You were trying to impress a girl you already took your pants off for. Wait, you already took your unless they didn't ask you to take your pants off and you just took them off because you didn't know how to handle the situation. She asked you what you were up to this weekend and you got nervous and took your pants off.
No. It wasn't a situation where I had her in the room and pants are off and we're doing stuff. It was more of a situation of we met at a college party and I got depantsed. So she made that comment, and in hindsight, I'm like, I think it was a joke, but at the time, I took it serious. So I'm winning, trying to get the suntan, and I'm like, it can't be the dick and balls because they're not. They're not. I thought it was just like my thighs, so I'm like, let's just get the thighs good. And then I fell asleep, and then I didn't even realize my balls could burn. Found that out. So you asked the question. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
yeah.
I didn't think I was going to get that brutal of an answer. That was brutal.
I'm
Someone would say like my armpit.
Dude, I've been through some brutal shit in my life. I made some dumbass decisions. Why do you think my mountain of predictions being wrong is as tall as it is? I think
Because
I got fried enough brain cells laying out getting my balls tan, apparently. ThunderStash is over the God. I regret being. The more I hear, the more I don't want to know.
I mean, At first I thought the story when you said you were trying to impress a girl, I thought you were gonna meant like your next door neighbor or something. There was like a girl you liked who lived next door, so you laid out naked to impress her. Like that's where I thought you were going with this, and I almost think that's better than the actual story of like you were pantsed in front of her, and you needed a redo so she could see your thighs weren't that pasty.
Anyways, this is forever now. This is forever an etched story in history. This is not a stream that gets hidden after. So, congrats, internet. You know something about my 20-year-old self.
You could have just left that
20 years ago. That was decades ago at this point. That's crazy for me to even say that was decades ago.
All right. Well, if anyone else wants to go on this one, otherwise we could move to the next question.
I refuse to be the first to answer any question moving forward. I'm going to be stuck with the only one telling the story.
Yeah, buddy. We don't
Just to
need
make Nate feel
anything
better,
else,
it's not weird, but I got boob burn before. There you go.
That's pretty normal for a woman.
Yeah, so it's not weird. I don't have a weird place.
Yeah,
sorry.
That's not really that weird. Yeah, it's a private part area, but it's not the ball sack. So.
I love that you were trying to impress a girl that you were pantsed in front of. But
By
then
the way, we never dated or hooked up, so it didn't work out.
It makes me think of the
It's all for
Seinfeld
nothing.
episode where the girl walks in on George naked after he gets out of the ocean.
That's the
And
best.
he's like, it was
That's
cold. You don't know about
Shrinkage.
shrinkage? Yeah.
You know, shrinkage. That's a
What
great episode.
shrinkage?
All right. What's the next?
right.
I know there's some more.
Let's go to the next one. What does the panel think about walkthroughs?
Do what you got to do.
Yeah. See, I realized it was something we haven't really had a conversation on. That's why I threw it in. I was like, I'm just kind of curious. What do people actually think about walkthroughs? Like good, bad, indifferent, don't care.
If you want to use them, there's nothing wrong with it. If you want to use a walkthrough, use it. If you want to tap out, people all have they all have the points where they tap out. You know what I mean? Like the frustration points.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's different from when we were growing up, because when we were growing up, there wasn't a way to go on the internet and get the answer. What we did is you get up, you walk away, and you go do something else. And maybe you'll come back tomorrow and you'll have a different idea to try. That's usually what I did when I got stuck. There's no one to ask.
Writing a lot in notebooks, and then going to school and brainstorming with others to try to think of a new way to approach whatever I was doing.
It was fun, but I understand that's not realistic now, and there's so many games to play and only so much time, and people don't really like that, I don't think, as much anymore. We did it because we had to also, so who's to say we would have done it different if we were born now? So I got no problem with it.
Alyssa?
Okay.
I really try not to use like a walkthrough because I want to try to figure it out for myself. But since there's so many games and as an adult we have such limited time, I'm kind of just like, I don't want to spend too much time trying to do this. So I will break occasionally and look stuff up. But if somebody's playing like a game just comes out and there's a group of us all playing it, I try to reach out to friends first for hints so I can still try to like think about it. But I'm not necessarily like against walkthroughs. I think they're good. You know, it's an option.
Prime?
There was a time in my life I would basically say you're a bitch if you're using a walkthrough. And that's just because
What the hell?
that's just because growing up as a kid,
I'm offended.
if you didn't use walkthroughs, no one knew because you bought the guide from the store. Nobody knew you had that.
Dave, that wasn't directed at Alyssa, was it? Because
think
she
it
went right
was.
before you and said, sometimes I'll use them. And then you started and you went, there was a time where I would have said you're a bitch.
No, when we were growing up, that's what you said. Like when we were at Toys R Us or GameStop, I can't remember. And I was with my mom and they asked if I wanted the player's guide. And I can't remember if I said player's guides are for bitches or for pussies, excuse my language. But I said it in front of my mom and she looked at me like, what are you doing? It's like, well, it's true. It's for bitches.
Dude, my mom would have slapped me if I
Yeah,
said
there's
that.
a
ain't no
as a little
bitch.
kid.
There's a time in my life, as I said, that I definitely said stuff like that. Maybe even when pressed on it, dropped the R word, which was not the right thing to do. But I was a kid and didn't care. Didn't think of how it affects others. All I cared about was just saying how dumb it is to use walkthroughs, especially when you were a kid. And for me, it's like as a kid, even though I was a 4 or 5 sport athlete and busy all the time and music, dude, I had so much free time. Like I know it felt like I was busy all the time, but now that I'm an adult, nah, dude, I was still pounding like 60 hours of games a week despite all that. I just didn't sleep as much. Which may or may not have been a good thing. It might be why I forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time, the lack of sleep. So it might not have been a smart thing long haul, but at the time, dude, I was full-time plus gaming and doing all the sports and everything and all the practices. But there was definitely a time in my life when I felt that way, that like don't use walkthroughs at all. At least to beat the game. The 100% I didn't really care. But to beat it, no, get through the game. Then if you want to use a walkthrough after to see what you missed, fine. Especially back then when there wasn't achievements, there wasn't any way to know if you missed anything unless you just knew you missed it. So I had no problem with guides after you beat it, but most, anyone using a walkthrough, which is ironic because I started running a website where I wrote walkthroughs for Zelda. Mm-hmm. But it's like, it didn't mean that I think people visiting the website using my walkthrough was a bitch, because I definitely did at the time. I was just taking advantage of what I thought were idiots at the time. In hindsight, that was a really bad attitude to have. Because it was just taking in consideration myself and nobody else. And
it's the attitude era.
The attitude era. And to be fair, lots of things were like that. People were calling people bitches and pussies and all sorts of shit over anything. The R word was tossed around like it was just part of the language and nobody cared. And they did back then, really. Social workers would sometimes get on your ass about it, but most people just leave you alone because everyone understood you just meant stupid. You're just calling people stupid.
Simpler times.
Yeah, and you get to today, and I know the R word's made a comeback in some circles, but I'm not gonna be uttering it. I literally have like people in my family deal with some issues. It's just growing up, I've realized I'll just use the right word. I'll just call you stupid.
I worked hard enough to get plenty of words out of my vocabulary. I'm just gonna keep it as is. But if someone uses it, it's not gonna offend me. But definitely not. But yeah, I'm not gonna bring them back in.
No. I'm not gonna. I'll still use the word bitch. I'll still bring that one out sometimes. But
so what's your stance on walkthrough?
Between friends, I'll only use that one between friends. If we're all hanging out and we're drinks and Eric's being a little bitch, I'll just be like, God, stop being a pussy, Eric. But that's the only time I'll use it. I won't just use it out in a fucking store or in front of my kids or any of that shit. That said, when it comes to this, that was how I used to feel. As Alyssa was saying, you get older, you have less time. Angry. Yeah, you have less time. And look, when you saw Stash with like his senior class photo of all that cool shit, well, my mom wouldn't let me do that with any of the gaming stuff for my senior photos. I totally had a bunch of that shit and totally felt that badass back then. Dude, I always had a girlfriend. Eric knows this. I always had a girlfriend. I played all the sports. My body was decent looking.
It was ready.
Minus the burnt balls.
No, the burnt balls was after high school. So that's probably worse that it was after high school.
This is pre-burnt ball era.
That is worse. No, I was an adult when I burnt my balls.
Well, I said I was 20 when I said the story, so it'd be kind of awkward if I in high school. It still was in high school at 20. I
just didn't want to believe it, I guess.
No, you did. I don't blame you. So no. So after growing up, and obviously now, especially now after I had kids and my time is more finite, the reason I play games has kind of shifted. It used to be because I like the challenge, and I like that sense of discovery, and I still like the sense of discovery in some regards, and I still like the sense of challenge in so much of like when you're playing like an Elden Ring and like the boss fight's really hard. No amount of guides you look at is going to make that boss fight easier for you, because at some point, even if you know how to beat them, you got to actually perform it, and there's timing. And there's certain skills you got to develop while you play. And that's still true of some games, no matter what you know. You still got to develop certain skills to beat certain games, regardless if you know how to do it. But as I've gotten older, I've just realized that there's too many games coming out that I want to play, that sometimes if I'm not glancing at guides or checking out a quick video, I am going to end up not playing and beating as many games as I want. It's just reality. And there's like that finite balance of, do I want to do it without help, or do I just not care because I want to get to the next game, but I still want to know what happens in this game. So like the reasons I play games have shifted a little bit. Now with Nintendo games in general, I don't really walkthroughs for most Nintendo games, because they just don't tend to be like super, super difficult, just to be completely honest. But that doesn't mean I didn't use like a Korok guide to get all the seeds in Breath of the Wild. That's how I got the golden poop. I'm like, I got enough Korok seeds where I was satisfied, and then it started to become, okay, this is just a tedious chore. Oh, well, let me add some of that tedium and just know where they are and go take care of it. And so I've used those interactive maps they had for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I use those. I honestly don't think that, like, if someone wants to use a walkthrough from start to finish, I really don't care. Like I've hit the point now where it's like, who am I to tell you how to enjoy games? Like when I was younger, I would have called you a bitch, but now I'm like, but what if you playing the game without the guide is actually extremely unenjoyable for you? Who am I to tell you you're wrong? So if you want to use a walkthrough start to finish, I don't care. You enjoy the game how you want to enjoy it. I'll never use them start to finish, but will I occasionally glance at them when I'm stuck? Especially if I'm been stuck for a few days. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I got to get past this, or I'm going to miss out on other games. Right. Now, obviously, in some cases where I get like, early access codes, yeah, there is no guides. There's no help, right?
I was just gonna say I have no choice now.
Yeah,
I am the resource,
but I don't review games. So for me, I don't necessarily have to beat it by embargo. Usually, I just tell them, and every time I get a code, I let them know, well, I don't really do game reviews. You don't have to give me a code. Well, what can you do? I'm like, well, I'm not making a dedicated video without getting paid, since I don't do game reviews. I'm a news channel. But here's what can happen, and here's what will probably happen. One, I'll probably bring it up on a live stream and at least mention that, hey, I'm playing this. Here's some general thoughts, or in a tweet. I could, and I'm going to tell you right now, if I don't like it, that's, you can't buy me by giving me a review code. Like, that's just not how that works. Like, if I don't like it, that's what I'm going to say. Like, if I had a review code for Crimson Desert and I didn't like it, I would say that. Like, I just come out and say it. But, yeah. So I said that's what you're basically going to get out of me. I'm probably not even going to make a preview. And then there's obviously like, well, it depends on if there's a special occasion. Like if Nintendo gave me early access to the next 3D Zelda, I probably would have a video ready for that day one, but that's because it's a Nintendo game and I never get early access to Nintendo games. It's always the same day if I get a code from them, because they're very stingy if you're not a traditional review outlet. Like if Stash could start getting early access to Nintendo games, that would be so badass, because I know how hard it is to get Nintendo to consider you at that level to get early access. Because there's really big content creators like beat 'em ups. He can't get early access. Even when he was in the Nintendo program, he didn't get early access to any Nintendo game. He's a massive channel.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's very difficult for content creators because we're not traditional media. That said, that doesn't mean they won't give you codes. I said I've gotten codes on day one. It just doesn't help at that point, because I mean it would help me now, obviously, in my game buy-in freeze, but that would just then be a nice letting me play games and hoping I talk about it. Which, by the way, if they don't know, our podcast, all Nintendo games, we do a pseudo review like a week later, a conversation on it at least. Yeah, if I would have got a simple copy, I would have played it just for that. Technically, you're going to get some sort of content out of it if you're Nintendo. The third parties, we don't do that for. There's just too many coming out all the time. We would literally be every episode would just be pseudo reviews of every game that came out the last week, which ThunderStash might like that. outside of the games on embargoes on I can't talk about, but you know, that's not the kind of show that we're running. So we still do those pseudo reviews just for the Nintendo first party stuff. And who knows, maybe there'll be eventually be a special, like what if Orbitals that's exclusive ends up being super special and we want to talk about it? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Whatever. But it's exclusive, right? Unless I guess if a third party really pops up, like we did spend some time talking about Resident Evil. So like, you know, and the games that we really enjoy from third parties, they're going to come up organically anyways. So the way I view this with walkthroughs is just play it how you want. You want to use a walkthrough start to finish. Who am I to judge you? It's just like saying if you play an easy mode versus hard mode, why do I care? It's your experience. And I'm not, and there was a time in my life I would have looked down upon you being, you're not even playing this game the way it's intended. Why do I care if you play it the way it's intended? Why does it have to matter to me? What matters is your enjoyment of the game. If you are having a ton of fun and you use the walkthrough the whole way, who am I to tell you you're wrong? And I'd be a hypocrite because I've looked up stuff. I'm sure Stash at some point has looked up stuff for some games. Me, you can't for embargo, but
you know what's interesting too is you end up missing a lot of stuff too, which sucks. Like if you're playing a big game, like a big RPG, you might miss like a certain weapon that you have to do like all these things for, and then when you read it, you're like, dude, how would I have known this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that stuff's annoying.
Game, you passed a certain spot, and now that you're past it, you can't go back and get it. And it's like,
that's why trophies help, because I can like Google stuff when I look at the trophy.
To get back to this spot to get this, like this is just. So I just won't do it. But
so for me, I think walkthroughs are great. I actually think they're a great thing. I have no judgment at all with walkthroughs. I've only ever owned one in my life. I've shown it on this podcast before. It's the Prima guide for Majora's Mask. And to be honest with you, I wish I was more into them growing up as a kid because I love that magazine. I'll never get rid of it. It has so much cool art and even some lore tidbits in there. I'm like, man, why wasn't I more into this as a kid? Because I did have that mentality of like, I've got to figure it out on myself. The only reason why I bought the Majora's Mask one was because my first playthrough of the game, I didn't have the Fierce Deity mask because there were so many weird stipulations for getting the mask.
This is what I'm talking about. These are the things you don't want to miss.
Where it's like, you have to be in this area at this time on this day for this NPC to show up to get this mask.
Yes.
There's weird stuff like that even if you're like exploring every nook and cranny of the world, you might not just be at that spot on that day at that time to get that special item. So, like the other part of it too is that this is one that no one mentioned. I like visual novel games a lot too. There's a series that's amazing called Zero Escape. The first game's 999. Second game is Zero Escape. And then I forget the name of the third one. Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, I think it might be. But these games, they each have, and they're short, they're visual novels, but they each have like 7 to 10 possible endings with only one true ending. So the way that I played through all of them is I do the first playthrough. And again, they're visual novels, so they're relatively short.
Yeah.
And then I got whatever ending I got, whether it was a basic ending, a bad ending, a special ending, but it was never the true ending. And instead of just like gambling at playing and making one specific decision or choice or going a certain way that could change the trajectory of the game, and just trying again and again and again, thinking, what can I do different this time? I'll look up, okay, I don't want spoiled the actual true ending, but I want to know the path to get there because I've already experienced this. I think walkthroughs are great for tons of reasons. Secrets, like Stash, you talk about things you miss. I mentioned, one of my favorite non-Nintendo series is Dark Souls. There are items, or accessories in those games that could literally change the trajectory of your experience that you could easily miss just from not looking behind a certain rock.
Yeah. Or you could get it early in the game. Like you could just run in there and grab it and like bolt out. And now you might enjoy the beginning of the game more. Like it might have been really hard for you, but now you got this sort of OP item and you're like, you know what? I think I'll keep playing. And by the time you keep playing, you find yourself enjoying it. Now you beat the game. Stuff like that.
Absolutely. And I'd actually even argue, even though I love accessibility and I think accessibility is good to get more people into games, the more people that are into games, like real video games, not the cell phone stuff, I'm talking like video games, the more people who are into that, the better for the industry. So I
100%.
actually prefer walkthroughs over easy mode, but I would never get rid of an easy mode on a game. I think it's good that there's easy, normal, hard, whatever, extreme. But if I had to sacrifice one, I'd actually sacrifice easy before walkthrough, because at least normal is the way the game's meant to be played. And I could use a walkthrough for Dark Souls or Bloodborne or The Last Berserker of Kazan and still get my ass handed to me at every boss, at every turn. It doesn't like I'm still playing the game it's meant to be played. I think there's nothing wrong with walkthroughs. If you guys hit a wall, I'd rather you finish a game that's really good and really special or has a phenomenal story or a memorable ending than going, you know what? I hit my skill cap and it's not worth it for me because it's causing me stress or distress or it's making me not want to play. So I'm all for it.
Totally agree, man. Like you said about the strategy guides, I was talking about it actually like 10, 15 minutes ago in chat. Same thing. I really appreciate them for the lore, for the art, for the maps. Love the maps, man. Like I remember one of my employees at Lone Depot, Keith. He was hyped for Red Dead Redemption 2. A bunch of us were at work, and he had got the guide for it. I don't know if it was like the piggyback guide. It was the one that was like $150 or something.
Right.
And he's like, dude, you got to see this, Steve. He's like, I know you don't use guides, but you got to see this. I'm like, oh, yeah, bring it in. Like, I don't use it, but I enjoy the contents inside, because he was telling me, he's like, dude, it's so detailed. There's so much lore. I'm like, yeah, let me see. And I remember looking through it. I'm like, this is so badass. Like,
that's awesome.
And it made me think, like, I should have bought these when I was younger for this stuff, just not used. But also, we didn't have the buying power to do that. That's another thing. If mom asked, said no, we don't have the money for that. I'm happy to just be getting the game.
They were like $10, $15 books, maybe 20. I don't really remember.
They were. Yeah, it was another thing tacked on.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish that I had the Ocarina of Time guide or the Link to the Past. Like, I wish I had those books, even if they have the wear and tear of being from my childhood. That's even better. Like some of the creases and stuff, the history of the worn out edges. As much as I love pristine stuff, sometimes when I look at some of my stuff that has like the childhood wear on it, it has even more nostalgia associated with it. So yeah, I'm all for that stuff. Enjoy it. Use your walkthroughs. It's totally okay. I recommend trying games on normal as opposed to easy, because that is the way the designed way to play it first. But if you play it easy, no biggie. Some get like I have game time. I'm awful at first person shooters. Like, it's a fact. I'm terrible at them. I don't have the speed or the reflexes. Maybe it's because I play on console and I just can't get headshots. Splatoon is like the first time I've jumped into like a multiplayer shooter where I feel like I'm okay at it. But yeah, I just don't have it with, when I used to play Destiny going into PvP, I'm like, yeah, I'll stick with the PvE stuff. Maybe I'm not cut out for this sort of thing. But let's go to the next question from Cooster69. Maybe Stash can answer this. Do sealed, unopened special editions of video games increase in value? Stash, man.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yes. They fetch the most. Of course, the quality, the condition of it. I'll tell you what, there's been stuff I bought over the years, and it was a game that I've already bought digitally, and I'm literally buying it as a collector's item, and it's arrived jacked up, and I could tell that it wasn't from the trip here. It was from the packaging,
Sure.
like the way they packaged it. Because the box will show up and the box literally looks like it was just folded out and taped and placed on my doorstep. It was in perfect condition. But then when you look inside, the box is all jacked up. And I'll call them up, be like, hey, I just got the game, man. I'll take pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I need you guys to send me a game that's not effed up. Thanks. And also, you're inconveniencing me. So,
Yeah.
do you think I want to call you and do this right now? No. So, let's just make this
will-
right, okay?
Yeah. And it's true. Yeah. The value is going to increase more if it's sealed. Obviously, there are certain titles that even if you have an opened copy or a certain edition of something, that's just going to have insane value anyways, just because of its rarity. But
Yeah.
I'll say, I mad respect to anyone who has like that perfect self-control with collector's editions. I can't even count on two hands how many times, because there's just way too many times where I've been like, I'm not going to open this. This is special and it's going to be a rare item. And then I friggin' open it because I have to. It's really hard for me to buy something and not be able to actually enjoy it. And there's a couple examples I could give off the bat that I swore I wasn't going to open, and I could barely make it 48 hours before I was like, screw it, I'm opening this. I have to. One of them was and I don't know if these will ever be worth anything, but again, they're cool collector's editions. One, it was the NES Championship edition.
Yeah.
Like, I had to open it. I have the gold NES cartridge on display.
So sick.
I'm
Yeah,
so-
it's right behind me.
And I'm so
I have a
happy.
sealed
that
one too.
Oh, so you bought two. So you got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
But like just having one, I felt a sense of relief that I was able to open it up, play the game, and display the cartridge. Actually was a lot more fulfilling for me. The other one
Yes.
that I have displayed as well, that I there's only been a couple things that I've bought two versions of, because I usually will just buy one. But the other one that I opened was the Fire Emblem one that came with that the crystal clear NES cartridge, and I'm so
Mine's,
happy.
Behind Reggie.
Is it? I can't see very well. Is it still sealed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
See,
sealed. It was a tough one to not open.
dude, I tried so hard, but I felt like a thing of relief because I'm so like, I see this rad crystal NES cartridge and it's so beautiful being displayed. And it's not going to hold the same value, but listen, here's the thing. A lot of retro games and collector's editions have gone up in money and have a lot of value. But I feel that it's because of mostly the millennial generation. Eventually, we're going to get to a point where the people who are in their 40s and 50s are people who grew up with digital media and probably don't have the nostalgia for a lot of this stuff. So I think there is going to come a day where once the Game Birds and the ThunderStashes are gone and people just don't care like they do. And I'm sure there's going to be the modern video game hipster who's still,
yeah.
you know what I mean? But
Yep.
it's not going to, I don't think it's going to be as big as it is now, in 30 years. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like once our generation kind of fades out and the generation after us fades out, it's kind of going to be a thing that loses that monetary value, but will still hold that special historical value for people who care about it. I don't know though. I'm not sure.
Oh, what do you got there?
Yeah.
Mirror edition. He said unopened. I ordered this in December. I have not opened it, but I fight the urge, like he says.
Hell yeah.
What does that go for?
No idea.
Dude,
I
I have
to look it up,
games
though.
that are numbered, like several video games that have serial numbers on them because they were super, super limited prints and stuff like that. I will not open, but there's things like that if they're making more, maybe I'll open it. It's always tough.
right here as well, sealed still, because this thing was like 50. I forget. I think it was like $59.
Yeah.
Insane
Steal,
for one of
yeah.
the best modern RPGs. And I would have, you know what? I would have opened this on day one because I didn't. Oh, there you go. You got two of them. So I would have.
I went all out.
I would have opened it, to be honest with you, because when I drafted this game on Fantasy Critic, I knew it was going to be something special. I didn't know it was going to be as special as it was, though. And the game was on Game Pass, so I'm like, perfect. I can play it. So yeah. All right, let's move to. I think Nate's Oh no, Nate, you unfroze. You were frozen for a little bit. I think Nate.
I think it was just very still.
Nate,
I just wasn't moving.
That was like perfectly still. That was eerie almost. Nate, I know you've embraced the digital realm, and I know you still have like physical stuff. But have you kept stuff from like previous generations? Do you have anything from Switch 1 or from Wii U that's sealed still, or are you an open everything kind of person?
I open most things. I have a special like collector's edition of Cassette Beast I haven't opened.
Oh, cool.
They sent it to me, so I was like, well, this is really cool. I'm gonna just kind of hold on to this because companies don't send me special editions of anything ever. So like, this is just really cool. I'm just gonna hold on to it. And I bought the game digitally, but I'm just gonna be frank. I ain't got the money to worry about this shit.
Sure.
I barely ever buy special editions. I can't afford it. It is what it is. 3 kids are
a lot more expensive.
And yeah. So like for me, like the Zelda ones, yeah, I go for those when they exist. They don't actually exist that often. If you actually go back and look at the history, they're actually not that normal with releases. Like Echoes of Wisdom had nothing. But I go for the special editions with Zelda. I probably would with Mario if they ever did one.
That's crazy that they've never done one. Yeah, that is wild.
Really do anything with Mario? It's weird with special editions with that. There's no collector combo thing. I don't understand it. So I probably would for Mario as well. But
I got mine too.
The thing is, like, if Expedition 33 comes to Switch 2, like, I'm gonna want the version like she just showed of it. But it's like, am I really gonna shell out the extra dough?
Well, the thing is that like I hear you, Nick, because I buy way less now than I used to because of the cost. But like a lot of the ones that I've gotten in recent years, like Expedition, this was like $59.99 for the most nominated game ever at the Game Awards. I mentioned the Fire Emblem one. I think was only like $70. I think the NES one, the NES Championship one, was like $50. I don't really buy because so many of them now, even for games that aren't even AAA, are like $200 or $250, or I've even seen $299. And I don't really mess with that anymore because I feel like a lot of those games that do those, I don't even think they're going to be worth more than that in 10 years, unless it's like something truly special. If I'm being honest, like I don't think I don't know. Ghost of Yote. I don't think like that collector's edition is going to be worth $1,000 10 years from now.
No,
but
no, not that game.
And sometimes I glance at like limited run because they'll do sometimes post release do like a special edition of something that I think we already know the game is revered, and in that case it's like, okay, this will probably be highly sought after a long time from now. The thing is, I've never, and maybe this is just me. I'm your average consumer. I don't really view when I buy entertainment products to be as an investment to resell later. I view it as I'm here to play it now. Like if I buy a DVD that has extra content, I'm opening that shit because I want to see the extra content. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to resell. And if I do resell, it's never because I want to. It's usually just I'm in a financial situation. I need the money. It is what it is. That's why my entire physical collection is basically gone because I needed the money, and I know I didn't get the greatest value for it, but it doesn't matter in the moment. Money, need money.
But Nate, that's called being smart, though. because
Well,
is
I
there's
wouldn't call
people
it being
putting
smart.
themselves in very bad positions for
I
video
have
games.
I have rebought Breath of the Wild like 10 times. I wouldn't call it smart. Okay. Wouldn't call it
Fair
smart. You
enough.
figured at some
Maybe
point I would have
not.
realized don't resell this. I did. I bought it digitally finally, and I'm like, all right, I can't sell the digital copy, so I'm good. There's not the temptation when I need money is gone. But no, for the most part, I don't do that. That's Zelda. I should have never sold the original copy. That
was your
that's
first
a
mistake.
mistake. Yeah, that was the mistake, the first mistake. Because there's no reason. I knew I was gonna rebuy it. So like, why the fuck am I doing it? It's just a waste of money.
Yep.
But
Nice.
it's just
Oh, you
It's
got
just-
the variant?
I love that.
It's the one that from launch because it shows
Yeah.
that you can play with the nunchuck and the Wiimote, and you can't.
That's the one to get.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I didn't get a Switch at launch because all I wanted was Breath of the Wild. So I was like, I'll just get it for my Wii U.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I
And it
still
ran
had a
better
good
on-
time.
Yeah, it ran better on Wii U at launch too. Like it was the
Cart-
better version.
Cartoon writes in, my next game, Shinobi or Ninja Gaiden Ragebound?
Both.
Yeah.
Well, your next game. Okay.
I'm
So
going
this isn't
to
to
lean
choose
towards
only
Ninja
one.
Gaiden.
Yeah, so Shinobi's getting the like Sega bosses DLC. We gotta look when that's out because I think you should plan to make sure that when you play Shinobi, that's available. Which then I would say maybe you play Ragebound first then. But I just saw like a trailer for it a day or two ago. See Shinobi.
April 3rd.
I meant to
Sega
say
DLC.
Shinobi.
It's April 3rd. It's April 3rd.
There you go. So
Yeah.
plan around that. You can beat Ragebound in a day or two.
Yeah.
I mean,
the thing
depends
is, like,
on how much you play.
what are you currently playing, and is it going to take you to the end of the month? If it's going to take you to the end of the month, then get Shinobi with the DLC. But if you're talking like, hey, I'm wrapping up a game this week, what's my next one? Get Ragebound. You'll be
There you go.
easily done with that before the end of the month. That's the way I would go. But if you're running up to April and it's early April and you're now looking to get the new game, yeah, go get the one with the DLC. Shinobi's amazing.
So good.
Yeah, so get the DLC with it, and that's good.
Yeah. Both games.
Shinobi was so good.
We got them both in the same month too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy
wild.
that these ninjas from the 80s came back in
Month.
2025 and
Yeah.
kicked ass. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. Now, if the real question is, it's the budget just doesn't work out that you can't get both. Like if that's a budgetary concern, I would lean towards Shinobi personally, but neither of them are super expensive. So I'm hoping you can just afford both, and then you're talking about which order you want to play them.
Karkan already has them.
Oh, already have them. Perfect. There you go then. Yeah, if you already have it, then
time thing.
yeah, do Ragebound now and then save Shinobi for when the DLC comes, so then you don't have to like come back to it.
All right. Danielle Almaraz 319 writes in, nominees for the Game Awards: Fire Emblem, 3D Mario, Pocopia, Resident Evil 9, Grand Theft Auto 6, and Fable. List for 2026. Also, DLSS 5 on Mario will look interesting.
Well, I don't think DLSS 5 is coming to Switch 2, but I'll say this for that list. Look, RE9 I think is going to be in there. GTA 6 obviously is probably the winner. Fable, I'm hopeful. It looks good, but will it review well enough? Will the critics enjoy it enough? Because it's been a while since Microsoft's had
Listen.
a game like that caliber, to be up there for Game of the Year.
If they could deliver on the promise of that presentation, I fully
Sure.
expect that game
A lot
to
of people
be
came out of that being like,
scaled.
yeah, this is awesome. Besides like Fable purists, they're like, oh, it doesn't have this. I'm
Sure.
like, okay, they're telling you that up front.
Yeah. That's a new team,
Literally
too.
Yeah.
It's the
The-
Forza team.
They're heavily focused on this very specific thing. And if they nail that specific thing, it could work wonders for them. So we'll see. Pocopia is that one that like I would love to see it. I know technically on Metacritic they have it as the highest rated game by percentage points over RE9. And just today on OpenCritic it hit 90.
Yep.
So like it would feel weird to not have it there, but then again, we just gave an example of a game last year that definitely should have been on some of the awards and didn't happen. I think Pokopia is more popular than that, and obviously Pokemon's a bigger franchise. So I think that alone is going to make people consider it, especially the voting panel, because they're the ones that did the reviews. But obviously, as I've been proven, the voting panel doesn't always go with the highest review games. But I think enough of them play Pokopia probably that it has a chance. 3D Mario, if that is this year, I think largely it depends on when it comes out. I doubt.
Yeah.
I have significant doubts Nintendo's dropping a 3D Mario that doesn't rate in the 90s. If that happens, I would be shocked. I'm not saying it's going to be as high as Odyssey. That was a 97. But it not being somewhere in the 90s, the low to mid 90s would shock me because of just the consistent quality of that team. They just had kind of like their youngins put out DK Bonanza and it was a 91. So now you're going to have your best of the best and they're not going to outdo Bonanza. Get out of here. It's got to be higher rated than Bonanza. I just can't believe that would happen. It would have to be a massive misstep for that to happen, like a Metro Prime 4 level misstep, and I just don't see the Mario team doing that. So, and they know there's a lot of so if Mario's out in time, that would definitely be there. If it's some crazy 97, and so is GTA, or GTA is like 95, it'll be a very interesting debate between those two. Even though I still think GTA would take it. So it'll be interesting though if there's a game that does get rated like a 97, because then it's like, oh, this isn't such an easy debate anymore. Especially if it's an IP like Mario who's never won a GOTY.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that would be insane if it's like a 95 for GTA, but a 97 for Mario. It's like, okay, it's not such a shoo-in for GTA at that point. That's got to be a serious debate with the voters on if they want to hand Mario its first win or if they're just going to hand it to GTA because it took so long.
We also got that Echo the Dolphin remaster that definitely entered the game of the year.
It's definitely possible.
They should make master category.
I echo that.
Yeah, but like, so Fire Emblem, that's one that it's like, I don't think Fire Emblem gets nominated. I mean, look, 3 Nintendo games aren't getting in. Let's just be very clear that 3 Nintendo published games aren't getting in. I would love it because it's happened with Sony before, but I just don't see it happening. The only way it happens is if like example, you don't have Wolverine on the list. Is Wolverine not going to do well? Because that feels like Sony's game this year to get in. Because Sony has games in every year. So I feel like Wolverine would probably get in. Fable's the one that I'm just not sure about because Microsoft hasn't had a game rate high enough to really be considered. It doesn't mean they hadn't have good games. Indiana Jones was great, came out in December, so never had a chance. But yeah, I can see RE9, GTA 6, Pokopia. I think the reception is so good on that game. I can kind of see that depending on what else happens the rest of the year, maybe sneaking in there. 3D Mario is like a shoe-in if it does come out because I just don't see how it's going to not rate well. Fire Emblem, I think would be the odd man out there for Nintendo, unless, look, if this blows people away and it's like in the 90s.
I'll be honest, Prime. I actually think, obviously, we have to wait and see how Fire Emblem reviews, but I actually think Fire Emblem has a better shot of. I'd expect Fire Emblem over Pokopia. As crazy as that sounds, because Pokopia's at a 9, I could see this Fire Emblem. You know, we haven't seen enough of it. It looks incredible. 3 Houses was a critical darling. It was the fan choice game of the year that year.
Yeah, it was.
If this game lands an 88 or higher, which I think it stands a very strong chance of doing if it has the quality of 3 Houses, I think it's a stronger front runner than Pokopia, just by the nature of the game. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. For some reason, I'm super on the fence, even though it's the highest rated game so far. I'm just on the fence with Pokopia.
What makes me not as on the fence is just the fact that Pokopia surprised people.
Sure.
Fire Emblem being good wouldn't be surprising.
What would be the craziest part of Pokopia potentially being a Game of the Year nominee? I joked about this the last couple episodes. Like, you gotta, when I was saying, you know, you gotta wonder if Game Freak is on the sidelines watching, being like, what the hell? We can't let them have the highest rated Pokemon game. We need to make sure Winds and Waves delivers and kicks ass. So I just think it's so funny to see it being the highest rated Pokemon game of all time and then get nominated for Game of the Year, and it's not even made by Game Freak. You think that would light a fire under their butts, but who knows? Maybe they're super stoked and don't look past.
Yeah, they probably don't. I mean, TPC doesn't
I
care.
I feel like I'd have a sense of pride as a game developer and be like, that's badass, but how do we do even better with our baby?
I think they feel confident in Winds and Waves.
Sure.
They're taking the longest development time cycle ever. And look, the initial reaction's all positive. For once, they revealed a mainline new gen Pokemon game, and nobody really has anything negative to say about it so far. We'll see what happens later. Also, guys, this list, there's going to be an indie game. There's an indie game every year.
Sure.
So it's crapshoot which one you think is going to make it in. There's always amazing indie games coming out every year. Obviously, as the year goes on, that'll sort itself out. There'll be this surprise. Mina as a possibility. What about Slay the Spire 2? That thing is blowing up on PC. Holy shit. Yeah. Like, that's something that's definitely got to be in consideration for that indie slot. So that's what I'm saying. There's going to be an indie game. Look, it'd probably be me now, but like I have bias because I just really like that developer and I really enjoyed the game and the stuff I know about it. But there's going to be other great indie games as well. There's always at least one big indie game in there. So there'll be something. As I said, right now, the hot thing is Slay the Spire 2. That's the one that's really just blowing up. But we'll see if anything else tops that this year or whatever. But there's always an indie game. It's like a requirement for Jeff Keighley. He wants to make sure indies are represented in the game of the year.
And we're so early in the year too. There's so many games that are yet to come out. It's so hard to give a definitive list. I don't know if Stash or Alyssa, if you have any predictions for this, but guys, we're at month 3. Think about that.
Well,
yeah.
Mathematically, we're 21% into the year. So there's a lot of time left for a lot of games to be announced, and there's still a lot of unknown. We all know this. There's going to be plenty of games that come out that we haven't even heard of yet, which is awesome. So I think this list is like pretty good. I think GTA, yeah. Resident Evil, yeah. 3D Mario comes out, yes. Copia, decent chance. I know it's got the numbers for it, but the thing is that the Game Awards doesn't always do things logically. So logically speaking, yeah, it should be. But they don't always do that. They oftentimes don't. So, you know what I mean? Who knows? If you're not thinking logically, I don't know if I can predict that Copia would be there. Fire Emblem, it's never been nominated for a Game of the Year. I think that says something because there's been some great Fire Emblem games, and those weren't good enough based on Game Awards standards. So, yeah. Fable, crapshoot, man. For me with Fable, it's more or less, will this generation of journalists like the game or not? This is what's going to come down to. If they don't like it, that's it. Right? Party's over. If they don't get it, it could be just as magical as the original on Xbox for us. But if they just don't get that, it's toast, man. People look at the numbers. If the number doesn't hit, they won't buy it. Doesn't matter if they know anything about the reviewer. This is why Metacritic sucks. I always stand by that. Because if some random person you don't know on the internet decides that this game only gets a 7, this person you don't know, you don't trust, you don't know how they live their life, you don't know if they're the type of person who wakes up and complains about everything all day, and you're taking the number they gave to this game and saying, all right, they only gave it a 7 or an 8, I'm not going to buy it, yet you know nothing about this person. Absolutely illogical. Stupid. Put every word in there you want. But this is how people operate.
Okay. Let's get to the next. We got a few left. Sonic 80 says, "What classic do you want back?" Dynamite Heady for you. Oh my gosh. Classic do I want back? Earthbound just comes to mind instantly.
Snowboard Kids.
Snowboard Kids. Yeah, good one. Star Tropics.
I would say Earthbound as well.
Every game we toasted to.
Yeah. NBA Jam, bad.
Oh, yeah, that's a given.
I'll take Jam since you took Earthbound, and let's hope we get both.
There we go. Scott, do you got one?
Not that I can really think of like a popular classic one. And I don't even know if I want them to make new ones, but I brought up Tak and the Pyro Juju before. I just want him to come back. The OG one, not the games after the show. Even if they just remaster or remake the first game. That's what I want.
All right. Bird, did you say one? I can't remember.
No, but I'll go a little bit more broad. There's so many great games that I would love to see come back. I'm going to say the age of mascot games. There's so many dead, forgotten mascots I would love to see make a return across all platforms. You know, obviously Banjo's a big one for me, but what about Gex and Earthworm Jim and so many great iconic characters over the years? We got to see Crash come back. We got to see Spyro, but there's a lot of great characters across all platforms. Bubsy's back. If Bubsy's back, why can't we get? Yeah. So let's get what's his? Let's get
Vector Man.
Vector Man's
Sega.
a great one.
Pepsi Man.
I'll do you one better though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Who wouldn't want him back?
Now, I don't know if people consider this a mascot, but Captain N.
Yeah, I always wanted Captain N.
Yeah.
Yonoid.
Yeah, Yonoid.
Hey, I'm so glad that Domino's just brought him back a couple of years ago just as a tribute. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. You should do this like every 10 years.
Yeah, that shit made my day.
Bring the Noid back every 10 years, man. I'll buy any of the merch and t-shirts. I don't give a shit, dude. I love the Noid.
Yeah, me too.
This is from Michael. ThunderStash Gaming. I have a question for the Q&A. What does everyone think of the Resident Evil 9 Pro Controller? You have it, Stash? I don't have it.
Yeah, I have it right on the table.
I think it looks sick. I think it looks absolutely sick.
Where it's staying.
Yeah, I figured you weren't going to
for the 30th anniversary. Yeah, I don't need to. I mean, you know, got my Pro Controller here. I got my one that I kitted out with Extreme Rate, and I don't need another one. It's just there for the 30th anniversary in celebration, in remembrance of 1996 to 2026. Good memories.
I'll be the odd man out.
You got any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I would have liked them to do a little bit better with it. I'll be the odd man out. Listen, I think it looks nice. Don't get me wrong. I do think it looks nice. But at first glance, like, since it's like just like a black controller with like in the same color, like the newspaper articles with like the Resident Evil throwbacks, it's a little bit bland to me. I think the concept is cool. I would have loved if they did like a really cool 30th anniversary like umbrella corp themed like Pro Controller. I feel like in the Switch 1 age, the Splatoon controller was really epic, and the Xenoblade controller was really epic because it had a lot of color. It was probably the most unique of the controllers. I wish it was just something that made the controller really pop. Like if I'm looking at it from 10 feet away, I wish I could be like, oh snap, what controller is that? And maybe it does in person. I'm only going off of the photos online. So I do wish they went a little bit more of pop, more of a standout piece. But that's just me.
I don't really like scary, so I wasn't planning to get it anyway, but I agree. I thought it was a little basic. I saw how excited people were over it, and I was like, I guess it's cool. Yeah, it's like a Resident Evil 9 controller, but it literally just looks like a Pro controller with black text on it, in my opinion. I don't think it's very fun. So I'm with you, Game Bird. You're not odd.
The first official themed Nintendo Switch 2 device.
That's true.
But I know a topic that you're going to be really into, your own.
Yeah.
Do any of you have video game tattoos? And if not, what would you get if you had to? Remember, you're forced to get one. Eric, think about this one.
So you didn't want one.
And I will be right back because I think my main internet might be back, but I'm going to go check. So who wants to go first? Talk about tattoos.
I don't have a video game tattoo. I have a Phoenix Suns tattoo. That's it. I got one when I was 18. I was happy to get it. I still am. I seriously considered getting a half sleeve, and I had a whole tattoo like sketch drawn up, and it was obviously it was a Nintendo like not what do you call it when it's just a smorgasbord of Nintendo stuff.
Like a collage.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. I still think about it sometimes because this was years ago, but I can visualize exactly what it looked like, and I still think about that because I always said, from I don't know, decades ago that I'd get a Suns tattoo and I would get a Nintendo tattoo. I would totally be down to do that. But yeah, it was really cool. So I did seriously consider it.
Very cool. I don't have any tattoos. I don't have a single tattoo. Yeah, a lot of people are surprised when they hear that. I've never gotten one for a number of reasons. The main one is that sometimes I could be a little bit indecisive, and it's very hard for me to just like pick something that I think I'm always going to be happy with and not feel like I wish I would have done this instead. And then the other part is does that way of thinking lead to it's just never ending, which I know some people don't have a problem with that, but I could see myself being it just being spiraling to where
they're addicting.
Yeah, to where it's I can't control it. But it is something I have thought about, and I have thought about video game related ones. If I ever got a video game related tattoo, what would it be? And there was kind of two things that my mind would always go to. One was the Super Nintendo or the Super Famicom, because even though I started with the Gold Zelda cartridge and a hand-me-down NES, Super Nintendo was truly the console that I believe that turned me into a lifelong gamer. And if you watch the collab that I did with or when I joined N64 Josh on his live stream, he does a deep dive interview throughout my game history and my Nintendo history. I get to share a lot about myself and why that console was so significant in my life. But SNES or the Super Famicom, anything, there were a few designs. And I had a buddy who he is the lead art designer. He's the art director at Insomniac. He drew me. I've shown it on the podcast, a Ganondorf for me as a gift. He also made my logo for me when I was like, oh, make me a Super Famicom controller with wings for the grips. But he actually did a really cool doodle for me that I was this close to getting my first tattoo. And what it was a SNES controller, but on the controller was moss and light rays on it. And on the center of the SNES controller was the pedestal that the Master Sword from A Link to the Past was in. And It was a SNES controller with the Link to the Past sword coming out of it. And I started with the first Zelda, but again, I talk about it in detail on N64 Josh's video that he had me on. But that jump from the original Legend of Zelda to A Link to the Past was, I don't know, as a kid, I just couldn't believe it. By the way, fun Gamebird fact: that snack stash. I haven't had the hot honey, but Cheez-Its is like, it's like one of, if not my favorite snack of all time. It's like I have a weird Cheez-It addiction.
Dude, I love Cheez-Its.
And I can't have them in the house because I can't eat it without finishing a box.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
And
I
it's
remember you
fitting.
talking about that.
Did I? Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when my wife used to pick
You
up,
said you'd have like crumbs all over your shirt.
all over my chest. Yeah. But
Yeah.
she used to pick up the Costco box. That's 2 large bags in the box.
Yeah.
I could just sit there all day and just eat and be happy.
Yeah, these are limited time only hot honey.
Do you like it?
Dude. I love honey hot. Like we
Sure.
have hot honey. I love it on my pizza. So yes, I was obviously very excited for hot honey Cheez-Its. Nate,
Oh,
you'd
yeah?
like these.
I would
Mhm.
destroy that box.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would absolutely I love hot honey. I would. Dude, I got these
Is that-
hot honey peanuts still. They're so good. Oh my god.
Does anyone here not like Cheez-Its? What the hell?
Alyssa. Yeah. The one who's asking the
I like
tattoo.
goldfish
question.
though.
See, that's what.
no.
Goldfish are
It's a different
saltier.
kind of cheese. Like I don't know what it is. It's some kind like the hot honey sounds really interesting though because I do like hot honey, but
There you go.
whatever
My-
kind of cheddar they put in the cheeses is not the same as the goldfish.
See, I am a sucker for the extra toasty Cheez-Its. I
Yeah,
love them.
those are good.
Those are really good.
Addicted. And I love that they literally spawned from like it used to be waste. Those were the ones that
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
semi burnt from the oven. Like let's
Yep.
just
Yeah.
see how this works, and people loved it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
They're so
awesome
good.
stuff.
Okay.
I was like, salivating a little bit. It's effed up.
I was in the middle of my internet came out in the middle of switching. Is there anyone who hasn't gone on the tattoos besides me and Eric?
Alyssa,
You guys can go first if you want.
Yeah, she should go last because it was her topic technically. Eric, I know you unless something happened, I know you don't have any tattoos,
don't.
but if not, what would you get because you had to get it?
Okay. The funny answer: the frying pan from Conker's Bad Fur Day.
just the frying pan.
Just the frying pan. Just cause it's funny. An actual thing, either a jiggy or the
I like that.
of Jinjo's
Yeah, I like that.
from
Behold the power of the Jiggy Wiggy.
Yeah.
Yep. Otherwise, this one is pretty cool too. I just happened to just search some Nintendo tattoos, and this one is kind of cool.
Someone needs to get that is awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Someone needs to get Sexy Gruntilda. Do you guys remember
Yes.
Sexy Gruntilda?
Oh yeah.
Someone needs to get that. My first video game crush. Just kidding. Seriously.
So for me, I don't have any tattoos. But there's been conversations between me and my fiance about one, especially once the weight is off, because she's really wanted me to get like one that goes around my upper arm up here. So one, it's hidden if I don't want to show it, right? Just put a t-shirt on. Or if I don't care, then just let it be out, playing ball or whatever. Just wear a tank top and play, right? Just let it flow. Just depending on how I feel, because I'm a little. Sometimes you feel like in some situations you need to hide the tats, and some people don't. And if you really love tattoos, then you just don't give a shit. I'm not someone who really loves them, but there's been basically 3 different ones that have been talked about. Now, for video game wise, originally she originally thought, hey, maybe she should get like the barbed wire around your arm, and I'm like, I don't care about the barbed wire. Like that's not me, right? That's just totally.
Very
If I
90s.
do tattoo, it's gaming. Like it's either gaming or it's going to be related to like the Milwaukee Bucks or something, right? It's going to be either sports or gaming. There's not going to be any of this like biker stuff or any of these other tats. Like it's going to be so. She's like, well, can you find a way to make the Triforce be like a band around your arm? I'm like, probably. I haven't seen anyone have that tattoo, but it would just be like repeated, some sort of unique path. I'd probably get it custom designed. And there'd probably be some other neat nuggets in there, like maybe like some of the sage coins or some other stuff in between them. Like I think you could do a really cool, unique design. I've tried looking online. No one has a tattoo like that. So it's like, that would be really cool. And then I told her the other one that only makes sense to Zelda fans is you get the, come on, right here, baby. And I decide if it's power, courage, or wisdom. Just saying. Like, makes a lot of sense.
Or you get this one.
And you go old school and go, there you go. It looks like a patch.
Yeah.
That looks kind of cool. Then it's like, do I go right hand or left hand? Because Link was originally left-handed. So
What about Bowsette?
no. Oh, one I had thought about was this one here too. I told Yulia, I'm like, there is part of me that wants me to make the unsheath the Master Sword joke, and so I kind of want a Master Sword. But I want it like on my back.
No.
You're great.
Gotta have it on my way.
I thought you were alluding towards near your groin. I totally
right below your belly button. It starts. And the hilt goes down.
Get your minds out of the gutter. Is this because of my sunburn story? Because here's the thing. My mind wasn't in the gutter. The question asked, what's the weirdest sunburn you ever had?
Yeah.
How does it get weirder?
Definitely weird.
To be fair, dude, it does sound like something you'd say on the podcast. Like, yeah, I remember when I told so-and-so to unsheath the Master Sword, then I dropped my pants. Like,
oh, mate, there's some interesting ones on this one.
I don't want anything with that. No. He's looking at something.
What is he showing?
No, I don't want to.
I can't show that one. That one might actually get.
I don't want to see any
take
of them.
that one down.
I don't want to see any of them. Yeah, I'm good.
yeah, no one Google Nate unsheathing the Master Sword. A lot of photos out there.
Oh, this one is cool.
There better not be. Nah. I wanted the giant Master Sword on the back. I thought it'd be neat, but yeah, that one's pretty cool too. So basically, the bottom line is, if it's a video game, it's going to end up being Zelda because it's my favorite franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that I haven't considered other ones like Mario and stuff, but it's like, come on, I can't have that before Zelda. Like, it's got to be a Zelda tat first. And trust me, it's like, I always thought, like, if I finally do the tattoo, is it just my beginning journey to? I'm just gonna get loaded up.
Your full body tattoo.
And now I'll never have it
really broke.
my face. I'll always probably have it a way that I can hide most of it, but also there's a lot of canvas untapped here.
Get
That stay hidden under shirts and pants. I'm
you
just
gotta
saying.
get in the lip. and
Yeah.
just get tingle.
No.
So
on the inside, so no one knows.
Yeah.
what's going on.
No. I got it.
You got any tattoos? You just go. And it just says, well, they have no context.
Done.
They don't know about Zelda or anything. They're all, what
They
the
don't know anything.
fuck?
Why the fuck are you tingling in your mouth?
No. I
That's
got
what she
it.
said.
I got it.
I'm telling you.
The greatest tattoo ever. I have a nice gut, so I get that tattooed as Kirby with something in its mouth.
Oh, yep. I've seen some. I think I saw someone who actually did that. They just conceded, I'm never losing weight.
Get right.
We're doing fat Kirby.
Fat Kirby.
on my belly eating shit.
Do Kirby facing the other way.
Yeah. With the belly button being the.
Make sure you get it colored.
Yep.
People might think it's Pac-Man.
I know exactly where you're going with that, Game Bird.
I don't want to know. I'm good.
All
But
right.
no, there's a lot. I've looked up Zelda tattoos before, like a bunch. There's so many cool designs people have
Yeah.
got. Dude,
Mhm.
this is sick.
You ever,
Yeah.
as someone who's never had a tattoo, though, I'll be honest, because sometimes I do overthink things. I do have like a fear of like, what if I'm that person who goes for my first tattoo and I get like the fucked up botched one, like, because you do see them out there.
Yeah.
Like, what if I'm that person?
You do your homework on the tattoo artist, and you really.
Yeah.
on the
I live
money.
in California, dude. What if I get a phenomenal artist and there's a major earthquake mid tattoo, or he sneezes, and farts from his
Okay.
sneeze,
I
and then
would
I'm really fucked.
Love for this tattoo, but this is sick. Where is this thing? Oh my gosh! I tried to load the page, and now it's just gonna take forever to find it.
You
There's
could
so many.
You could just do this, Game Bird. Hold on, let me get it up
Oh God.
here.
Whoa.
Right. Share screen.
What?
So the one on the left is the original
Oh
tattoo.
yeah, I've seen that before. I love that. That's so funny.
The
so
tattoo got
funny.
fucked. So you just find a way to make a new tattoo.
Yeah.
Dude, that original one is so bad. See, that's what I'm afraid of. Like that's gonna be
Look what they turned it
Yeah,
into.
right.
It worked out.
Yeah. I think that original one almost looks like a prison tattoo.
Might have been.
It's the moment where the artist says, "What do you think?"
Right.
You look at it, you know. So, what do you think?
See, I like this one, but I would get made fun of it for it. But it's
Yeah.
a really neat tab. I like that one.
It just changed the color scheme up a little bit.
Yeah, the color scheme would have to change. That's mostly the thing that
Yeah.
throws it off a bit.
Yeah.
But I like it. Dude, there's just a lot. Like, this is a serious conversation that me and my fiance have had, and she's had one too. Like, oh, what do I get a tattoo? I'm like, whatever you want. She's like, what if I get a tramp stamp? I'm like, it better be video game related. That's all I care about.
Press start.
Yeah, hey, that's fine with me. If it's video game related, get what you want, baby. I don't care.
Wow, dude. There's some interesting tattoos there.
I said the only other tattoo you can get that I won't complain about.
What
Like,
the
look, if you
hell?
want to get like tattoos of the kids or something, I'll never say no to that. It is what it is. That's a personal thing. But please don't put their faces on your body. Just don't.
No,
do
no,
that.
no, no,
Like,
no, no.
like, please,
No.
just like their names somewhere.
No,
Don't fucking put
yeah.
their face.
But don't do what my friend's mom did.
Oh no.
She got his name tattooed on her foot and then his birth year. So it looks like it's halfway to he's dying. They just need to finish the year off of when he dies.
What? I have never seen this.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine how that. Like, it sounds like it's fucked up, but then I'm not really sure because, like, okay, a tattoo on the bottom of the foot. What's the big deal?
No, it's not on the bottom of the foot, just on her foot. That has his name and then his birth year. But it looks like it. You know, all you need to do is just add
The dash,
the dash and the other
the,
date.
the way they put
it's
it
an in
on.
memoriam type tattoo.
Oh, it looks like a memoriam.
Yeah,
tattoo.
kinda.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Oh.
Oh no. I'm so sad. That's not good. All right, Alyssa. Enough of us reminiscing on the tattoos we would get. What's going on over there? What's going on over there? The suspense is killing us.
So I have 10 tattoos. They're not all the tattoos though, but 7 of them are.
Damn!
Yeah. Well, I got Wolf Link here.
Yep, I knew
I can
about
show you
that.
the ones that I can show you. Yeah, the Wolf Link.
I've seen that
I
one.
don't think my sleeve's gonna come up all the way, but I
Yeah,
got
I
the
haven't-
mask
I haven't
back
seen one.
here. This was my first tattoo, so it's just like little Triforce with little things there. And then this one was my most recent one. Let's just say it's a dragon with the Master Sword.
Hmm.
I have a
Need
wolf
something
howling
specific.
with.
That's what she was
Um,
laughing about the bad artist stuff because she's like my most recent one got fucked.
No, it's so good. It's so good. I wish I will have to wear like a tank top next time I come on. It's been too cold here, but
No, it's all good.
I have the 3 fairies here. The side boob tat.
Oh,
With Navi Tattletale.
Hey,
Which-
that's good for the man, baby. Or
Fair,
if you-
wait,
or if you just go out to the beach and you like to wear bikinis, I guess then people.
Wait. when you say 3 fairies, do you mean like Navi, Tattle, or do you mean like Great Fairies?
Yeah, Navi Tattletale. Yeah.
Nice.
It would be hilarious if it
Cool.
was the Great Fairies right by the booth. It's like
That would be funny.
she knows what she's doing.
I remember seeing the Great Fairy for the first time in that game and just being like, "Wow!" as a little kid.
Whoa.
Holy
I
moly!
didn't think anything.
Oh, my
of
mom
it,
doesn't walk in.
I didn't think anything of it as a kid, but it was God. What other games are the Great Fairies in for the 3D ones?
Wind Waker.
Yeah,
And Breath
They're
of the
not very
Wild.
sexualized in Wind Waker, though.
No,
Yeah.
they're super sexualized in the new games.
Oh,
Dude.
yeah.
Oh no, okay. I was playing it back in
Oh,
she pops out and Yulia. This is probably why I took Yulia so long to try Breath of the Wild. Literally playing it on the TV in the living room. The first try, and she's just full bosom and everything. And Yulia's like, "What's this game rated, Nate?" I'm like, "E forever."
Yeah.
Nate
Yeah.
busted out that Labo VR faster than you could say pizza.
Labo VR didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
And
My
I'm like,
half sister's convinced that Zelda's like not E for everyone. She's like, I hear the noises they make in those games you play.
Oh,
and she's just like, "Am I gonna have to ban you from playing this in front of the kids?" I'm like, "I hope not." I promise this is probably the most sexualized thing in the whole game. There's a history with the Great Fairy. Just let it be. But yes, the Japanese developers are hornballs. It happens. It's okay. I'm like, look, we didn't get this in Twilight Princess, but we got Telma. I'm just saying, they're horny bastards. It is what it is. Do you have a problem with cleavage, babe? My kids don't have. They look, Aiden's staring at me right now. He doesn't have a problem with cleavage.
He's all wow, just like I was.
That's exactly what he
Holy mackerel! Hope my mom doesn't walk in.
He said that. I'm like, she's talking to me right here, buddy.
Oh,
Dude, Aiden, he likes the women, that's for sure. Holy shit. Anyways, yeah, dude, someone out there has a Great Fairy tattoo that they've actually done it into their boot. It's happened. Yeah, someone's
find it.
Eric, find it. He probably will.
Why?
I have to look for tattoos around boobs. Darn.
Single. So here's the thing: it's my computer. Although, wait, you're on your account, right?
I know.
Hey,
that's why I said, why do I have to have this on my Google search history?
Single. Are you excited for the Hannah Montana comeback?
Oh, totally.
Instead of check 20-year reunion.
I wonder if anyone's ever done a scramble vision tattoo where you maybe you think you see a nipple.
Oh, yeah, that might be
the oldies will understand that reference.
Oh yeah.
I think I see a nipple.
I'm like tempted to go type it in, then I'm like, I don't know what Yulia is gonna think if she finds me searching for Great Fairy full bodied on someone's tits. I don't know about how that search is gonna go. I mean, there are some cool ones I'm seeing there, but not exactly what I was referencing.
No.
I'm sure someone's done it. It might just not be pictured online because obviously you gotta expose yourself a little to do that. And whoever got it might not have been comfortable with that, which is fine. But yeah, you just know someone's done it. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, no, for tattoos for me, it's once the weight's off, it's one of those. Okay, I'm probably gonna get one, at least one before I die. But I always know how it goes. You get one,
yeah,
the next and the next.
One turns into 10.
Once you get over that initial fear of the needle and it's gonna hurt, and you realize okay, it does, but it's not so bad. And then it depends on what part of the body you get it on for the pain.
It's the Great Dairy.
It's the Great Fairy. Dairy. Yeah. So no, it's a good question though, just because I've actually had conversations about it, and Yulia has too about it. You know, she's had conversation about certain piercings and stuff as well. That I'm like, get what you want. What do I care? Like, well, you have to look and deal with my body. I'm like, and that's a problem. Why? Exactly. Do what you want. I'm gonna be here either way. Do what you want. Yeah, and she had right now it's the belly button that she wants to get pierced. And you know why she really wants to get it pierced? Someone on Etsy, back when I worked at Zelda Informer, sent me like one of every piece of jewelry they had, and it included some like Zelda ones for belly button piercings. And every time she comes into my office, she walks right over to the box, opens it up, stares at it, and goes, "Man, I should get my belly button pierced so I can wear this." And I'm like, "So do it then. I'm not stopping you."
Word.
Right? Just go do it if you want to wear the Zelda. I'm like, did I just make you into a Zelda fan? You're staring at a Zelda piercing and you want to get it just because I have it? Well, didn't you buy it for that? Sure. Yep, that's what I bought it. I didn't buy shit. It was said to me. I didn't even ask for it. But no, yeah, so it's kind of that was a neat topic. I like that. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. All right, guys. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Obviously, big shout out to Professor Noctis, because he was here earlier. Professor, obviously, he had to dip out. He's got probably teach class or some shit tomorrow. So, let's start with our guest. Obviously, Skysword Alyssa.
Hi, I'm Skysword Alyssa. If you didn't know already, I stream games here on YouTube on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I play on everything, so I stream all games, not just Nintendo. I am planning to do a Crimson Desert stream. I have it's shipping, so there was a demand for it, so we're going to try it out, see how it goes. I did just hit 600 subscribers recently, so we'll be doing a Lego build. build this bad boy in the
Hell
upcoming
yeah.
weeks.
Oh yeah.
Got
I'm
it.
excited. So,
Right there.
so
on
in
top
like the next couple weeks, you can afford that.
right there.
I finally got caught up on all my celebrations, so I just dropped a Q&A video. I did my entire playthrough of Majora's Mask. I did find all the masks. I actually had a lot of fun playing through Majora's Mask in one sitting. I was kind of nervous. I didn't know how it was going to go because of how challenging that one is compared to some of the other games. But I actually like doing that one more than the Ocarina of Time one. And I don't know if it's just because I've played Ocarina of Time so much that it kind of felt like old at that point, but I haven't played through Majora's Mask as many times. But that was a ton of fun.
Ocarina of Time
And-
is not the best Zelda. Got it.
I mean, I love it for the nostalgia and the characters and stuff, but just playing through Majora's Mask, I think that just the challenge and the collecting of the masks with the side quests was a little more fun, and it felt like I was doing more checks off the list than like Ocarina of Time. But
I gotta hear you say that about 9 more other Zelda games, and then we're on the same page.
yeah, no, I think Ocarina of Time is probably still my top 10. But I did, speaking of Zelda, I did drop a Zelda video. I'm trying new stuff. So I dropped the Zelda video. It's like a movie, basically. So if you like long content, I got you. But yeah. That's what I
Yeah,
did.
they're reminiscing on the Zelda game. And hey, that got 311 views for you. That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I like that. I'll have to check that out. Put it in the background tomorrow when I'm working. Yeah, go subscribe to her channel. I would love to see her, by proxy, of appear on our show, suddenly get to 1,000 subscribers this year. That would be sick. Let's get her there. Triforce of Burn Ball. Were you the one that put it up, or Gamebird? Gamebird likes to feature random
Well,
ones.
it would be the Biforce, right? Because there's only 2.
Well, I mean, you never know.
Oh. Yeah.
I have
I still
a,
ask questions you don't want answers to.
I have a friend that used to be one of our roommates when we were like 18, 19. There's 4 of us living in a house. It's like partying nonstop. And his name's Justin Kennedy. And he's rocking the Triforce apparently. You know the song Free Falling?
Mm-hmm.
He used to sing it, but changed the words to 3 balling.
Nice.
So yeah, apparently it's a thing, but I'm sure it's very rare.
Just like the Triforce, right?
Guys, if you
Yeah.
listen to the
It's
audio
like, it's
version,
rare.
you're missing out on so much on the video version. Yeah. There are things happening on screen that I can't describe. So, God damn it, dude! It's making me so hungry.
I
right
know.
now, too. All this shit,
I know,
dude.
right?
The one that gets
Oh,
me,
Doritos are good.
the one that gets me was Michael Gutman, who was like, dude, ketchup chips are so good. Fuck off.
Oh, no.
They are so
Ew.
like ketchup and they're disgusting.
Yeah.
I still have a bag sitting in this back room that was sent to me by Corey Bohm. I'm never opening.
Yeah.
Ever.
What is it?
Ketchup chips.
Who makes them?
I don't know. They got sent from Canada.
Thanks,
I'm
Gabe.
interested. I want to try these. So I'm
Thanks.
curious.
Google it. They do sell
Trying to
them.
forget about that.
You move them
Was that towards you?
Yes, I've been being harassed by the fake
Oh.
Risky.
I am so sorry. I did not know that.
It's okay.
I thought that was for.
Did you
I thought that was.
Chris on our podcast?
Yeah.
Dude, he's been a creeper going after people.
I
on
don't
my
know who that is.
Yeah, no, he's come over to my channel too. He came
Well,
in the Majora's
Gamer,
Mask stream, and
no,
he's
no,
says a few
gotta
other
go
ones.
to summon
Who?
the Risky Gulmar.
Yeah, Risky.
He-
I
Oh,
don't
I
think
see
it's
that
actually
now. I
him. I
didn't
think
see
it's
the
somebody
first message.
pretending to be him, honestly. But
He only shows up on live streams. Just so you're aware.
That's so terrible. I'm so sorry.
There is a
I
theory.
just
I was
thought
making
everyone
light of it. I was making light of it.
And I was like, here's
No,
a funny one.
there's a theory, and I had this too. Like the Risky that seems to be showing up right now is getting like really inappropriate towards females.
Yeah,
Well, he's
Yeah.
never been that way for like a decade. So
exactly.
people think he might. I put that out there that he might be impersonating. Someone's impersonating him.
That's what I'm thinking too.
But it's also possible he just snapped.
I don't see it.
That's true too, but
Well, it's not,
I
it was
get
on
it.
her. Oh, she did it. Well, there you go. That would
Okay.
Yeah, we instant ban them
I
on our
left the Alyssa your hot honey though, because I'm like, yeah, why not? That's fine.
it gets inappropriate. Yeah. Dude, someone wants to say I'm hot honey, or they want to say they want to pour hot honey on me, I'm all game. You just don't get to lick it off.
Yeah, once you start saying, I bet you taste good too, that's when we start getting hidden.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh, boy.
tastes good. Now we see you can easily finish the box. What is it's like the worst time to feature some of these. Our conversation. Well, that's why I think you got to watch the video version. If I didn't draw attention to that, you would be laughing your ass off at what we just said and then what appeared on screen.
Wi-Fi antenna. What the hell is going on here?
There's weird shit going on in the chat that I don't understand.
Yep.
Why is also talking about the Wi-Fi antenna on the motherboard? Because I'm guessing he had an internet problem. Okay,
we did.
We did too, but it wasn't a hardware. Is there a way to 100% verify? No, YouTube doesn't let us ban and or check IPs. It's stupid because most other platforms let you do it.
Yeah,
especially when you want to permanently ban someone. It doesn't even technically permanently ban. Anyone can use proxies or change their IPs.
I just want to know how the hell he changes email so goddamn fast.
He doesn't. You know, you can use one email on YouTube and make unlimited accounts.
Why?
It literally takes like 2 seconds.
Why?
How do you think I have all those channels under my one account? Did you ever notice that? They're all under the same account?
No, dumb.
YouTube's always been that way.
All right, well, you can find me here and on the Clips channel and the audio version. So there.
He's talking now.
Look at that. He was just talking, LB. He was just talking. Let's see. He was talking about tattoos as well. Where you been? Eric's been talking. Maybe not for the first 3 hours, but okay, so we listened to Eric. Birdman. Actually, you know what? Screw it. No, you're in the spot that goes last. I'm up next. I'm Nintendo Prime. I post news. It's fun. It's great. Hopefully there's some great news tomorrow to post about. There was great news earlier this week, hence the Switch 2 update. That was really fun to cover. Hopefully we get some good news tomorrow as well. I'll be back then. I'll also be doing a stream. Kind of a busy day outside of work tomorrow, but that's okay. I'll get this all in. I'll make it work as long as my internet's not screwy. I'm on my road to 162,000. We're trying to get there. Trying to get to that 62. Trying to get that next 1,000 subscribers. So, if you guys are enjoying even just this podcast, and you're just like watching me get roasted by everyone, I'll take a mercy subscriber. That's fine as well. Otherwise, you can check out the podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. All the audio versions on everywhere. Eric's been really good about getting those up the next day, and then we have the Clips channel as well that Eric advertised. Go check that out as well if you want the podcast in smaller segments. This will be an interesting one.
This one might not be small segments.
Yeah, it kind of depends if he wants to break up some of the Q&A into its own things, which might also depend if the person that keeps coming in to do all the timestamps decides to do that, which they might.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
They might not because it makes it easy for them not to.
Yeah.
That said, ThunderStash.
You can find me on YouTube at ThunderStash Gaming. What I have that I'm working on. So I put in like probably about 6 hours yesterday, and I'm going to wrap it up tomorrow and get the review done for Mini Shoot Adventures on Switch 2. Let me just say, you're going to want to watch this. I don't want to go into detail. You're going to want to watch it. Just trust me on that. The other games I'm working on, I have an embargo Friday morning for Machine Gun Fury, the 23rd for Ariana and the Elder Codex. I don't know if you guys have seen anything on that. Metroidvania. Looking forward to this for like a year. Of course, Mario Wonder's coming up. The Midnight Walk. I have that right now. Embargo is on the 26th. Mega Man Star Force. Look, I didn't play those games, but I'm going to review it because Capcom's going to send that to me, so I'm going to check it out. Little Nemo comes out. So that's the 31st. that's kind of what I have coming up. I'm gonna fill in some games in between there because there are some other games I'm working on that I haven't talked about. So yeah, it's gonna be a busy end to the month. And then I got that 10K on Sunday. So I hope I'm not exhausted after. Because it's gonna be hot as balls, dude.
Dude, at least the 10K wasn't tomorrow.
Dude, I literally just saw on X that if we hit 107, which it looks like we might this weekend, we're gonna break a record from 1895 by 44 days. Meaning it got that hot 44 days later. Like in May.
Yeah.
Not this is insane. This is insanity. It sucks. I do want to mention one thing I just saw on X. Dr. Sircon Toto. Good old Dr. Sircon. He said Crimson Desert reviews apparently not good enough for investors. Stock price for publisher Pearl Abyss in Korea, where it is Thursday afternoon, is currently down 29.88%. That is this is what I'm talking about. What did I say earlier, though? People are going to lose jobs over this.
Yeah.
Because you were tired. Or because you didn't want to put in the effort to learn this shit. Or because you weren't up to the challenge. It could be a variety of reasons, right? I'm not pointing. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you got to be in the right mindset, the right frame of mind. You need to assign people to review this game that are going to be not that love the genre, but like you should assign people that understand these games, you know?
Yeah. I'm curious if it goes lower for them because I was just looking, like, you see a dramatic drop off. It's obviously a big drop off, but they also were kind of overinflated because of Crimson Desert. You go back to January, they're still higher than they were in January. So obviously they were just rising up to the game because there was all this anticipation. So I'm curious to see if it continues to sink because honestly, the reviews are what they are. It's the sales that ultimately matter. Yeah. And it reviews at a 78, which isn't what the investors thought it would review at. They were probably thinking like Me 94, which is what they probably thought the quality of the game is, but obviously it didn't hit that, at least with the reviewers. But it still goes on to sell really well. If it comes out the gate just banging with sales, and they have like a report next week, hey, we did 5 million in the first 4 or 5 days. I wonder if that's gonna be like, oh, well, maybe the reviews aren't as big of a deal as the sales. But
I think they got their pre-orders and they pulled their money. And based on these review numbers, more people are going to pull their money, sadly. And that stock's going to continue to drop because...
Well, there's one chance left for it.
Nobody filters to 7s.
There's
that much I can say, right? Guys, nobody filters to a 7.
No.
Most people don't filter to an 8 either.
There's one shot for it. The user reviews. If the right gamers are playing it and it comes in hot and all of a sudden it's got like a 9 user rating, because sometimes that happens where like the user score is significantly different than the actual reviews. And that does actually lead to the game because of word of mouth being like, oh, well, the reviews were just wrong.
That's true, but so many I say but like I wish it was
I'm also trying to be hopeful.
True. Yeah, I'm trying to too.
Yeah.
I just feel like gamers don't put as much stock into user reviews as they should, in my opinion, because look, this person is just like you, except they were compelled to write a review. That's how strongly they felt about this game in one direction or the other, whether it be good or bad. They felt compelled to do it for a reason. And so you should actually take this person's point pretty seriously because they're not getting paid to do this. The person who is getting paid to do this, maybe you shouldn't take it as seriously because this is their job. Like maybe they don't like their job, but someone whose job this is not to do wrote a review. And so you should put at least as much stock in it, but so many people don't. And that's what irritates me because I could see gamers enjoying it and I could see the user score actually being good. But then just too many NPCs not putting enough stock in it.
If
NPC
I
gamers.
ever get to play it, and no, it's not going to be now unless they sent me a copy, and I didn't even reach out to ask for one. So, but if I get to play it anytime soon, and I end up loving it, you guys will see me praising it all over social media. I don't care that it's not a fucking Switch 2 game right now. I know it's coming to Switch 2, and if I think it's utterly amazing, I want to spread the word because I know the reviewers aren't doing that. Well, I shouldn't say all the reviewers. There are some that looks like they loved it and put in the time, but that, you know, they got to move on to the next one. They're not going to keep pumping up the game. They're on to the next review, on to the next thing they got to do. Very curious. Stash, are you reviewing this game?
Still nobody's gotten console review code. I retweeted it earlier. There's a tweet that went out that said no one's got it for PlayStation or Xbox still.
Hopefully after launch, they decide they're willing.
Yeah. And when I talked to Jason at Pearl Abyss, he said, you know, your name's on the list. I've sent it over. You referred. I can't guarantee you're going to get it. He's like,
yeah,
I have to say that to everyone, but you know, you're on the list. And you know, I've had a couple people ask me too. I'm like, yeah, from what I've gathered, nobody's getting a console review code until after it releases. And you know, a lot of people thought it was going to be out at 9 p.m. Pacific. I'm like, no, it's coming out tomorrow at like 3 Pacific.
Yeah, they're doing a
6
weird
Eastern.
thing. Yeah, they're doing a weird thing. And it might just be because of the country they're in. I think South Korea or whatever, but
yeah.
There's still, you know, there's a lot of international appeal, so it would have been nice if they would have went more with the international time zones, but that's whatever.
Yeah. So I might be reviewing it. I don't know. Like what I just read off to you is a fraction of what I'm working on, so it's just like,
yeah, it's a lot. The thing is, the reason I asked is because this game, if especially if the player score seems to be quite high, feels like one of those games that it needs people who understand it to actually be the ones talking about it.
I feel like that too. I really do. And I played it. Obviously I understood it. We understood it after we played it. We understood how it was probably going to review with journalists.
Yeah, 45 minutes. It took me 45 minutes to really sort out the controls, but that's because they just dropped you in the middle with like everything and not know what the fuck you're doing. But the fact that it within 45 minutes, I started figuring out most of the combat. I was like, oh, this is actually really fucking cool. Like,
well, there's so much we didn't get to do.
Because like it just because most of the time I spent just trying to figure out the controls because it is so different.
Yeah.
Like it didn't play like anything I played before. But then once I had some of it down, I'm like, you know what? This is actually, why has no one done this? This is actually kind of fucking cool.
It's like a catch-all game.
Yeah.
There's like everything in it. And
Yeah,
the thing is we only got to play that part.
Yeah. Like it took me a bit to figure out how to ride the horse. I'm like, okay, it is a little weird. It shouldn't be this difficult to ride a horse. But that was one of the things I told them, that there are certain things where the controls are a little too complex for, like, almost complex to be complex, not because it's actually fun.
Pick up the flag.
But like
Picking
pick
up
up the flag, it did not need to be the way it was. And I don't know if they cleaned any of that up or not based on suggestions.
It
I'm
sounds
sure
like they haven't,
but
based on some things I've read.
But the combat, every time I see people mention, like the negative reviews mention how bad the combat is, I'm like, I already know you're wrong. The combat is amazing in this game, but it's complicated.
Yeah.
You have to learn it. And it looks like there's even more crazy mechanics, like with the flying and all this other stuff that we didn't know about back then. It's like, okay, there's a lot of complexities here, but I'm telling you that combat, and I don't know how the flying and all that other stuff works with it, but like the bow shooting and the hand-to-hand combat and the weapon combat, dude, it was sick. It was absolutely sick. And like I remember the one guy I took out, the guy in the building that grabs like the pillar and swings it at you or whatever. Dude, I remember I took him out because I was struggling up to that point to figure out the controls, and I figured something out in there. And then I took him out. Another guy watching me, he's like, "Huh, I didn't even know you could take him out like that."
Well, Gamebird hit him with something that
Gamebird did that too.
Before he even started attacking.
Yeah. Yeah,
and like you're developers, like, you didn't even know you could do that. That's actually kind of cool. You figured that out.
Yeah, you're supposed to break the stamina bar and then use the pillar to deal massive damage. but instead I kited him around the pillar and picked up the pillar before breaking his bar. And the guy was saying when I was doing it, he's like, "Oh yeah, you can't do it that way. There's no way to grab the pillar without breaking his stamina, because it'll interrupt it."
Yeah,
I did it, and I knocked him down to half health, like right from the start. And he went, "Whoa, oh my god, I've never seen that happen before." That was interesting.
Yeah, dude.
It's supposed to work that way.
Yeah, it's like we didn't make it work that way, but also it did, and it was kind of cool. So that's the thing. Like when you build these really cool mechanics, you just there's the way you intended to go, but then there's unintended things that are actually kind of neat. And that was the thing about Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. It was so cool. Like you had the intended mechanics, but you could do so much with it that the developers never thought about. And that seems to be true with this game. Like there's so much to do with it, but then also. Yeah, I think the hardest, like, if anyone out there is picking up Crimson Desert tomorrow, I'm just going to implore you to don't rush, be patient, pay attention, learn the controls, because it is not like any game you've played. And I'm telling you, it might feel frustrating and weird. And in some of the reviews, even some of the positive ones, they said, "Hey, for the first few hours, like I hated these controls. I'm now 100 hours in. I don't know how we didn't have games control like that before."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's still the minor complaints that sometimes the controls don't need to be as complicated to ride a horse. Yeah, once you have it down, it's not a big deal. But it's like, yeah, but it's not adding to the experience. It's not additive. It's just, and I said this to him at the time that like it feels like you guys made this really complex combat system, and then whoever's doing the controls, no one told them that that's where it should stop, and they just applied it to everything you do in the game. But again, once you learn it, like once I figured out the horse and learned it, it was never a problem again. But it still was like, it's still weird. Like I hit like 3 different buttons to ride a horse.
It's definitely a game that you don't want to put down and then come back to 3 months later. Like I
you don't want to be playing this and then be playing another RPG or action adventure game at the same time.
You're like, wait, how do I walk again?
It's gonna fuck you up. This is a game you just kind of want to play till you beat it. So this is like what the conversation earlier. This is an example. If I was playing this, I would probably not be playing anything else until I'm done with it, because the control system is so different. The only way I'd play anything else would be like my Madden League, because the controls are way different for Madden than for other games. But yeah, it's a very complex. There's a lot to remember. So even like this isn't a good game to like pick up and play for like 40 hours and then put it down and come back to it in a month. Don't do that to yourself. You need to see this through if you're having a good time. Obviously, if you're not, quit, whatever. But if you're having a good time 40 hours in, just keep playing. Then the problem is, and I can already tell from the footage I've been looking at today, if I do play it, I might not play anything else this year. I'm going to be so sucked into this world. That happened with Zelda. Like some games just grab you and you're just there. And like, they're so big and there's so much to do. I might not even beat the main story ever. I just live in the world.
Yep.
Doing shit. Like,
until GTA.
I don't care about GTA, so
2 massive open world games this year.
Yeah, GTA is gonna be huge. I mean, that's just the world.
And then Fable.
Oh yeah,
Fable as well. Yeah, Fable's one that I might actually do. I have Game Pass, so Fable. So one thing about Game Pass does give me some of the new games. Play it right away.
There's another one too.
What other big one? What one am I forgetting about?
Can't
there's
say.
Rebirth, but that's not really open world. Well, it's more open than the first one.
Can't say.
It's one that you're under embargo for. Is it a game that's been announced? Oh no, I know. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I know. All right, not gonna say anything. Took me a second to realize, like, why can't he say if it's already announced? That aspect is not announced. Got it. All right, moving on. That's the end of the show. Gamebird, go subscribe to his ass. My goal is to get him back
to your channel.
Yeah, I gotta
not his ass.
I leave my ass out of this, dude. What the hell? Anyways,
sorry, that's right. You're more the pelvic thrust type. Got it.
That's true. No, guys, I'm sorry. I've been so insanely busy. I said last time I have a number of videos that I've either started or have outlined. They're all coming. My work-life balance has been brutal over the last I mean, I want to say at least 2 months, to be honest, but more than that, like 2 to 4 months. But I have 2 different jobs. One job is a Monday through Friday that I work 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. But I am the last person in my department, and so almost every single day I'm working overtime. My other job, I work every other month, but only on the weekends because I have a full-time job. This March is one of those months where I work 30 days straight. I work every day of the month. Next month, I won't work weekends. The following month, I'll work weekends. So every other month, I work 30 days straight. It's been very challenging to keep up, but I'm making changes, and I am freeing up time so that I can at least have one video out every single week, as well as I am clearing the path, and this is either going to start this coming week or the following week. But I'm clearing a path to do one live stream a week. It's either going to be Monday night or Tuesday night. I'm not 100% sure what I want those to be entirely. It could be like stuff, retro game related or collection related. It might be unboxing stuff because I do buy a lot of stuff. It could just be hanging out, answering questions and answers. But I'm trying to lock in. I'm making changes to work. There are a lot of changes happening in the background right now to free up some more time. But the goal right now is to get myself to where I can comfortably, I have a family too, so it's a lot to juggle for me. I'm very tired, very, very tired.
I
But,
live my life with no sleep. Sucks.
yeah, it's just been really challenging, and I feel bad because YouTube is something that I have so much fun doing. The podcast, this was locked in before I joined in, so I have a default chunk. But even having this Wednesday night free, if I wasn't doing the podcast, would be dedicated to my channel. But the podcast is one of, if not my favorite things that I do. So I'm making adjustments and making swivels. And I'm going to get there to where it's consistent every week. But the first thing that's going to come with consistency is going to be the live stream. And I haven't locked in the Monday or Tuesday, but that's going to be the first one that comes. And then videos, in at least for the rest of this month, I'm going to try and get it out before the end of the month. But the goal in the very, very near future with the shifts that I'm making, work in my life, is to have at least one video a week. So
Good goal.
good things to come. And apologize for the slow drip, and I apologize for saying stuff is coming, and I know people have been waiting. Where's the content? Where's the next skit? Believe me, if you guys only knew the skits that have been stewing in the brain, but they do take a lot of time. And I don't when I made the intro or when I made the merch commercial, work was a different place for me, and I had a lot less responsibility. I wasn't doing all the almost 5 days a week of overtime. So it's just, things have been a little bit different lately, but we're going to get back in a groove. And yeah, so I hope you guys stick around for that. And if you do enjoy the stuff that I make, or you want to support the channel, as the channel grows, I'm far off. I'm nowhere near the caliber of Nintendo Prime or ThunderStash Gaming. But the hope is, if the more the channel grows, the more I'm able to turn this into a little bit of a side income. Maybe that eliminates the side job. And then I could dedicate, every other weekend to recording 3 videos. So I have stuff, or 4 videos. So I have stuff to release every single week. It's, I don't know. I've got to find the groove. It's been very hard. I'm already not sleeping that much to begin with, and I haven't quite figured out the balance yet. If anyone has any tips, I'm all for it. But I have struggled with that between family, work, and other stuff. I also had a lot of stuff like, I don't really get personal on the channel. I keep my private life pretty damn private, to be honest. But I also had a loss in the family this month that was a very tough one. And I had a loss of my pet, and that like a pet that I had like super. There's just been a lot this year. It started with a bang, but we're gonna get there, folks. And I hope you're excited, because I'm excited, and I've got a very good feeling about this year for not just my channel, but also for Stash and Prime and Eric and the podcast. I know, Eric, you don't have your own channel, and Alyssa too. You're growing, which is awesome. Yeah. So good things to come. Sorry that was super long-winded, but
it's all right, man. Super long show. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will catch you next week. Hold on here. I'll just tell you who the guests are quick. People like to be teased a little bit. Next week we have on Special Nick and Andres Restart.
all
Yeah.
right.
Nice.
Yeah, that should be a good show. Special Nick,
Yeah.
good to pick his brain. He's another person who tends to know a little bit of stuff going on at Nintendo, so you never know. He wanted to come on, so we'll see what happens. And he obviously knows a lot about Xbox. If you don't know, he's the co-host of the Xbox Era podcast. He's done some other stuff, but that's what most people know him from. Or if you know him around my channel, it's because he pops up in my chat every now and then because he likes my content. So, and Andres Restart, you guys know. One of these times that Andres Restart's on, it's going to be Stash and Andres versus me.
Yeah.
I know what's going to happen because it used to be Andres versus me all the time, and I would get my ass handed to me. And now Stash hands my ass to me. And now one of these days, they both will hand their ass to me. And then Gamebird will get involved. He'll hand it. Gamebird's already handed my ass to me once. And Eric's just going to sit back and wait for the right time to throw in the killing blow. Just twist the knife just enough that maybe I'm waiting for the moment that you guys get me so good that I'm like, you know what? I think I'm done today. And I actually walk out. I've never done it. I've jokingly left, but I've never actually just straight up like, you know what? I can't deal with this shit right now. I'm getting the fuck out. Guys, no drama. I know this feels dramatic, but honestly, it's a mental thing. I got to get out of here. I actually really love the podcast and I love the banter, but you never know. I try to come in when the show starts, I feel like my mind resets a little bit. Like it kind of lets go of all the day's shit, you know? So I like that. But if if there's ever a time that it doesn't, I would probably warn people behind the scenes and be like, hey, just so you know, I'm a little on edge right now with some shit going on. Like was understandable when I came back after my son's stuff in January. Like I was obviously not going to be, fully me, even though I tried. All right, guys. Yeah. We'll catch you same time next week. Big show. One of these days we'll get the Fantasy Critic. I promise. One of these days. Bye, everyone.
Night.